She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. I'm Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Hello everybody and welcome to the RES Showdown, one of 4 Blast Rising qualifying events for Blast Open Lisbon. We are only halfway through the journey. The close qualifiers have concluded. Our top 8 now do battle for 1 spot towards Blast Open. My name's Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne here on the mainstream for the RES Showdown. How you doing, mate? It's good to be back.
Indeed it is, and we've got a lot of familiar faces with the teams that we've been watching over the last couple of days. Been trying to keep an eye on whether they can take down some of the big dogs from the invitee spots.
Indeed, yes. 4 teams invited directly from the VRS rankings. 4 teams that to qualify to this position from open qualifiers and also from some VRS ranking points over the last handful of days. You may have seen some of the streams and some of the action that's been going on over the group stages in particular. And, well, look, as I said before, top 8 squads, certainly everyone's had to earn their way to this position, in my opinion.
And it's very cutthroat, right? I think with the idea that you've got 8 teams playing over the course of the next couple of days and only 1 team get 1 singular spot, it means that if you have a rough start, if you make the excuse of, it's a 10 a.m. GMT best of 3, it's a bit early in the day, well, so be it. Out in last place, you don't have a chance of progressing further on.
Yeah, it's a single elim bracket for the weekend, of course, so no second chances of that. One mistake and you could be done, and that could be very, very decisive for a lot of squads, not only for their place within the Open, but also within the VRS itself, because today especially we've got some very key underdog matches, and with the way that the bounty works in the VRS rankings, a good upset actually could cost teams, the favourite teams especially, quite a lot in their place in World Counter-Strike.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even talking about some of the teams that aren't going to be on our stream, I mean, look at 500. I think they had a really promising back end of last year. I think they're kind of proving that Bulgarian CS is back. Maybe not to the same pedigree, but at least towards those higher ends. Passion UA, yeah, okay, it might not be the same full 5 from the major. Still a squad that made the major. These invited teams cannot come into today and underestimate anyone. I think if they do, that's disaster. That's when you start getting upset.
Yeah, well, today we're going to have 4 best of 3s for you, spread between both this channel and our secondary channel. You mentioned, of course, that big versus 500 matchup that'll be coming up a little bit later on today. Here on the main stream, we're going to be taking a look at GamerLegion PARIVISION. Over on the secondary stream, it's Heroic and Passion UA. Later on today, we'll also be taking a look at Astralis versus 9. 9, of course, beating out Ends, Astralis' former IGL there.
Yeah, there's been some surprises. I kind of looked at the group stage saying that Ents are in prime position to push on through, to basically be one of the teams that are going to make it at the higher end of a deeper run. Big versus 500 is a match of history. I think there's going to be a lot of intrigue to see if the Bulgarians can consistently pull off that upset against the German juggernauts. But, I mean, even looking at Heroic, I think that's a team against Passion UA where is probably the least amount of threat of an upset from an underdog, if I'm going to be blunt. If I'm going to look at all 4 of these opening matchups and say which of the invited teams has got the best chance, I think Heroic has it.
Yeah, I can agree with that one. Of course, that match going on the B stream. Here again, we're focusing mostly on GamerLegion versus PARIVISION as our opening match of the day. And look, I have to say that for GamerLegion, there's a lot of pressure on the line for them today. We know that this week they've had a number of issues in terms of how the VRS is updated. I know that actually taking a look at HLTV's unofficial live VRS tracker, that if the update had happened on Friday rather than Monday, for example, then actually GamerLegion would have been invited directly towards Blast Open rather than having to play here. And given the nature of how the points have worked out, the 0.4 of a point from number 12 in the world for them, it's very easy to feel hard done by, and it's very easy to look at them as being kind of the key, I guess, key favourite in terms of ranking, but also the key team that have the most to lose here.
And this is where, from a GamerLegion perspective, you can go out there on social media, you can put a public statement about your thoughts on the ranking. The bottom line is, you need to be pushing for results. Now, because you've now been invited into a top 8 bracket and not into the main event, you cannot be upset. You cannot go down to a side of PARIVISION. And I look at GamerLegion with the recent changes they've made, adding PR at the start of the year, RES as well. This is a match where they need to perform well. This is a tough draw against PARIVISION today.
And look, I think a lot of people have been very big fans of what GamerLegion have done with all of their rosters in the last couple of years. I mean, obviously the Paris major roster is the one that you look at as being the highlight for this team. But even this squad, with how little time they've had to turn it around, with the roster elements that have very little experience comparative to the rest of the Tier 1 field. I mean, like PR is a perfect example of a guy who's only recently burst out onto this particular side. And a hell of a pickup as well, by the way. Led by ZTR, relatively new in terms of the IGL space. Slend, obviously very relatively new in terms of the in terms of the AWP potential. These are all basically like academy and tier 2 talents being brought up to a tier 1.5 team and doing extremely well.
And it's funny you mentioned PR. I was talking with Replay, the head coach of Eklot on tier 2 Talk the other day, and he was the head coach on Cryptova back in the day, which was the organization and Czech team before PR went to Mouse NXT. And this is where he was basically saying that PR was a small fish in a big pond, but within 2 weeks he was the best player on the team. And I think we've now seen the progression through the ranks from the local division to the international, and now out here on GamerLegion. I mean, some of the performances that we saw from him at Katowice were just excellent to watch.
Well, GamerLegion most certainly are my favourite in the bracket on paper, but let's make no slouches about their opponents here. PARIVISION have been on a tear. 10 wins in their last 11 matches. They have been the form team coming into this bracket.
Indeed they have, and they only lost to Bait on Wednesday, but then beat them yesterday in the rematch for the spot here. So it tells you that even when they struggle against an opposition, when they play them again, they'll have no issues with them. This is a side that looks extremely scary in 2025. Jame looks incredible on the AWP, not focusing on the in-game leadership. Nota is one of the best up-and-coming riflers coming out of Russia. And when we consider how disappointing 2024 was from PARIVISION, I look at their recent few tournaments and think, honestly, they could very quickly be a top tier 2 team. I'm giving it another couple of tournaments, and we're going to start categorizing them as one of the best we've got in the scene.
Well, it shouldn't surprise too many when you've got a former Tier 1 IGL stepping down in towards a team that you could argue James' position has dropped quite significantly from Virtus Pro. But most certainly I agree with you in PARIVISION being a potential top-end Tier 2 team. They're 91st in the VRS at the moment. I don't think that's a true reflection of where they stand right here. And with the way, again, the VRS ranking points work, a victory over GamerLegion could instantly catapult them up towards a very, very high-end position.
Indeed it can. And just looking at how PARIVISION went throughout the closed qualifier, they had the forfeit win over Imperial Female. They went up against Bait and struggled a bit in that first series. Dropped down, went up against Omega. That's a team that we saw at the RMR. It's a team that did very well to win the RES Regional Champions out in Serbia last year. They thrashed them. Last map decider of the third was a 13-6 on Inferno. Then they have a rematch against Bait. You go, okay, Dust 2, Mirage, map 1 and 2, fairly competitive. Oh, 10-2 half on Inferno, smashed them 13-4. That's back-to-back best of threes that when they get to that final map decider, they're not even giving the opposition a chance.
And against some teams that have been rather significant titans of the Tier 2 space. I know that Omega have obviously going through roster changes, and Bait have obviously had to face against this absolute powerhouse twice in a row, and that adjustment can certainly affect things. But in terms of the results that they've gotten, PARIVISION are certainly not being any slouches here in this matchup. It's not going to be an easy walkover for the likes of GamerLegion. Let's talk about Map Veto's way. Where do you see this one going in the best of 3?
Well, for GamerLegion, they're going to ban Dust 2, and for PARIVISION, they're going to ban Nuke. Now, that's really good for GamerLegion, because Dust 2 is a great map for PARIVISION. In terms of the picks, Mirage is going to be very strong for both teams, and Inferno is going to be very strong for both teams. So that's kind of how I see things at the moment. I think anytime you've got like an underdog team that has been preparing so much on Dust 2, and then you finally go up in that next caliber, right? You go up against a GamerLegion side that's a tier 1.5, and you can't get your best map in the pool, it's going to test those middle maps and the deeper end of a map pool for a core that's been together for, what, 3 weeks? I mean, it's very fresh since Jame, Nota, and Travis have joined up with this PARIVISION team.
And that's one of the key things to talk about when it comes to these two teams and how they've changed their rosters, is the fact that GamerLegion still maintain their core, whereas PARIVISION, it's a complete refresh. There is no real history to speak of when it comes to looking at actual core results. You can take a look at what they did last year and compare and contrast to how the previous team did towards this team, but in terms of the actual stats and how they have and what they have to work with, there's very little information to pull from, which is actually another factor to think about for GamerLegion, is that how much prep work can you realistically do in those circumstances?
I think you can do a decent amount. I mean, take CCT as an example, number 16, they won it most recently from PARIVISION, and they looked incredibly strong on, again, maps like Mirage, maps like Ancient, maps like Inferno, Anubis as well. So there will be a decent amount to pull from. I think for GamerLegion, they just need to kind of tuck into how the latter part of last year was of grinding online officials. I think recently, for the last handful of months, it's just been LAN events, hasn't it? From the RMR to the Major to Katowice. But GamerLegion actually won, or at least got into grand finals, 4 back-to-back CCT tournaments, sort of in that October, November period last year. So they've just got to kind of be refreshed from what they've done previously to now what they've got to do at the start of February.
Yeah, you are right in what GamerLegion have been able to do in the online environment, and I have faith that they can still keep that potential. I do feel that they're a team that want to move on beyond that, though, with the way that they've been talking about the nature of the VRS rankings, and obviously the close qualifier to Blast Bounty didn't always go down the way that they wanted it to, and obviously Katowice was a very significant run for them, but obviously you have to play on the online environment to actually get further into the LAN environment. So we finally have our vetoes ready for them. You mentioned Nuke being banned up at PARIVISION, Ancients picked in by the PARIVISION side, Mirage, I believe the highest played map in the pool for GamerLegion on their own part of things, and our decider, well, it can only be Anubis to close things out in the best of 3.
Yeah, it's actually quite surprising throughout all of this sort of veto process to see that Anubis comes through as a decider and not Inferno. Inferno is incredibly strong for both teams. We know GamerLegion like to pick a lot of Inferno. You look back to what they did at Katowice, they picked it against Mouse, they picked it against Pain, they picked it against Saw. The concern might be how good PARIVISION have kind of looked on their Inferno as well. The 13-6 that they had against Omega, the 13-4 that they had against Bait. So to not allow such a strong map in for both teams puts us out onto Anubis, which honestly I haven't seen a lot of from GamerLegion. I'm looking at their performances in results and tournaments so far this year. They've only played Anubis once, and that was what? Just about getting a win over Spirit, where they went all rounds in regulation of 13-11, and that's a very small sample size if we're going to compare it to PARIVISION, who's at least played it 4 times.
Yeah, and some of them has been very, very good. Of course, you mentioned some of the slappings that we've seen, beating out Bait at 13-8, beating out Sinners at 13-9, and those two teams have been significant in terms of their recent runs at the very end of the last year. So yeah, that third map does look rather tasty for PARIVISION, and it just goes to emphasize the point we're talking about earlier, is that this is not going to be a cakewalk match for GamerLegion. They might be the highest ranked team in the tournament, and certainly my favorites in this bracket, but I look at them saying that there's one particular upset that could come through to take everything away from them, and it's right here, right now. This could be a first stage stumble for them if they cannot get control of the situation. They will need to just hunker down and really perform to their best of capacities. And we know the GamerLegion are capable of doing that, but are they really prepared for a team like PARIVISION? That's my one key concern here.
The last thing that PARIVISION need is just a break in momentum, right? When you're doing so well in ECL, when you've won a CCT, when you took the opportunity to say, right, we might be well outside of the rankings to compare one another, we can still beat GamerLegion. That can be our boost, and if we're going to be realistic, if PARIVISION couldn't push for an upset today, imagine what they could do tomorrow. Imagine what that confidence would lead moving into only needing to win 2 more best of 3s before getting into the Blast circuit.
Yeah, look, if PARIVISION beat GamerLegion, I could very easily see them having a chance against a team like Heroic or Passion UA. Certainly Heroic feeling like the favourite team in that particular case, given that they've also been through a bit of a rebuild. Yes, the former Sangul core, but also having to change out 2 elements, much like GamerLegion in their circumstances here today. And for GamerLegion, I'm thinking about the intangible aspect for them at the same time, because they're obviously feeling very aggrieved. They're feeling very downtrodden about the circumstances of the VRS points. Like, it's one of those things where it's like second place feels worse to take than a 3rd to 4th or a 5th to 8th, for instance, because of the nature of how close you really were. And that being the case with how VRS has only barely knocked them out of the invite stage for Blast Open. Like, I wonder whether or not there is like a more mental game aspect to think about for them in this in this whole tournament, let alone this best of 3.
Well, I don't think it's just them. I mean, take a look at GamerLegion. They've also been invited to the closed qualifiers for IEM Dallas with a couple of few teams that are also playing here. We're getting into the notion where just because you're playing in the Tier 1 circuit doesn't mean that you're just always going to get invited due to the ranking into the main event. You're going to have to qualify, you're going to have to work hard, and you're going to have to beat a lot of these Tier 2 teams consistently if you want to make those jumps to keep getting back into playing with the big boys.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, we've already talked about in previous about how difficult it is to get on the rankings in the first place, and sometimes that actually might be even more beneficial to your ranking position to not play events sometimes in the Tier 2 space. So this certainly isn't one of those cases right here. They're going to have to play because they need to make this tournament work if they want to maintain a position in the Blast Open. GamerLegion and PARIVISION. Dwayne, I don't know which way I want to go with this one. I think I have to pick GamerLegion in terms of predictions, but I think PARIVISION still have a very good chance of making something really big happen here.
Yeah, I'm going to be mental and back PARIVISION 2-0, honestly.
Okay.
I've got a lot of faith in this team. I think most likely it goes 3 maps, but they've got upset potential and they're going to prove it today.
I will say that Anubis does feel like it's a bit more of a scary affair, but let's find out how scary it would be if we have to go that far. GamerLegion on the CT side, start of our first map up. It's Ancient to kick things off in the RES Showdown.
James just scaling, searching, and seeing first contact towards Rez, towards Donut. Everybody else is pinned out towards the B-bomb site, though. That's where the bomb and the exec's going to be coming in.
Initial spots are just for information at this juncture. The majority, in fact, all the players are in lane and cave. Cheater at the moment for PARIVISION's side. GamerLegion with 3 players total watching around this site defensive. And PR is trying to regress, take some of that star power we talked about earlier and apply it towards Travis. See that bomb, see its backup, take Kicker out of the equation, draw out first blood for the CT side. Torson on site will eventually get over one, but takes Beltronaut with him. PR is now going to be assaulted from all sides. Needs to get this kill on Travis desperately. His backup in the back line will come forward. Nota able to trade ZTR, but Slend is able to support him, and PR can finally get that kill against the bomb carrier. GamerLegion will take the pistol.
It's an info play at the right moment. PARIVISION actually got quite successful from the cave players. They took the space, they got out on the bomb side. The issue is the bomb just gets trapped. As soon as PR with the Julie starts pressing down from ramp, Travis has no way out but to continue to fight and hope that you can get that trade to bring that bomb up to safety. It doesn't happen. It looks to be a fairly easy couple of kills from the Czech player, and GamerLegion can't ask for a better start.
Exactly what they want to hold as well. Momentum into the opening stages of this matchup, and PARIVISION's own map pick as well to take this away from them. It'll be a nice key way into this best of 3 series and to try and collapse in a 2-0 fashion against the PARIVISION side. You predicted towards PARIVISION's favour in 2 maps. GamerLegion making light work of the first 2 rounds. PARIVISION up to their gun bias to resist now on the T side.
I just haven't seen much Ancient this year to come out from GamerLegion. I mean, the maps that are being played the most that we saw at Katowice and even the bounty from them in that Pain series has been Nuke, Mirage, and Inferno. So we're kind of getting a little bit more of a taste of the middle of the map pool, how they can introduce Rez and PR on maps like Ancient, on Mirages, on Anubis as a decider. ZTR and Slend going to rock the MP9s for another round. Nota to get the jump up molly. And try and see if they can at least stabilize the CTs from getting overly aggressive.
Kicker's taking point here at lane. Might chance right into ZTR. It's back up, straight headshot onto PR in the mid position. Plenty of other players around there, but they're hiding inside of these smokes, trying to see if they can maintain a position away. Kicker will just sneak back to join Travis and hold position as Beltronaut tries a different angle on the other side of the map.
It's all about the lurk attempt now in the mid-round. Slend is going to use the molly out to the Xbox to drive away any of the Ts just stuck into the corner. Now, at the moment, Kicker is maintaining as much of lane, and that just means that if an info play comes through, if ZTR wants to over-push, that's where he's just going to get capitalized upon. It's even turning into a bit of a gamble stack. They're leaving 3 on B, keeping Rez's Donut completely alone.
Rez to fight, Beltronaut to pick up the kill, and now turn it into 2-man advantage here for PARIVISION. This might just be a safe call now for GamerLegion. Very far back up away towards that other bomb site. So, simple stuff, site secured. And there's the answer back from PARIVISION at the start.
And what a statement from the in-game leader. You've got Kicker just running up lane, just trying to challenge instantly from that shelf position. And an in-game leader to create an opening kill brings a lot of confidence to the team to say, hey, I can be a playmaker. I can be the one to create space, to give us avenues on how we can exploit the CT defense. And the lucky aspect that GamerLegion have right now is that they're able to hold on to 3 players, and that will make a difference.
It doesn't seem like a hunt's going to come through all the way back here towards spawn. ZTR is just going to sit pretty with the SMG. And love a couple of rifles to upgrade those downgrade weapons. As things stand, PARIVISION, very confident answer back again for them. Only casualties on the CT basis. Should be seeing those rebuys from PR and RES as best they can. I mean, money's not amazing. It should equate towards a buy regardless here. It's just weakened across 3 individuals.
Now, I want to ask, Jay, considering that PR and RES are kind of new to GamerLegion, who do you actually think's the more experienced team? You've got Kicker and Jame on the other side of PARIVISION.
That's a difficult one to say, because I guess in that sense you've got 2 players that have been at the higher ends of the tier 1 space in PARIVISION versus only RES on the GamerLegion side. At the same time, it's a good long period that RES spent with NIP.
Is it 7.5 years?
I actually have the number here somewhere. 7 years and 7 months. So just a little over 7.5.
That is insane.
Which actually, fun fact, that's a longer period than Forest was on NIP for. Which I didn't realize until I stat checked it, and I was like, holy crap, okay, fair enough. Long old tenure now to a different environment entirely, and they're going to talk up the prospect of where RES is going to sit within GamerLegion, hoping that roster stability is going to work better for this particular team, and well, whether that ends up being the case, I guess we'll find out in due course. Set up again, leaning into this B bomb site on the default. Seems to be an NB, however. Torsen, first man of contact, has to put that smoke down immediately.
It's just a block. ZTR's doing the exact same towards Cave, so it turns into a cancel. PARIVISION need to make a decision whether we want to double pump or bring that bomb out towards Shelf and put pressure towards A.
HE damage is minimal across the T-side line. A little over 30 seconds for them to get into the bomb site. ZTR's just backing off to try and play to defend against the bomb plant itself. Not going to try and deny it. Nota's known towards the back lines. Torsen gets kicked out through the smoke. That does deny the bomb plant. Don't know exactly where it's going down as well against Travis, but not the stopping power of that SMG to go for the wallbang. Nota in the back corner gets 2 kills. Turns the advantage back on his head. PR in mid will take Belchanok out. Turn it into a 3 versus 3. Nota's so low and cannot go any further. Sten from range capitalizes. ZTR and PR clean house. And GamerLegion are back on the board.
Excellent discipline there from GamerLegion. Notice how they don't just try and panic and put a lot of pressure on denying that bomb from going down. Torsen does it first out from long, but ZTR doesn't spam from cave. He doesn't just run out in the open. They set themselves up nicely from the retake. You've got Nota out towards the cubby corner that does as much as he can to get the multi-frag, but nobody else in PARIVISION steps up in the post plant. So 3-1 on the scoreline for GamerLegion. They'll be very happy with the start.
Very nice kill from Torsen there. You could see how that round began to fall apart, which is a simple enough blind kill. Very impressive stuff from Nota as well on those back lanes to try and see if he can maintain control of the circumstances for PARIVISION. It was just a little too little overall to maintain. Showing off a little bit more of that potential, as you mentioned, one of the more exciting riflers to come out of the CIS scene on this PARIVISION roster. They're still not able to capitalize on the round itself. GamerLegion will lead by 2 once again. And PARIVISION should still be able to maintain. They kept 5 players alive in the previous round. I think the money should still be okay, right?
Hey, you mentioned Nota, and yeah, the buy is going to be no problem at all with the loss and with the plant bonus, but he's now playing his 200th map on HLTV and only his 34th for PARIVISION. I think this is a huge opportunity for him. I remember he played on Rush B with not the best of players, but was easily their best player by far, and then most recently got that chance with Amcal, where there's actually a bit of history between him and Travis. They were teammates together on Amcal, so at least you've got a little bit more of that support, right, and how you can embed yourself in a new system where you're not just a new face with all new players. There's someone that you can rely on. There's someone that you're comfortable with.
Well, round 5, we'll see the full true gun setups. AKs across 2 players of GamerLegion and Orbs out for both sides. Mentioned Jamie, his performance now no longer on the IGL role. Facing off Slen, the old versus the new. Major champion veteran on one side, HEs, and the other landing perfectly to PARIVISION. That's so much damage done. Torsen and RES set up pretty nicely. ZTR as well towards Cave. Does lose RES very quickly. Can strike Torsen. Can take Belchanok. Flashbang time perfectly from Slend as well. And ZTR can also swing in alongside the Dane. Doubles for both. Nota can't hold on. Triple in the end for Torsen. And GamerLegion, that is a sign of teamwork.
PARIVISION have been outclassed by that teamwork that you mentioned. An aspect that you're going to have when you play ECL and CCT, when you're going up against Copenhagen Wolves and GG Howls and Nine and Rebels and Sashi is that the team play isn't going to be there to the highest degree. It's going to be decent, but it's not going to be as structured and controlled like it is with the Tier 1 teams. The utility support that we're seeing at the moment from GamerLegion, the impact from Torsen out on B, some of his key kills to the bomb plant denial in the previous gun round, to constantly putting up a threat towards those ramp players. This is where Kicker needs to try and maybe exploit weaknesses elsewhere. B seems like it's a tough bomb site to hit. Okay, maybe you put a little bit more of a threat down on shelf towards Donut into Red Room. Haven't even seen an A play as of yet. We've just seen B hits 5 rounds in a row from PARIVISION.
Maybe it's time to change that position. Maybe it's time to go towards that A-bomb site. As pistol plays will not be too advantageous towards them. Have to take the eco, however, get the money back together. Go for the rifles in the next, because this one should be a bit of a wash here. GamerLegion showing very few signs of losing their confidence at this juncture. A very, very good start from the CT forces thus far.
A bit of an intriguing smoke thrown there from PARIVISION. Allows James to get into Cheetah and smoke off the cave entrance. Normally you see it a little bit more defensively, so you can't take the space from the T side at point of view. Torsen just blocking. And GamerLegion have done a very good job of holding on to incendiaries and smokes in the late round on B. And we see that by when the XE comes in with, what, 30, 40, 50 seconds on the clock. It's always either a cancel or a double pump, just because it's being held by GamerLegion.
A little under a minute to go. ZTR just got his head blown clean off by Belchinov. Torsen now heavily pressured. Is that teamwork going to start to fall down with a single piece taken out of the house of cards? Nota can strike again. That's doubles up for the Deagles in this round. Kicker might be low HP, but the kills are not coming in for GamerLegion now. Suppressed by smokes. A couple of kits are available. They need to break through, though.
James is in a promising position. If he can just stall for time, if he can get one kill, this sets up the round.
Flashbang in again. Rez does strike on Nota. Second kill against James does come through again with flash support. Torsen on the assist and all. P250 still in the hands of pistol players. Belchinov strikes again. 2v2. A direct double from the man. Slen now focusing down against him. Smoke towards the bomb. Will try and tap it again. Belchinov is finally caught off. Kicker still in there. And the M4 can finally strike back. They'll just have enough time for the defuse. GamerLegion cutting it a bit close there. They do maintain the 5th.
And we can be realistic looking at that round, saying the only reason it got a bit chaotic and it got winnable is an unlucky timing against the in-game leader. You've got ZTR that's holding util out. He's slightly trying to reposition out to long, and he gets caught on timing. Torsen has a tough time on B just because you're being overwhelmed by so many players up from ramp. It's the flash assists again, though, on the retake. Rez setting up both of those kills towards ramp and against James. Half blinded against the in-game leader with the AK made it very tough to stall for time, to try and get more damage out for the Ts. GamerLegion are satisfied with this 5-1 beginning, but they know that they can stretch it for a lot more. And if you put pressure down on, what, an 8-4, 9-3 half in the first, you can basically be under the assumption that Ancient's going to be taken by you, and pressure gets put on of what PARIVISION are going to be able to deliver on Mirage.
And that's what this could all be about for them. GamerLegion number 13 in the world for very good reason. Showing that reason off against the PARIVISION side that yes, Moss might be exciting. We've yet to truly start here in this matchup. One round away from GamerLegion getting minimum 6, and with the rifle and economy state being where it is for PARIVISION, it's likely that this round can actually lead to the half advantage outright. Quick play in towards A main. No one's there to receive it. They're heavy-handed in mid, although Rez is going to try and turn around really quickly. See no smokes coming in, see shoulders out, just barely spot a couple of players and dish out some damage, but a lot more done back towards PR. Torsen with a fight on Kicker, loses HP of his own right, but Kicker has fallen to the 5-on-4.
And because of that, James now got to watch the backstab because he's worried about Torsen wrapping elbow and coming into the backside of A main.
It's a very key possibility, but right now they're focused on the site itself. Rez beyond the smoke. Beltranok's hearing those footsteps. The M4 reload could provide Belchi a chance to swing forward, and Rez does get caught off guard. Now they've got to turn back to the site and get this bomb plant in. They've got time to play with, and the CTs are actually acting a bit quicker. So this might play into PARIVISION's hands here, as Beltranok has got the latest kill. It's still a 4-on-4. James Orp is watching for them. Swing forward against Nota. Only good for the one kill. ZTR trades it. The Shadow baits James to make a mistake. They can put that smoke down with a little bit more support, but it actually lands in the corner of the wall. It doesn't actually land on the main position itself. Travis not ready for Torsen to swing forward. The AK gets another kill. Advantage back to the favour of GamerLegion as the AWP try to provide support. It's an open plant though. They tap it once. Belchanok baited to take a swing, but Slen cannot connect the kill. Torsen's finally caught. Time's out for GamerLegion. They need that shot to find, but Slen caught scoping in. ZTR can take it back, but James suppressed by the smoke. Jump faces. That's enough. The leader cannot get the defuse. The round will go the way of PARIVISION.
Well, we can look at that round, Jay, and say that wasn't the best from either side. I'm going to actually rip in quite a bit from both teams there. First off, red smoke just doesn't land. So from GamerLegion's point of view, anytime a red smoke doesn't land, you want to exploit mid. And because they take mid freely, they have an idea very quickly that it's going to be an A exec. Rez gets into a very strong position. Torsen starts backstabbing out from elbow. Everything gets set up perfectly from GamerLegion at the start of the round. And then what? You have the in-game leader missing the A main smoke. If that smoke lands perfectly, they don't have to worry about Jame, and they can just focus their emphasis towards Donut. So you've got two key pieces of utility missed in a single round.
Could have made all the difference in the world had they landed. PR's going to try and make a more direct reference. He sees Belchanok, sees Nota as well. They're probably overwhelmed with the extensions, as is Torsen. Both players pushing up and getting knocked down.
And that's a huge risk. This is a round where the buy state's awkward. There's a FAMAS up from Rez, not a huge amount of util. So you want to try something slightly different. You want to catch the opposition off guard. Unfortunately, the timing doesn't work out. And this could now be PARIVISION not only stringing a few rounds in a row, Jay, but this is where they can start finding their comfort on the T side. They can start dictating a little bit more of their pace. They can start getting that economy riled up into a good position. ZTR and Slend have just got to be prioritizing, looking for exits and holding on to this M4 and AWP now.
Yeah, no more choice on the matter. PARIVISION anticipating GamerLegion's aggression and have dealt with it very effectively. Even the mid-fight of the AWP landed a collateral tag on Slend, who actually may be bound for the grave here. Just seen by Kicker. Couldn't quite register the full-blown shot. And he will do in the end. Slen missing another. ZTR, the only player that can save, but this will not do well for GamerLegion's economy state. This is the swing round that PARIVISION were looking for here. One that could take back all of the advantage that GamerLegion had gained. Most certainly will get an eco in the next.
And this is going to be Kickett's real test to see, can I bring this squad to the top end of Tier 2? Can I put them in a conversation that we might have an odd Tier 1 event in 2025? Because he was always a vocal voice on VP, but he wasn't the in-game leader. The only time that he actually started in-game leading was a small period on Into the Breach when they were still working with BMAS and Rowland, Masuta. It was that all wacky international squad they had towards the end. And now he's got full reins of this project, of the new players. It's his time to shine. It's his time to prove to Jame that he can do it.
And so far, so good in the qualifier run. And it could be very good now to return against GamerLegion, carrying up to number 4 on the board. There are no upgrade pistols into this round for the City side. These USPs shouldn't really be getting any of these massive kills, minus some very, very key mistakes. But that shouldn't be happening with all 5 players moving away from the B-bomb site as PARIVISION start to move into the B-bomb site. This is a round that's guaranteed to go the way of PARIVISION at this stage. GamerLegion have to suffer with consequences of their losses, but now look towards the rifles in the next.
They just need to make sure it doesn't get expensive. You don't want to be losing another AK, and you certainly don't want to be giving anything back to the CTs. Belchanok aggressive, flash around the corner. Struggles quite a bit against NTR.
Not the cleanest of sprays. Unfortunately, it's only the one AK lost, a MAC-10 that was there on Kicker as well. So money that they can certainly get right back into their hands and rifles that they can re-equip into the follow-up. Tactical pause for GamerLegion. Chance to take a moment Because they did have a 4-round lead at one point, that has shrunk to just 1.
And maybe we talk about sample size in recent matches. In 2025, GamerLegion have played just 7 best-of-3s, whereas PARIVISION have played 14. And that's always going to be the difference when you're grinding on the online Tier 2 environment, isn't it? When you're GamerLegion, you're prioritizing Blast Bounty, you're prioritizing Katowice, and you're not focusing on anything else. Whereas when you're PARIVISION, mate, we've got the IEM Dallas Open qualifiers that we had to play last night. They were trouncing teams, smashed the new 777 roster, smashed Preezy, which is where Patty is, the old in-game leader from Ecstatic, and Asilian out on that team. They didn't even have a chance in that best-of-1. Also competing in ECL and a CCT, and the closed qualifier here to see if they can make a run to continue in the blast circuit. Belchanok fast, out from elbow, playing anti-flash. Rez just playing on the edge of the red smoke.
Trying to spot a gap there at the elbow entrance. Is Belcher not ready for it? I don't know if Notice saw him. Rez doesn't want to take the chance. HG is coming his direction, half HP as a result. And Molotov to go deeper to try and force Rez a little bit further away. Clear out Red as much as is possible. We've got those ramp and lane positions covered off as well by the T-side line. GamerLegion trying to reposition with the emphasis towards mid in mind for PARIVISION's part. It does leave a number of open angles, thinking about A main, thinking about B ramp. Swing in from one CT, missed shot for James. Kicker has caught ZTR on the B bomb site. Meanwhile, that's an open bomb site plant available, but Torson and Rez strike back with the man advantage.
There's still a lot of lurkers. You've got 2 players outside of B, Belchanok trying to come into A. A lot being activated at the moment.
They hear the footsteps. Yes, they did. PR gets him. Travis now trying to enter back into this B bomb site. Still got plant room for the bomb itself, but a 2v4 on the post. PARIVISION are trying to hunt for a man advantage. Forcing in his footsteps. Finally isolates Travis, but doesn't get much in the way of the kill. The kills come back for Kicker. Is good for Rez, but PR's taken back his backup. It is a 2 versus 1 now. Can he hold the line all the way? 2-pronged attack from the GamerLegion side on the retake. PR known about. Slend is not. M4's coming up. And finally, Kicker is shut down. GamerLegion will have 6.
It was a promising setup from PARIVISION. They had an opening kill, they had Kicker and James in very strong positions towards Red Room. It all falls apart when James doesn't hit that first shot. As soon as he loses the kill to the wide swinging Rez out there deep in CT, it then makes it a bit more uncomfortable for the AWPer to get that trade back. Kickit has to force the duel. He has to put everything behind him to make sure that he wins it. And GamerLegion, you could say, very good tactical timeout, right? They slow the game down, they have a moment to discuss exactly what's going on, and instantly, not only is it a round success, but it's a clean round at that.
PARIVISION, 2 more rounds left and a half for them. Rez, 1 more kill left in him in this round. Good kill on Nota. The HE should take him back for Belchanok, though. No, it doesn't get the full kill. He's still alive. Only barely, yes, but alive nonetheless. He needs backup, though. He's isolated and alone here. Miss Molly's coming forward. Belchanok can still get the kill against Rez, though.
A good utility support from the donut player of PR, just to flash out, just to allow Rez a bit of support. A-main aggression. This is such a good angle. This is one of the best angles you can get in A-main.
So many players coming up as well. Will they suspect it? Travis, Belchanok, James all up here. Travis mowed down. Belchy's been seen. He ducks out of the way just in time, but PR still gets that double headshot. Triple up against Kicker. Perhaps Jameson involved with the AWP. Doesn't see any further backup at the CT side. PR should get traded here, but he's holding on for time. And finally, Kicker gets him, but not before PR gets a pop shot back. It's all Slend now. The AWP to face him. Back behind the big box will check the opening of A main and see nothing for now.
Kicker's being heard from the elbow player too. ZTR can drop a bomb here.
AWP missing a shot. Slend gets his revenge, and now Kicker is known about. This is the CT's adjusting. From range, the SMG will get his pick. And GamerLegion will have the half.
And Jay, you know how highly I rate the tree position just outside of A and how strong it can be with an MP9, with a rifle, with the peeker's advantage. That pause that PR got in, if you can get there, it's better than tree because you don't anticipate the angle, you have the peeker's advantage, you're always trying to clear out the close left-hand side corners of A main rather than the close right. The difficult nature of it is how do you get there? It's such a risk to get in that cubby because you have to basically open yourself to the sightline of A main. You've got to hope that there's not a single lurk, that no one's holding that position. It's GamerLegion with these slight minuscule adjustments on the CT side that's giving themselves the quality. And PARIVISION have had a tough time to embed themselves. 4 rounds might all be what they get on the T side, because I'm looking at this buy and I'm not really liking it. It's not giving me a lot of hope and a lot of faith that anything can get warranted.
Only one rifle for the last round of the half. And 7-5 being PARIVISION's best case scenario. GamerLegion looking for number 8. Nota. First man forward to the Tech 9 in hand. The kicker's got the Tech 9 out towards the B lane. Very nice HEs again landing from GamerLegion. They've been pretty consistent with that. M4 from ZTR gets caught off guard in mid. ZTR has snuck straight forward in towards that lane position and window. PR's just got the triple. And just like that, any negation from RES's casualty pretty much is removed from threat of GamerLegion's part. Although Kicker's got a couple. Bomb's been dropped, swings back into Slend. And that's the end of him. 8-4 at the half. GamerLegion powering over PARIVISION.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
4 rounds separate. PARIVISION will need to take a pistol to hold survival over GamerLegion. The question is, will that maintain itself? Because GamerLegion have been on the storm and generally they have had the one-up over the PARIVISION side, Dweck.
Indeed they have, and just looking back at the most recent closed qualifiers over the last handful of days, pistol rounds were hard to come by for PARIVISION. They had the second lowest pistol win percentage out of any team in the comp. All of those 16 squads, they were ranked 15th. And now I'm thinking, Jay, your map pick, down by quite a big scoreline, not the best pistol record. Chances don't look that great, do they?
Yeah, this team has been very strong in recent events, but maybe that lack of strength in one particular key area might be the one key thing that leaves them lost on their map pick. So invaluable, those pistol victories. To lose one right here and now, I mean, that could spell disaster. Again, this is PARIVISION's pick. Mirage is up next for GamerLegion. It does feel like it would be the perfect storm for the 2-0 in the opposite direction to our favourites, which was something that you predicted against, actually, Dweg.
And maybe a good reason to why the struggles came in is James' lack of impact on the T side. I thought he got into some really good positions. I thought in the mid-round he was in some good angles to cut rotations, to force fights. But this is a player that's led by example. He has averaged a 1.21 rating on the 4 last maps of Ancient being played, the highest out of anyone on the squad. When you're going up in a big matchup, when you're going up against one of the best teams in the comp, you're going up against a tier 1.5 squad, you need James to perform. And 2 kills is not good enough. We need to see a lot more from him, not just in the second half of Ancient, but out on Mirage and potentially Anubis if we go there.
You mentioned how James was unleashed on the AWP, now being his only role within this squad, and that was something I was hoping that would be an ultimate difference making for PARIVISION. Has not quite ended up being the case. It's Belchinok that leads the charge, and he's been up there with James in terms of impact ratings. 13 kills to his 10 deaths, but the only player on double digits right now for PARIVISION.
Even Belchinok isn't set up massively to be a star on this team when you've got the players that you have. I think the main rifle pack that we're going to be looking at is going to be Belchinok, James, and Noto, of sort of the 2 riflers and the AWPer, and then Travis to be a bit more supportive, Kick-It to be quite aggressive on T side. So when you've got Belchinok leading as an example, you want more out of some of those other players. And that's where PARIVISION have been able to win titles, to be smashing teams, is James finding a lot of X-Factor, Nota being a rifler that can just create X-Factor and opportunities by himself. GamerLegion have outclassed PARIVISION to the start of this series, and that is a concern. If you're Dastan, the coach of PARIVISION, it's probably a bit of a wake-up call to say, while we've been doing very well in Tier 2, there's obviously a big jump for us. We're obviously not ready for these kind of teams and for this level of competition. Maybe it's too early in the team's life cycle. Maybe judging a brand new core in the last 3 weeks is a little bit delusional. Maybe we need to be thinking about 3 months' time, 6 months' time, and not this recent.
Well, the recent rise has given a lot of hype towards the squad, and not too irrespective to consider that. But they have to maintain now. They have to get off to a good start against this GamerLegion side in the second half of Ancient. Pistols out. B-site execution seems to be coming down pretty quickly at that. Flashes and smokes are already sent up. Oh, I think we've lost Torsen to a DC right there. Is that going to be a stop call? Yes, it will be. We had some technical issues before we started off this one. It looks like GamerLegion are going to call it in very quickly to get their underrated Dane back into the server, because he's going to be a pivotal piece in this one among those top fragging cores of the GamerLegion camp. So let's get him back in, and then we can resume and get back into the pistol.
Now, anytime you replay a round, you've got to start double guessing, do we want to do the same thing?
Yeah.
For PARIVISION, they had a very heavy stack towards A there. They had 3 on A directly and 2 mid players. So that's a complete retake B setup from PARIVISION. GamerLegion were just pretty much going in for a B-site exec. So I now wonder, when we replay the pistol round, do we get a mid-take? Do we get A influence? It's always sort of the mind games between the two sides, because you would have heard those smokes being thrown. You would have at least known that an exec was being set up and no vision was being seen towards A. So keep an eye out to see the differences between what was at least the start of the last pistol round and what we're going to get this time around.
I would imagine it would be very, very ill-advised to go for the exact same execution with the same lean, because it was so telegraphed what was happening. The DC came in at probably one of the worst positions you could do mid-execution, basically, when the smokes were already thrown out. PARIVISION knew what was going on. Even if they weren't there to defend against it, it probably would have been the perfect execution and the perfect way to get into the pistol for GamerLegion. The circumstances have led that to naught. But yeah, key thing to watch out for. I personally feel like they probably should change things up a little bit. And PARIVISION now facing tech issues of their own. So a little bit delayed on this pistol start, Dweg. Nice opportunity to have a little bit of a chat and take stock in what we've seen so far, because there were a few things that we've been discussing about newer additions to the rosters. Obviously, PR was the headliner of GamerLegion. Yep. How do you think he's done so far in this match?
In this match, I don't think he's been too necessary, and that's mainly because of where he plays. PR is an anchor player, which is mainly going to be extremity on T side, so hard lurking, and then CT side playing the big side anchor. Notice how many B hits we were seeing at the start of that first half. You're looking at Torsen and you're looking at ZTR, and that's where you're looking at maybe the flash plays and the setups on B. We had one good round from PR where he got himself into A main, and his numbers, yeah, they might look okay, 11 kills and 6 deaths. Haven't seen much of PR just because of the position that he plays and how PARIVISION were basically maintaining pure dominance, or at least pure tunnel vision towards that B site in the first half.
They're quite literally tunnel vision in some cases. But PR is a kid that certainly has shown the potential to be a star at times. Remembering the Malzahn XT roster that he was part of before he joined GamerLegion, and how when they had their stand-in stints, PR was one of the 2 guys that really put the team on his back. So I'm expecting big things out of him in terms of the overarching grand picture. Maybe not in this map, maybe not in this particular circumstance.
It'd be nice to know down the line how many offers he actually got at the time when players were being sold, and whether offers weren't coming or he was just declining them. Because you'd have to say, for the most part, no one's got as good of an offer as what he did from that team. Krizen went over to OG. You have Bermalov that went over to Fnatic, and it's sort of like, yeah, they're okay moves. Mate, I've got the call up to GamerLegion. I've got the call up to a team that push for majors, a team that can legitimately hold at that tier 1 environment. So we probably would never get an answer anytime soon, but down the line we certainly would get one from PR.
I'm going to put that in my interviews to-do list, I think, in the next year or two, perhaps. Yeah, a very, very respectable element, and one guy that, again, I keep an eye on in the other series as the GamerLegion will be playing in the near future. On the other side of the board, of course, you mentioned the youngster of Nota on the PARIVISION roster, and I mean, I can think of one round where he had some impact, and that was that retake attempt on the B bomb site, or rather post-plant attempt on the B bomb site from PARIVISION, where he had that impact. It wasn't quite able to turn into a round itself. He's not quite top end of the board, but you said obviously that PR's numbers don't fully reflect the impact that he's had in this matchup. Is that the same case for Nota?
I think it's difficult because so often when the post plants were going down on B, it was always man disadvantages. So even taking space was really difficult. I think we saw quite frequently a long and short smoke with the bomb down, and then only cave in the site was being taken. We didn't frequently have PARIVISION being able to take long or getting back down from lane. So Nota was never in positions where he could set up and play the late round. Now he's without a doubt a rifler that more people should be speaking about. He's 17 for goodness sake. Super young, very fresh into his career. When you've got Kicker and Jame on your team, he's going to learn a lot quickly. He's going to get embedded into the system. He's going to get familiar with playing what I would call proper Counter-Strike, where you're sort of moving away from the more gimmicky nature to a deeper tactical book, where you're doing things correctly. You're playing off each other better. You're working off of more reactions than anything else. So while we maybe haven't seen a huge amount from him in the first half, I look at him as being the brightest prospect on this team this year. 2025 is Nota's year to basically push PARIVISION to the higher ends of Tier 2 and make his name known as the guy that's going to put them in that position.
Only 17 years of age for this kid, but certainly a bright future in my eyes.
And even to have Dastan as the coach, it brings back as much of a core as possible. You've got Kickit, Jame, and him that were all part of the Vanguard team. VP, once they start to cook, right? Once they start getting an idea of exactly how we want to play, how we can push ourselves up the rankings, how we can deal with some of the tougher squads, like a GamerLegion, like an Astralis, a big, heroic, all the invite teams that we're going to get. Because if PARIVISION want to progress, they need to upset these teams. You and I, Jay, we've been talking about the ranking quite a lot, how many points you can gain if you upset a top team. If you want to jump from 91st in the Valve rankings to getting up there in the top 30, 40 conversation, you want to be beating teams like a GamerLegion, like a Big, because that's just going to shoot you up quickly with the points. It's going to make that grind easier.
Yeah, like I said before, 13 in the world in GamerLegion right now on VRS, and PARIVISION number 91. That's quite a discrepancy, so you would jump quite far with just this one victory alone. In the long-term conversation, though, I mean, what a team to nurture a player like Nota.
Oh,
You mentioned even Kicker and Jame being veterans. I mean, Travis is a bit more experienced. He's a little bit older and been around the Tier 2 block. Even Belchanok, even though he is a little bit younger, he's also been around the Tier 2 block for quite a bit of time. So there's a lot of lessons that Nota can learn within this roster, not just within the coach, not just within the captain, not just within the major champions. There's a lot that I think that he can learn out of this particular roster. So be it within PARIVISION or a different team, Nota's one of those many, many talents coming out of the CIS that you have to be excited about just for that raw individual talent. So let's jump back into it. It seems like we're ready to get into our pistol at last. GamerLegion, for those of you just joining us, lead by 4 rounds and go into the T side of Ancient. It's PARIVISION's map pick. Their pistol percentages have not been great since the formation of this core. Will this be an exception to the rule, or the one round that could cripple them here on their own map?
Well, it seems as if it could be a big exec from GamerLegion, but a different setup from the CT point of view.
2 players to receive that B execution this time. Smokes are coming down thick and fast already towards the first cross. Secondary counter smoke on the T side. Oh, 2 fantastic kills from ZTR. Just mowed through to the headshots. They are down and out. That is overwhelming from GamerLegion.
And it's the right setup from PARIVISION. Use that smoke, block them. Get the contact before the smoke blooms, but you just get ripped. A double entry is perfect.
A little bit hesitant from PR to capitalize on the headshot there taken on the PARIVISION side. Belchanok can capitalize with a returning frag. ZTR is going to reposition. Will he be seen? Will he get checked? Belchanok's going to look as far as he can, but not all the way. Revealed to the pistol player, and ZTR can get in the triple. James finally takes the captain down, but Rez is still here towards long. He'll fight back as best he can, but he's also taken aback by James. 2 kills for his name. Can't make it a triple. The Julies of Torsen will mow back through the last couple, and GamerLegion will secure the second pistol. 2 for 2 now.
It's a perfect flashbang in the late round on the post plant too, to just half blind off the CTs, make it uncomfortable, get Torsen up close and personal, And maybe the conversation goes, is the result what we're seeing here on Ancient because they couldn't get Dust 2? We spoke about it early in the pre-show. Dust 2 is the perma-ban for GamerLegion and the perma-pick for PARIVISION. I'm looking at, so far this year, Jay, in the 14 best of 3s that have been played by PARIVISION, they've picked Dust 2 9 times, Mirage 4, and Ancient 1. This is a discrepancy in a typical map Veto, and perhaps this is why we're getting the result we're seeing.
PARIVISION now trailing by 5, probably going to make it 6 or 7. The Force Buys are in for round 14, so this will have to be a victory or, well, nearly complete demise for them on the opening map. Yeah, number 11 perhaps for GamerLegion, with the momentum being the economy being where it is. Travis used his belt of utility, what little he had of it, to suppress in this cave entrance, deny the Mac 10 from moving.
You've got 3 players on B, and then just Nota holding mid passively from outside of Donut. Torsen gets the spam correctly, and that's potentially pushing a gamble stack out to B. Kicked's going to hope to try and find a return, but it's another spam kill from Torsen.
Plenty of money gained on that Mac 10, not like it matters at this stage. They are overwhelming the pistol players. Rez now in at red. Deagle does take him back. Nota cannot get the second shot from range. He's now on only 20 points of health as PR sneaks forward towards the bomb site, supporting the bomb in its path. The smoke's up on the long and short, so they can't see anything of the CT forces. Plant can be secured. GamerLegion will set up for the post, but PR goes falling before it comes down. The Galil picked up on Belchanok's part. Live HP for ZTR and Torsen. Torsen needs this kill, but he can't get it. The HP differential's too much, but Belchanok has fallen in turn. Slen now also low. Everyone's low in the server at the moment. The 2v2 standoff for PARIVISION. James trying to peek forward. ZTR's hearing footsteps in the back lanes. Will he get James? No! Barely out of his periphery. He's just been seen by James. And Nota now has 20 HP to do the rest of the heavy lifting. The HE probably should get the man. It's a 1v1 now with Slend. Should be well aware of fear. Back towards Ram. Tapping the bomb. Holding the 10-second stick. Slend needs to peek up. 5 seconds towards it. He spots his man. He gets his kill. And GamerLegion hold the line.
And PR just gets caught in no man's land. Both smokes start to clear, and he gets caught body blocking his teammate out from the pillar. It looks extremely awkward. Everyone is so low on HP, and then right there, you've got no option but to stick. It's a shame, because if there was a kit in play, he definitely wins that round. Have to buy again. You realize the expense that's come after that last one. GamerLegion, hold on, and PARIVISION know that we're close to a reset, but we need to break it. It needs to come.
CT push forward. Mac 10 versus SMG action just mowed straight through on Torsen's part. Travis's 5-7 can take him back at least, and they've actually lost a couple of players in this exchange. ZTR fell towards Travis in the initial contact. So this turns into potential now for PARIVISION. Another force buy into this round when GamerLegion went charging into it.
Smoke clearing out to cave, and no one in the position directly. PR's going to try and clear away all of these cubby positions. James only got a USP, and he's already been caught. It's on to Travis to continue to perform.
2 kills already. May need the full-blown ace, perhaps. Flashbang off. Just couldn't connect the shots. The pistol players will do their best. The automatics, what little of them are in play, the CT side will just run right into Rez and Co. They'll dish out some damage, but damage is not good enough for the force buys here. It might have to be another one given the circumstances. James can get up to the AWP, but just look at the rest of the buy.
We're just seeing the utility usage be too good for GamerLegion today, or at least too good for PARIVISION. Right there, you've got Travis, who's in an uncomfortable position on half HP. He can't even really get a shot off, can he? He's just constantly blinded. He's hoping once that flash clears, but already the players are just too far away. James is going to post the AWP as an A anchor.
Rez in past the smoke. 2 kills to gain for it. SMG can at least take him back in the AWP. James can finally strike, finally show a little bit more of that prowess we were looking for here. 2 picks on the A defensive, and he's hoping for ZTR next up. Slend trying to creep around the smoke here towards Donut, spot Travis and Kicker. Both players might get seen. Both now engaged against Slend is low HP. Needs to put that smoke down and barely survives. Somehow surviving, finally overwhelmed by Kicker, and it's ZTR alone in the 1 versus 3. He'll get that first kill. 2 more to gain. Headshots in the back of the boxes. He'll see both individuals and hide away from the fire behind behind. Big Box, he'll hide and cower, look for Kicker, get the damage, but not get the kill. PARIVISION have finally forced a force buy away from GamerLegion.
I felt there was a lack of composure in that round for GamerLegion, Jay. It was a great start out there from Rez. As soon as Rez gets 2 kills from Elbow, they know that it's a buy. I don't feel as if an acceleration towards A is necessary. Yeah, you might be under the impression if mid's being taken heavy, then there's no A player. But it's a lack of info up against a weakened buy. If they ran the clock, if they were able to slow the round down, the chances of winning it were so much higher. Instead, James sets up success for PARIVISION.
GamerLegion. Now with that own broken investment stable with a number more rifles than PARIVISION had in theirs. Rez just being seen there past the donut entrance. James AWP's posted and ready to receive. A number of potential pushes in red and in cave. The A entrance in particular. Cheater angles being suppressed by 2 players to the T side. The bomb's on his way in towards the B lean. PARIVISION are trying to strike first. James is trying to strike first, but he's not seeing anything yet.
Well, it needs to make an info play somewhere, because right now they don't know what's going on. Rez has been seen out towards the left-hand side, and James hits an all-important shot.
And Slen also traded out towards mid. He got 1 kill on Nota. Now PR with his deagle at range. Needs to hit the shot, and he does. 3v3. James forced to reposition to hold on to that A-bomb site hit, but it's not an A hit directly. The bomb is still outside of the B lane. There's been a reposition, though, and the footsteps being heard. Smoke's coming down to sell them on a fake. Can this player at Cheetah turn the odds back in their favor? Can they turn the situation around? This one, CT, PR, just being seen, just being taken. The Deagle's back out for PR, desperate to allow this next player. Travis is so low. And finally, with his sacrifice, ZTR can sneak into the bomb site and get the plant on B.
Honestly, I reckon you just save it. With that deeper smoke going down towards CT, there's no point going for this.
They're still leaning up. Still get a kill on Torsen. It's turned back to their favor. ZTR's got no rifle, Tech 9 only, but both players are tagged. It's very possible, especially Travis, 9 HP for him to be the forward man. Kicker's making his way up close as well. A ton of noise towards his position and all. Cave, the angle to watch. Bomb tapped once. No panic for ZTR. Finally moving around. Kicker, stick to kill. And they just hold on for PARIVISION against the odds of that retake, although it is going to be a close. No, they don't have a kit for it. It's still more than enough for ZTR. Another sacrifice, 2 of them in this round for GamerLegion to get to map points.
It's a tough round to commit to, but as soon as you get that kill at Shelf, you know that you have to go for it. It's a moment where Util's basically completely gone, no kits in play, you have to try and get that kill quickly, and it doesn't come. Kickett's just running up ramp. He's trying to search for ZTR as quickly as possible, but he slow plays it, and he plays it enough to run the clock. And 12-5, PARIVISION and get themselves another buy, but it's just constantly looking weak. We haven't seen a proper rifle round from them in the entirety of the second half.
7 to the good right now for GamerLegion. PARIVISION unable to mount up to the experience and the sheer level that GamerLegion are performing at right now. All 5 players of the T side grouped up into A main. Jane will try and resist them with an M4 in hand. Rez is low, Torsen's dead. PR's trying to trade, unsuccessful in that endeavor. Maybe a little bit of survivability here for the T side as PR goes running right in towards the CT forces. James going to try and take that chance to strike back with a couple of kills of his own, so maybe we might play on for a little bit longer, because GamerLegion have been backhanded in this round.
Just Belchenok being quite annoying out there from Temple, taking contact, falling back, and then having players coming in from spawn. He gets 2. James, he gets mollied, so you've got 2 options. You either try and fall back and play defensively and play on the backside of Donut, or you just swing out in the open and go for a 1-for-1 trade. Instead, he continues to fight and continues to stay alive. So you've got multi-kills coming in for 2 players. ZTR, as the late lurk and the only player towards the B side of the map, realizes, hold on to the Glil, save it into the next round. For PARIVISION, though, I just wonder how many realistic survival rounds are we going to see? 2? 3 maybe? I don't think we're ever going to see enough until double digits even come in the conversation.
Yeah, this is most certainly a difficult comeback regardless for PARIVISION.
Well, you want to get James on the AWP as quickly as possible, but when's that going to happen? With the money in the round win, you're not going to be able to get it. So do you get it the next round? Well, it depends on how many players stay alive. It's difficult to know how quickly it's going to be until James gets it.
Well, at least they'll keep all of these rifles together. 3 AKs for the PARIVISION side. James can still hold on to the M4, so they won't be limited in any capacity. There's no real weaknesses that GamerLegion can try and exploit. And double eco as well for the T side, so they're going to be buying in around ZTR. 1 Galil per squad. GamerLegion be well aware of the fact that they're not quite in the danger zone just yet. PARIVISION work a little bit harder to gain true control of this map up. I'm going to play this calm and careful as GamerLegion do the same.
Yeah, so rather than ZTR being the late lurk out from lane, you've actually got a very heavy contact coming in from elbow.
Pick in for Nota. Belchanok struggles a little bit to deal with the other players. It's 2 kills between the 2 players though, so just the 1 trade back on GamerLegion still leaves them down a man. Slen's picked up the Galil as well, hoping that there's going to be some sort of red press. There's a backstab also coming in from the CT side. But this one probably turns the way of PARIVISION now, with no one really watching this backstab. GamerLegion so focused on the forward play. And where it all comes undone. 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills. Simple enough for the AK-47. Once again, minimal casualties. PARIVISION money can build. James can get onto the AWP. Pass that M4 off to Nota. Makes the most amount of sense. GamerLegion still won't have the buy yet.
They've still got a couple of tacticals to use, so if they feel pressure, if they feel that it's a difficult task to close this game out, use the tactical. Speak to Ash, might see it in the next gun round, might see it in the second one. And PARIVISION will know that this is an extremely light buy, so you want to protect the AK staying up from both Travis and Kickit, and make sure the AWP continues to be in play.
We've got 2 tacks per team in the reserve. PARIVISION used one in the early matchup. GamerLegion used one when the lead was reduced to a single round. Since then, there's been no need for GamerLegion, at least. PARIVISION not taking the option to either. Certainly no need to bring it out in this round either. Glocks only for the GamerLegion camp, so PARIVISION should be able to make light work of this one.
Nota doesn't quite see much out here from elbow. Knows that there's a couple of players out there, but not being drawn into a fight. And Belchanok is going to have to try and put down as much util as possible and buy time for rotations.
PR will lead them in. Belchanok will see them all and quickly realise that even with the M4, there's a little bit of danger with the mass numbers of T-side forces. And they're going to bomb plan out of this. This may actually be a pretty positive. No, not quite. Belchy with 3 kills on that one. PR can't quite isolate Travis either, so confident economy built up by PARIVISION, meaning that GamerLegion do this the old-fashioned way, the hard way, as they say. AKs across the entire board.
And for GamerLegion, we're yet to see basically any of their T-side defaults, because they've just been going up against weakened buys consistently of PARIVISION and then got reset themselves. They haven't had a chance to embed their T-side structure. So this is going to be the key round to see, okay, where's the exploitations in map space, and where's some of the timings on the aggressive moves coming?
Four out of 7 map points remain for GamerLegion. Jump facing of ZTR to bait out the AWP. James. Position has been revealed. Travis, similar story as well towards Cheetah, except with a lot less vision involved from the GamerLegion side. Thorson holding back at Cheetah. The HGs of the CT forces will try and open up some vision, dish out some damage, but still no kills in the early minute.
This is a close quarters range for an AWP of James to be this aggressive out to cave. Torsen patient, Travis down on the other side. The jiggle comes in and Travis wins out.
ZTR's also been tagged up. Perez on the other side will start peeking into James' position. The wombo combo, the AK up. PARIVISION starting to come alive now in this one. Only a couple players remain on GamerLegion. Slender and PR separated so far away from each other here.
Travis does well. Belchlock gets an easy kill on a timing. And Slend, well, you think about holding on to the AK and bringing it forward into the next round, but then you lopside the economy. PARIVISION, you'd have to say, have had the most successful round out the entire map yet.
Another where all 5 stay alive. That GamerLegion advantage is starting to shrink significantly here. They nipped it in the bud at the early portion of the matchup. The 5-1 lead, then went to 5-4 before they took the half over. Now the 12-5 lead. Now been reduced to 12-9. 3 more to close the gap all the way for PARIVISION. GamerLegion have a buy in the next round as well, and that might be the point where Ash takes that next tactical. Tech 9s only for GamerLegion, otherwise in this one. Kicker looks forward. The first contact. Seems like the teams are going to go quick into this one. The flashbang doesn't quite land onto the forward player. It does land on Rez. Kicker is going to get forced back by the Molotovs. They've lost Torsen and ZTR. Rez is also low. 5-7 is looking for him, suspecting he might be closer. Resmoke will come back, and the CTs have fended off the pistols well.
There's just so many CTs on B now, isn't there? Over-rotation completely, and GamerLegion have to cancel. They've got basically nothing to double pump. A single flash out from PR. They'll be lucky to even see the bomb site, let alone get into it.
James watching, does get baited, but Travis is there to adjust. Bomb's also been seen for PR. I think the Rez just got 1 kill out of that one, but no more than that. PR win. Bit of a stalemate right here. No options available. Could lead to his success. James watching the cave entrance. This AWP probably doesn't get the kill. Perfect. He's really stepped up in this second half here. Got 2 kills on the T side, up to 12 now on PARIVISION. Yes, he's still miles behind the top fragger at Belchnock. He's contributed his little bit to bringing this lead back. 12-10. GamerLegion indeed have the rifles, and indeed they call the tactical.
And at what point do we just start discussing the idea of a choke? Is it if we get to overtime? When it goes 12-12? I mean, they've had a decent amount of chances to close. We're still playing out. I'm looking at round 23 saying this is the best chance because it's going to be a full rifle round. But even with max round loss bonus, if they're not getting a bomb down and they're losing out the round, it's going to be a weakened buy for the last round in regulation. You're going to start seeing Galils. You're going to start seeing an AK and armor, but with a lack of util. GamerLegion need to close in round 23 to give themselves the best chance of at least going 1-0 up in the series.
Well, it might not have been the most ideal pick in the Veto for PARIVISION, but it certainly has started to sharp against GamerLegion. It's not exactly the best map in the pool for them either. ZTR, quick into Travis's angle, AK running right past, and he's got ZTR involved in that, gets his kill, looks for Belchnock next up, Spray does not quite connect it, PR can't provide support from Elbow, he lost his other teammate in Rez, so the advantage has once again been taken by PARIVISION. So aggressive, GamerLegion have met them head on, and they've fallen head on at that. Torsen runs right into Jame, another AWP pick at Cave, and Slend and PR once again out of options, down by 2 men.
It's another round that within the first, 25, 30 seconds, it's just a collapse. There's just so many players falling for GamerLegion. It's an aggressive mid-take and an aggressive Travis to run out from Cave, but a 2v4, 25 seconds into the round, PARIVISION are just slapping GamerLegion now.
And this is the PARIVISION we feared to see, the one that GamerLegion may have feared to expect. PR all alone now. No bomb control. No money in reserve for GamerLegion. This feels like an overtime through and through. In a match that probably should have been one-sided from the outset. Again, 12-5 was the advantage that GamerLegion got. We've been looking at a similarly one-sided first map to how Heroic ended against Passion UA, 13-2 over on the B stream.
Jeez.
A bit of a stomping there on their own part. Second map's already gone live. PR just fighting for glory points at this point. The damage won't mean anything to the economy state of PARIVISION, which has been built up so much. 4 players on 10k and above going into the last round of the half. And a broken investment for the GamerLegion side. Third and final tactical used. What tricks do they have up their sleeve for the final?
Well, I'd appreciate a slow default. It's difficult to manage when you don't quite have the util or the weaponry itself, when you're not working with AKs and instead you're working with Galils. But just the pace that PARIVISION are bringing, I'd like to see just relax, sit outside elbow, retake mid, sit outside B doors, retake lane. And cannot fight aggressively when you know how strong PARIVISION are with getting up close and personal. Now, the one limitation that you can say is the lack of AKs that PARIVISION actually saved from that previous round. Only one AK out from Belchnok. It's M4s for both Kickit, Travis, and Notar.
No AKs available for GamerLegion, though. One small positive in a world of negatives for the GamerLegion side right now. Torsen trying to get quick in towards K. This time, James is not there to receive them. They've gone passive on the PARIVISION side instead. Backed up behind these smokes, behind these common positions. Majority of T-side forces again leaning in towards the B play. They're ready for Torsen, though. Travis has got a smoke in hand. As soon as he sees contact, put that down. Molotov's going to come out instead of forcing him to use that out. Flashes to clear out Cave as ZTR just looks position. Have a bit more map control out of that.
James is still not rotated from Red Room, so he's got the idea that this is a bit of a B fake, that they're just trying to put pressure on, because Nota and James still have a lot of intent, and there's an A main walk now from Belchnok. This is the info play of clearing out an area and not seeing anything at all.
Doesn't go all the way with it, with mid being clear, with main being checked. They're going to have a bit of a gamble. They've got just about enough information. ZTR so close to contact against the CT side. There are so many players back here, but Kicker has been tagged. The 13 HP dinked down by the Galil. ZTR to lead his team into the site. They'll get control. They should have the plan. They need to face the fight, and they do get one of those kills out of it. Damage done towards Travis and Belchnok. Torsen trading back and forth against the T-side forces. It is what looks to be a 3v3. Torsen can't hold on forever, though. And now it's only one man left. Rotating in is Rez. All sorts of CTs all over the bomb site. A 1v3 available for him. Nota tagged low, as is Belchnok, to just over half HP. But the incendiaries are in the way. They've tapped that bomb once. I don't know where it's planted for exactly. HE sent towards him. Rez. He's found the diffuser. He's caught that first. And that second. Can't get the third. James keeps control. And PARIVISION stay in overtime.
It's an excellent read in what is the last round of regulation, but it has to be said, where is the pressure from GamerLegion? Where is the lurk from Rez out in elbow? The pressure towards A main. The fact that you are executing into B and everyone is there. All 5 players from PARIVISION are in the back lines towards short and long. That has been a fundamental fumble from GamerLegion. A complete choke in the second half. 12-5 to 12-12 when you're meant to be pushing for tier 1 spots. That's not good enough.
It starts to give that wonder as to how much that pressure is getting to the GamerLegion side, coming into this tournament feeling aggrieved by the VRS. Only here because they missed out on the direct invite to blast open and had the whole world in the palm of their hands. Had this first map right there for them. 7 chances to close, all of them wasted. And overtime is set for the first map of the series and the first map of the day, Dwayne. So pace certainly has been set for this tournament.
Indeed it has, and the biggest surprise to me towards the end of that half is that round 24 is the most competitive for GamerLegion. It looks as if it's the best chance of actually being won. A lot of the rounds that they had when they were on match point, or map point at least, weren't exactly that easy. We saw, what, back-to-back rounds of 5 alive that PARIVISION had, including a single gun round. Can PARIVISION now get up onto map point themselves? Jane will be looking at this circumstance and say, let's go undefeated on the CT side. Let's push it up to 15 to 12.
And that could be a death sentence sent to GamerLegion. Same. Rez proceeding first up. M4 of Nota takes the opening start. Rez down. PR. Now to take point next up is a teammate right behind him. Nota is waiting for further contacts. Lens up, shot to connect alongside the assistance of the AK-47. The swing in from Red. Belchnok will isolate one player, but will not stick around for Slen, recognizing that Molotov's danger. Meanwhile, Travis at Cheetah, waiting for a player hoping that someone's going to reveal themselves in that slight gap at the left side of that smoke. But no one is seen.
It's surprising that Travis is still so aggressive with a man up. You would have thought that he could have fallen back, jiggled on the angle out to cave. He's trying to put intent of pressure down towards the lane individual. But Torsen is desperate for a refrag. He's desperate for an opener.
Footstep made. Travis punishes the swing. ZTR and Slend once again in an impossible 2 versus 4. Seems very, very similar to many of the circumstances GamerLegion have had to play out in regulation. Isolated from each other. Bomb carrier about to walk right into the AWP. Not really much that Slend can do. Walking into red, will have to face off against one player in the back lanes. Actually, will start to reposition a little bit closer as the backstab comes in from the top of mid. The AWP finally strikes. PARIVISION, for the first time in this map, have a lead over GamerLegion.
And this is where tilt starts coming in if you're GamerLegion. You haven't closed in regulation, you've come out to the first round of overtime, and you've pretty much been slapped. It hasn't been closed, you've been completely red, you've given AKs over to both Nota and Travis. This is a real threat. And knowing that even Mirage is coming up with the play rate that PARIVISION have had on it recently, you don't want to get this team high on confidence. You don't want to give them a free pass where they go completely undefeated on this streak of rounds.
GamerLegion been trying to force fight after fight on this T side, and not many of them have worked out.
Notice how frequently Jane was playing the AWP towards B in regulation, but yet back-to-back rounds in overtime, he's brought it over towards A.
A small shift that might caught GamerLegion off guard right there, although Travis wasn't expecting Torsen to react to his attempted wallbang spray. Kill goes the way of the T side. A walkout from PR dealt with by Nota. The young riflers of both sides. The exciting prospects of each team able to go blow for blow in a 4-on-4, but James, the veteran, is the man that tips things to the favour of PARIVISION. Advantage set. GamerLegion have got to maintain space.
It's such a wasted opening pick from Torsen, isn't it? As soon as you have the 5v4, you try a walkout attempt, you get caught, and then James is searching in mid, and Nota is searching towards A. This is another easy read. Bomb is committing B. Look at the rotations. PARIVISION know exactly what's going on.
Only sit in the back lines for now. But nothing seen towards mid. Nothing seen at main, as you mentioned. Smokes and Molotov start coming out. The hit's been telegraphed. The HGs will try to open up that smoke for a moment. ZTR just gets ahead of it. The bomb now should commit out, pulsed away towards the captain. Should just have enough time for the bomb plant itself. While the survivors burn out. The CTs man up for the retake, and they're coming in real quick right here. The AWP knows about them. ZTR is going to get forced into the open and evades all the spray. Low HP for him. Slend and Torsen have got to get the frags in. The AWP seeing shoulders peeking to the left. Sees one player swinging out, but misses the shot. Caught in transition. ZTR still holds close. Sees two popping out. Torsen swings in for the kill, but now he's also low. ZTR not bound for this world. 1v3 at 9 HP. They're just going to rush him down. They know that they can. PARIVISION now 2 ahead of GamerLegion.
And this is only where you can praise the info play in the mid-round from the CT side. Constant refacing into areas on the map, whether that be Jame in red room, Nota out there towards the A main position. We have seen PARIVISION stacking up bomb sites purely on information alone.
2 to the good right now in the PARIVISION camp, and GamerLegion may well be in trouble for it. As you mentioned before, Dwayne, the possibilities that PARIVISION could go undefeated on this CT side and just run away with this overtime, run away with this opening map. The perfect usurp of GamerLegion. Only one more round away from the map point. GamerLegion need this at least to give them a bit of a buffer into the next half of the overtime.
And where's the tactical? Every team always gets one tactical in OT. Why hasn't that been called straight away? This is,
a good question.
What, 9 rounds in a row that's being won, and we're still not taking a tactical?
They took 2 in regulation. But this may be the most pivotal round of them all for GamerLegion. 3-0 in overtime is a death sentence. We've talked about it time and again. Only a handful of great teams come back from those circumstances. I have to wonder if GamerLegion are up to that caliber. And if not, be praying that this turns towards their favor. Rotation starting to come in towards this A-bomb site. Kicker is sat here at A main. A lack of A presence from the T side line thus far. Is PR ready for this? Yes, he is, but Belchenok still gets the kill.
James in such a good position to try and deny these Donut players access to the bomb site directly.
It's a kill from ZTR, meanwhile, from long range at A main. James unscopes at a perfect moment. Insignia is to block the 30-second marker. Leg shot lands close. Torsen gets up closer. ZTR can finally capitalize on the kill. GamerLegion have the man advantage here.
Travis has come in quickly, and they know that Torsen's somewhere around the big box.
Bats up towards main, scene there, jump facing. AK pops out. ZTR still gets the kill. A triple for the captain, leading the charge on the kill count as well. Nota trying to pop in. Kicker coming into the backstab out towards A main. ZTR finally overwhelmed. Nota's taken a ton of damage. Kicker's been dealt with. And it seems like 3-0 will not be reality here for PARIVISION. GamerLegion trying to hold on, and they will just about do so. 14-13 at the turn.
Belchenok just gets punished for an over-aggressive peak. He fights against PR, does excellent. Gets the man up, should have just fallen back defensively on A. Instead, he refaces, ZTR gets him on the refrag, and then because of that, James has to be worried about two positions. He's worried about Donut, and he's also worried about main. And when you're in an uncomfortable position where you have to deal with two different areas, you just get caught looking between the two of them, and that's where they overwhelm the A-bomb side. So a small over mistake there from Belchenok cost the round. Otherwise, that for sure would have been 3 in a row.
GamerLegion, their first round in the last 10. And they come in a couple rounds sooner. Almost did with RES's clutch, or near clutch. It has finally happened on their T side. Now they move to the defensive half, where they got the majority of their rounds. This is a very different PARIVISION to that opening half of things. A very different squad. I feel like the team, the threat we were looking for here. GamerLegion still have to turn it around on the defensive half. They need to apply themselves as best as they can. The question is, can they do it? We'll find out very shortly.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Don't phase me. I'm seeing dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
Two rounds of PARIVISION to gain this first map in the series. GamerLegion need 3. Second half of overtime. Now locked and loaded. AWPs on both sides. Kicker leaning forward. RES just at the edge of the smoke. Gets a kill. Can't quite get the second. Traded back by Nota very quickly. 4 versus 4. ZTR caught by Travis. And PARIVISION once again maintained dominance.
22 seconds into the round, and you're already working ZTR and RES to opening deaths. The AWP strikes back, though, out towards Red Room. 3v3 for now. Torsen to block, but Kicker wants to get on the front side. He wants to fight into this duel, and they start at least allowing space to be taken on B.
Torsen watching for this cave entrance. There's still a ramp player that could be a threat. He needs backup here, and they're all going to get here and all. Molotovs to try and separate, drive that player back. A 2 versus 2 has ensued. The flashbangs sent forward, Molotovs forward and everything. James reconsidering a rotation. It seems like they're going to go ahead and commit towards that. Back out towards Shelf, in towards mid. No one's watching from red. PARIVISION going to A.
And there's not a lot of util here for PR or Slen to set themselves up for the retake, so this is looking promising for a post plant. If they plant open for Donut, James could just maintain the position.
Travis will put that bomb down. Flashes will try and suppress the GamerLegion side, but they have kits. And they have utility of their own. A flash to get them into the bomb site. A little bit short. AWP watching. PR needs to make the entries. Incendiaries can go out towards Donut. AWP battle goes the way of the CT side. Now it's Travis alone. AK fights first. Slend watches, pulls the trigger again. Forced the flashbang. Jump face. Doesn't turn him back on towards it. Slend is still looking for Travis to make the move. He's got a triple in the round. He knows he can stall for time. Knows that Slend is not on the bomb. And now knows that he's just won the round and the first map point for PARIVISION.
But Travis just makes that look easy. To be able to isolate both of those duels, to play the time, to toy with Slend, jiggle peeking, jumping up, flash around the corner. And Travis made his name known on one win, played with Deco and brought that team to the top of Tier 2. And now he wants to try and do it with PARIVISION. 2 chances and a tactical used. And this is where PARIVISION, you can just expect with the players they've got, Kickert and James, Travis, Belchenok, the experienced names in Tier 1 and Tier 2 to get the job done, to close it out and make sure they don't do what GamerLegion did and waste those opportunities.
The experience really is the difference maker for a team like PARIVISION, not as a squad, but as individuals. And that last clutch there from Travis is a perfect example of that. Yes, he's not a major winner. He hasn't been at the highest end of Tier 1 like some of his compadres, but he's got a very extensive history. Be it on One Win or Amcal. 27 years old. He knew how to beat Slend in that context, and now PARIVISION may well beat GamerLegion. 2 chances to close it. GamerLegion. Now the tactical to go the way of their opponents. They've still got one of their back pockets to use for later, but how much later is going to last?
Check out the respect. They've got all of mid for free.
Smoke's involved at that. Rez trying to get ahead of Red, but he's not able to do so. PR also caught napping at Donut. Down to 3 men at GamerLegion. 1 Red, 1 A, 1 B. The A player of Torsen needs to go thermonuclear here. He's got backup on the way. They haven't checked the corner. He can strike, but Belchenok quickly turns it back, and ZTR doesn't last long himself. It's Slend all alone. The AWP in an impossible 1v3. Rez tried it in regulation. It didn't quite work out for him. It shouldn't work out for the big green gun either. PARIVISION held in there. They held their nerve. They brought the comeback all the way into overtime and all the way into map win. 16-13. They have taken their pick of Ancient.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm seeing dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Well, GamerLegion are behind by a map, despite having all the advantages in the world, all the map points in the world on Ancient. They were still unable to get the job done. At least they moved to slightly better territory, dwagging this Mirage pick for themselves, but how much can we have faith in them after seeing what we just saw?
I don't have much at all. The last online official that GamerLegion played on Mirage, they couldn't even hold weight against Pain, and that was back at the 17th of January. That was an eye-opener, not seeing a team of GamerLegion's caliber not close out from 12-5 up. I can't believe what we witnessed there.
And towards the end, you were entertaining the conversation of a choke. I think at this point, it most certainly is. GamerLegion are going to have to get out of the rut they're in right now and get onto this map up real quick. Travis will draw first blood against PR. It's a fast rush with the pistols in towards the B bomb site, and the CTs are doing well at trading back and forth. Will go 3-on-3, HP advantage for PARIVISION in the retake.
Watch out for where Kickit puts that smoke down in the late round. You'd expect it for the B onto the bomb directly. Him and Nota are waiting for a challenge out from Market.
Glock to fight back from RES, does not connect the kill shot. Slend and ZTR can at least pick up the pieces. It's James all alone now. USP undercounted for. Back in Market, Slend jumps right into him. One player left in ZTR, trying to play this smart, hearing all the footsteps of the last USP, who doesn't have an entire idea as to where ZTR will be positioned to. So face right in the corner, the Glock at point blank will get the headshot he requires. ZTR closes with a triple, and GamerLegion go 3 for 3 in the pistols.
Well played there from ZTR, just to run out the clock and to not give any information away to James. The reason that Slend isn't looking towards Market is James is so late. They're expecting him to come either apps flank or short flank. So he gets it into a 1v1, but it's a lack of info, and it's the battle of the in-game leaders towards the tail end. Now for GamerLegion, going up against the Force, I'd say watch out for James Scout to see how much impact he can bring, because he was starting to really fire up, and already we're seeing a missed window smoke.
That's not a good sign. Quite a bit of missed utility in that last map as well. ZTR has been tagged as well. You mentioned James on the scout. He did that down the mid position with no vision blocked. GamerLegion are on the back foot, although yet to lose a man just yet. I think that's going to change very soon, though.
And now you start going back to the conversation of the 10 out of 11 best of threes being won in recent history for PARIVISION. Is it the streak? Is it the hot form that's now going to transpire another victory and an upset at that? RES is going to have to go up against Kickit down here at Underpass, and Nota's not that far behind.
RES moving up. Slend catches James. Kicker can swing in towards RES and get the kill. Travis caught Slend as well towards top. Now they've got to execute into the bomb site, but you've still got a player on short there to be a major worry. Travis doubles up into the round. And now ZTR and Torsen are in a 2 versus 3, with ZTR again being on such low HP. This time without much potential, as Torsen leans right into Kicker, offers up his life. And now ZTR all alone. Back up in at the apartment. CT is closing on the bomb site. He's realistically got no chance of defending the bomb.
None at all. Even a save looks pretty good. He could put a molly down to try and waste time, but there's still 2 smokes here for the CTs.
Kicker's going to throw one out. Diffuse held the 10-second mark. Belchanok's seen him. ZTR's going to run. He knows he's out of there. He's got no chance. And GamerLegion, well, they'll continue their pistol record, but for the first time, PARIVISION have broken the conversions. They can try and get the early momentum back in their favor.
And let's consider the ramifications because of that missed window smoke. So first off, ZTR gets tagged, which means he can't hold top mid. He can't cross towards the boxes, which then allows PARIVISION to get players out in mid. You allow the MP9 to swing quite heavy towards Underpass, that Travis can play up close and personal from the short angle. If that smoke goes, it's probably a passive setup in mid. PARIVISION can't get themselves into the positions they were.
James struck again on PR. Smoke this time cleared up by the HEs. Slend also tagged up in the exchange towards mid. 17 points of health for him. Torsen trying to lead them into the mid control. Down into Underpass, he can sneak, but there's very little gained by GamerLegion. No tags against the CT side. No kills against the CT side. Wrapping around to concede that map control and head back in towards what seems to be a standard day play.
This is looking promising from PARIVISION's beginning of Mirage. GamerLegion are going to need pretty much a miracle. I mean, they're getting respect to the A bomb site, but with the man disadvantage and the lack of real good weaponry, it's going to be tough to work this round. And Nota's not seeing anything at mid, and again, we praised the reads from PARIVISION on their CT side of Ancient. Right here towards A, you've got a player in con, you've got the AWP in CT. James in a prime position to get impact with the AWP.
Smokes will go down. Flashes sent into James, forcing out a shot. Torsten finally seen as Noto. Quick reactions to his shoulder, peeking ahead of the connector entrance. The last three players of GamerLegion trying to slow walk their way into the bomb site. They got a little over 30 seconds to get the bomb down, but those nades to clear open the smokes are going to start fading soon enough. James is watching, seeing shoulders coming out. The bait's attempted by ZTR. The Orc to reface and catch him perfectly. They get a bomb plant, but a headshot through the danger box is fantastic from Travis. And James quickly sneaks up towards the stairs angle. Triple for the AWP. And PARIVISION, another one of these very confident rounds.
And we were building into the idea in this best of three that James' form has been ridiculous. Now, it's an understatement to say that that form was seen on map number 1. I certainly believe towards the end of regulation and in overtime he stepped up, but it's nowhere near what we've been seeing. Some of his numbers in the closed qualifier, in the CCT tournament run, he'd been sweeping teams by himself, and I'm now thinking he's got the AWP out early. We're starting to see some good impact from him. I wonder if he can be a takeover player, because if he is, that's going to be a real threat for GamerLegion on this map.
And if he is, then who can respond on the other side of the board for the GamerLegion camp? Slend has been quite contrary in his numbers by comparison towards James today. Both players had similar amounts of confidence in terms of missed shots, I want to say, in that previous map up. But James was the player that got it together towards the end of regulation, as you say. Currently leads the frag counts alongside Travis on the PARIVISION side. Both players at 4 and 5 in the early portions of the matchup. GamerLegion haven't been given much of a chance to match that and won't be given a chance here in this round as basic pistols again.
And while the win record might look awkward from PARIVISION so far this year with only a single win and 4 losses, there's been some very competitive score lines, and in quite a few of those best of threes, they've actually opted to pick Mirage rather than Dust 2.
Overtime draws against the Sinners, 11-13 lost to Bait. Omega's the only really one that was able to clap them in this map. You should hope that GamerLegion can hold their confidence in the state of this map being as highly played as it is in the court for them. But those are all things to look at for the rifle rounds. In terms of the pistols, there's another bloodbath once again from PARIVISION's side. No chance to plant the bomb. And money will build so quickly. PARIVISION on such a great amount of cash on the CT side. GamerLegion will have their rebuy.
And we saw a great performance from RES out in Katowice. He's shown that he can deliver on the LAN environment and begin his new career. The factor is, though, online, we haven't seen the best of performances from him in the last couple of years. And I'm looking at map number 1, 12 kills, 25 deaths. RES needs to make a statement that he can deliver with impact. At the moment, 0 and 4, yet to get a kill on Mirage.
He was bottom of the board as well for GamerLegion in the last map. Fast execution from them regardless here and towards the apartments. James missed the mark in the first play. I want to focus on that second. Torsten swings out wide. Travis can deal with it, and Melchior gets res. PR with one decent kill, but it's responded to so quickly, and ZTR and Slend are just cleaned up by PARIVISION. This is a very confident start now.
Oh boy, you get nervous now, Jay?
Oh yeah, very much so.
Yeah, that was a whitewash. And it's gone from a well-played pistol rounds where a clutch is coming through for the in-game leader of ZTR to then everything falling apart. That rifle round was just over so quickly. Rotations in fast from market, trading from the riflers, Jame with the AWP. And GamerLegion, I have a feeling, are going to get slapped around a bit here on Mirage. I
have that fear as well.
And maybe a mistake of not picking into Inferno. Inferno was very good for them out in Katowice. They picked it against Mouse, had a 13-9. Picked it against Pain, had a 13-3, and picked it against Saw and got a 13-9 result. But yet, they go up against an underdog Tier 2 team whose core's been together for 3 weeks. And while PARIVISION's Inferno might be decent, you don't pick it. Does that maybe tell you about confidence of the team and how they shape up against Tier 2 competition?
Well, again, Mirage being the most played map in the pool, I understand why GamerLegion opted for that over Inferno, but it is a good point to think about, especially if this series goes awry. GamerLegion trying to answer back from the whitewash of the last round, and it's one thing to get mowed down with pistols, it's another thing to get mowed down with rifles. That was the latter on round number 5. The Deacon of Rez has struck first in this one, though. Eltronok fallen. And rolling out towards mid. The T's are just posted. Waiting for a chance to move up towards the A-bomb side, which actually is pretty open at the moment. The CTs have adjusted to try and adjust towards the mid control that Rez may have been able to force out. Can't even see him back here at the apartments. Quite a lot of breathing room being made by this player, but he can't get a second kill.
That should actually be able to get the bomb down. Nota is too far away and doesn't have a lot of support, so give the respect to play the retake.
You know, no HEs to pop open the smoke, and he's not one in a position where they can use it. Let's see some scoring. James move up, shot missed. Galil also tagged, so this bet's a little bit dicey for PARIVISION. Damage could be on the table. They've at least got their bomb plants. The money will start to flow for GamerLegion. Nota and Kicker start moving. The pistols move together, and they fall together. Pistol of USP of the Kicker, in fact. You've been getting a couple of picks out of that one. Onto the no-scope on towards PR. Dealt with pretty effectively by PARIVISION in terms of the round itself, but it did get a little bit scary.
Now, if we're going to start using a bit of mathematics, Jay, and think back to the 12-5 scoreline and now see where we are at 5-1 up, there's been 18 rounds of Counter-Strike being played. 2 have been won by GamerLegion, and 16 have been won by PARIVISION. That starts playing in your mind. From a tilt factor, from a mentality point of view, PARIVISION are on top. They have had a huge run of form, and GamerLegion need to stop it quickly. They need to at least show that they can compete and fight in this first half. Otherwise, this game's going to be written off quickly.
Like I said at the start of the day, you have to ask questions as where their mental game is at. Honestly, I fear that that mental game is in a lot of trouble right now. Incendiary smokes up, Belchon trying to lean forward. Reyes gets a kill for the smokes. He's the second player as well with it clearing up. Oh, a triple from the bottom performer. Stepping up to the top of GamerLegion, making the difference when it matters most.
There we go. That's what we want to see. That is pure impact and pure acceleration in from mid. And Travis is the last one left. The best that he can hope for is, can I keep this round expensive?
We'll take Rez down at least, but surely no much more should come from that. What a moment from the Swede. Put that second up on the board of GamerLegion. The bomb will go down towards the B bomb site. Travis may just be thinking about his exit strategy here. Up towards top mid, as far away from T contact as possible. They might go hunting. Might make a difference. There's a lot of cash available for PARIVISION, so it won't affect the next round by. Wow, what a round for them.
And for GamerLegion, it's a round that you can push off on the backbone, get confidence up, and find maybe some weaknesses in the defense. You've been able to take a lot of mid without much of a contact coming in. You know that Belchnok's been quite aggressive towards short, so perhaps that's an area where they can start taming him, make it a bit more uncomfortable for the aggressive rifler. Jane with the AWP just got completely spammed out, and Kickit was seen working on the edge of bottom con. GamerLegion respond with a second, but PARIVISION's money's going to be strong for quite some time.
In a good few rounds to break this. The AWPs will be out to play again for James to really show how strong it really is, and they can afford another buy in the next. Guaranteed. And there's one thing that PARIVISION have had over GamerLegion. You think about the first couple of rounds of the game that PARIVISION run in their return, their attempted return over on Ancient, is they only took 2 before GamerLegion's economy broke. It's not going to be this case right here. Lots of money being held in, a lot of confident rounds gained by the CT forces. A confident mentality shift, hopefully, from Rez. At least you'd hope in his particular case. Because that may be the one element they're lacking the most here on GamerLegion.
Well, what I'm going to be keeping an eye out for is the T-side defaults. I thought that GamerLegion were extremely telegraphed in the second half of Ancient. Jane was making info plays, and they were constantly stacking up bomb sites correctly. Now, we haven't seen that many rifle rounds at the beginning here of Mirage, but now that we start getting deeper into it, are they going to be able to work those timings? Are they going to be able to disallow PARIVISION of the read and the understanding of what's happening in these rounds?
These defaults are a lot more slower than the defaults were on the T side of Ancient, where GamerLegion was so keen to take those opening fights. Trying to hunt the mid control as well as palace and ramp positions over on the A-bomb site. No apartments takes. I think the players trying to spot that from PARIVISION. No pushes from the CT side just yet in that department. Just suppression smoke, so that's all disallowing any progression over on the A play. GamerLegion are stalled.
Yeah, not much of a contact being made anywhere. Good spacing being created by ZTR out towards the ladder area. So he can cut rotations. This will be an A split. Palace, main, and con. Rez should get first contact at stairs against Kicker.
Spotted, burst fire, kill goes the way of Rez. Beltranok gets ZTR on the first pick. ZTR can't, Rez rather can't hold on towards Beltranok forever. And James sees PR walking out but not checking the CT spawn. They're down to 2 players again. GamerLegion make it 1 with Nota combining with Beltranok and Travis on the 3-man pink. Slend will also get run down by PARIVISION. Number 6 on their board as they respond in kind to GamerLegion.
Right, now let's just start thinking about the rounds that GamerLegion have won on Mirage. It's a 1v1 clutch from ZTR in the pistol, and an insane 3k from Rez towards bottom mid. Okay? That can't be replicated every round, can it? Those are the ones that happen every once in a while. You want stability and consistency, and I ain't seeing that. For the most part, PARIVISION have owned GamerLegion on this map of Mirage.
I have to agree. Doesn't feel like a map that's been played the most. Doesn't feel like a map picked from the GamerLegion camp. Rez is trying to make a difference, though desperately so. Turns on a double-in connector. Torsten strikes on Kicker at Dark. Travis making his move in from the jungle position. He does find a kill, but only one. Torsten doubles back. And once again, you see a swing into life from the GamerLegion side. They just need to do this more consistently.
Well, it's down to Rez go kill. Currently, they're putting a lot of emphasis on him towards bottom mid and into con to make something happen. The one time that we saw Rez getting 1 and then getting traded, it was a whitewashing round. The time that he's been able to get 3 kills and then multi-frag up and make it another double is a round that they can work and create space and beat the rotations to clear out a bomb site. So facilitating Rez and making him the impact player is what GamerLegion have to try and achieve for the better part of the next few rounds here.
Two tacticals called in by PARIVISION so far in this matchup.
Yeah, they're probably thinking, how do we deal with Rez? Do we put more util down towards con? Do we give him more respect? They've got to try and work out an idea because he's a danger man at the moment.
And the biggest threat for GamerLegion right now, thinking back to the previous triple that he had gained, whether or not the T's can follow up on it. That's the one next key concern, the next key objective of the international squad. Smokes up on PARIVISION's part, 1 player down at Dark. Kicker being walked up on by PRs, who just missed the mark of the default box. Notice caught some damage early. Kicker is hiding. They even inserted quite deep into the bomb site. Now Kicker has checked it. PR is going to fall. Torsten undetected as of yet, but now the CTs are adjusting against this. Kicker swings, and Torsten can't deal with it. Now Kicker becomes the danger man.
Now, PR had a few walkout attempts out there on the T side of Ancient, and for most of them, it was unsuccessful. Rez finally deals with the AWP out towards ladder, but Slender's just getting no opportunity, no chance of a frag out to A main.
And 2 kills deep in the matchup for him. He must be feeling desperate to get something out of these circumstances. The bomb carrier is right behind him. GamerLegion start backing off here. Are they going to regroup and rotate? Are they going to recommit towards the A site? PARIVISION have their hearts set on a rotation towards the B play entirely. 3 total individuals.
Well, they're searching because you've got Nota that's trying to come underpass. So as soon as he clears out the apartments, they'll get those B players to rotate back to A.
To be a commit real quick, and once again, Kicker is the man under Dark to deal with the oncoming onslaught of GamerLegion. 2nd and 3rd players are on the way in. ZTR to walk up, the bomb on his back. Beltranok will be there to trade on Kicker. The timing and read of PARIVISION is so wonderful. The Molotov finding to force Kicker into the open. Doesn't quite get a kill. Slend also got Beltranok in the exchange, so the advantage tips back the way of the T side.
Yeah, watch out for this backstab, though. This could be denial.
Slender's not ready for it. No one's watching it overall. Footsteps made, though. AWP forced to fight. Rez took Travis Nota in a 1 versus 3. He's got that first. HE down. Will grab the AWP and run for it. The health is too little to deal with. 9 points in his name. GamerLegion have got 4.
That's a real shame, because that was a beautifully played round. I love how active PARIVISION are getting with these info plays. Constant movement on the map. They had the right position. They had a man up. They had players on A. The problem is, the A players just struggle, don't they? Kickit doesn't find anything from Underdark. The first rotator out towards spawn gets caught off by the AWP. And GamerLegion catch themselves a bit of a break.
Terrorists win.
Just a bit of a break. Still 2 more to make up with 2 more in the half. AWP, of course, staying in as Nota saved it. James going to pick it right back up, and the money will still be there for an overarching buy. The rifles will return. And GamerLegion's swing round has come rather late into the half. It should, of course, enable them to reset for the final round of the half, which could still turn it up to 6 apiece, but no way for them to win the half at this juncture. James set towards short, 1 player down in a mid. RES fighting very quickly for an opening engagement, which doesn't quite come his way. Nota with the opener, and James, ZTR, perfect adjusted a headshot against him. Torsen will try and strike back with a lurk out of connector. His 2 teammates trying to act out towards the apartment. They're not going to commit whole hog with the bomb just yet. They're down by a man. They need to find a return.
And it's just like the last round. We're just seeing opening picks flow for PARIVISION. GamerLegion have struggled to work 5v4s and just losing so many opening deaths early. Travis is making yet another info play. I'm loving the CS that PARIVISION are playing.
And that will all but confirm that B is not the target. As soon as James gets up towards short and recognizes that nobody's there either, then they'll know where the final destination is for this T side. Travis also set the backstab in, which will gain even more information. He's going all the way forward to this. GamerLegion don't really have a lot of options to deal with it.
Man, they shouldn't even be able to get the bomb down here. Even the jiggle from Nota sees what's going on and can give the info over to James.
Still holding short for the time being. The AK's going to hunt right here. Take the kill. Second for PR. Alrighty then, only had 1 coming into this round. I'm going to get up to 3 picks on his board. James can take Slend out of the short position. A 2v2 can ensue, and the backstabber Travis has closed up. Is Torsen ready for this? PR will get James, but this kill could deny the bomb plant, and that could get the round outright. 21 HP for PR. He's been stellar to force the position out in the first place. Now he's being heard. Flash is sent, and Travis is hiding. PR to grab the bomb, to swing in, to look for the kill. Travis is hiding back at the default box. The jump up gives Travis all he needs to take the kill and take the half for PARIVISION.
There is no denying that PARIVISION have played the better CS across the series. The factor where GamerLegion have even come into some of these rounds is just pure X factor. For PR, he has to win an unthinkable 2K to give themselves a chance in the round. PARIVISION play that correctly. They swing together, they just lose both of those fights. Travis, again in the clutch, in the late round, just looking so calm.
And top fragging at the moment, 15 kills, the only player in the server on double digits. GamerLegion feel like they're in trouble again. PR just running right into Kicker, and Dark got Nota to support him in his efforts to double up. Double kills for both the M4s. And RES, 1 versus 5 for him. Looking like GamerLegion are going to get returned on. It was 8-4 for their favor at the turn of the first half for Ancient. Their opponent's map pick that felt like it was going to go so right. Now it feels like the script is flipped on them. An Orion map of Mirage that should end in disaster, and indeed it is 8-4 for PARIVISION.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. intuitive interface, and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts.
Four rounds for GamerLegion to make up, lest they lose this series and lose their place in the RES Showdown, as well as their chance at Blast Open. They missed out on the invite. They may miss out on the qualifier. Dweg, the one saving grace has been GamerLegion's performance in pistols versus PARIVISION's general performance in pistols overall. But one breaking point, one false move to make all the difference.
That's a good setup here. Julie's and a smoke. PR's going to rip.
ZTR's caught Belchanok first. PR's undetected. Travis to walk his way out of the window, perhaps. ZTR to strike, and PR does get his kill back on Notice. Lean back in towards Travis. Make it a triple between the two players. Kicker and Jane, the last two players that remain. And GamerLegion have kicked it into fifth gear.
It's an excellent read. It's a perfect setup because it's one of those where, because you've sent the util and the flash, you don't want to cancel. You want to commit through, but that's just a death trap running into both ZTR that gets first contact at Van, and then PR close range with the Julies. Pure impact comes through, and GamerLegion are proving why they're so good in pistols. 4 from 4 is an excellent record.
And PARIVISION feeling hopeless in this round. Of course, plenty of buffer room still. A reminder, of course, that in the first half of this map-up, GamerLegion did win the pistol, but PARIVISION won the break round. That's what ultimately turned that scoreline advantage. They still hold on to at this moment in time. Players set up towards the backstabs on the A-site defensive. They should eventually get their picks in. ZTR with his double. Rez is the victim of the latest, but James, no real chances to make happen anything on the site itself. Slend there with the backstab to close out with his kill in the round. And GamerLegion indeed take the pistol.
And for GamerLegion, I just want to see some more of that quality that we saw at the beginning of Ancient, and from what we expect from a team after such a glorious performance at Katowice. To 2-0 Saw, Payne, and Mouse back-to-back is no easy feat. And then to even have a 2-0 against Astralis, which goes, what, 13-7, 13-7? Just destructive nature. And while we've seen it at moments throughout the series, we haven't seen it consistent enough.
There's one back for now. Three to the good for PARIVISION. Only pistols again for the second round. No force buys to the T side. Didn't get a bomb plan out of it. Focus mostly on the rifles in the next. Slend deal with these pistols relatively well with very little breathing room, all things considered here in the sniper's nest. 2 picks out of it, and backup has arrived. Losing the one from Mars is slightly disappointing, but nothing that shouldn't be too worried about. PARIVISION will now get to the rifles for the first time in this half. The gap has closed. Will it close ever more?
And typically in Mirage performances, I'd say watch out for James to be posted quite frequently with York cutting rotations like he always does. But Belchanok too, he's a player in mid that can be exceptional for working timings and creating pressure. And Notes are out towards top mid, he's got players around him. Molly and Flash around the corner. Rez has been seen already.
Leaning up towards Connector. Belchanok trying to get ahead of the curb on this one. Seen ahead of the smoke. Torson's going to get the kill for it. Nota can return fire, as can Travis. The trades are good for PARIVISION up in the advantage now, but Nota has burned to PR's Molotov from back beyond the short position. Now Travis is on the A site. He's caught Torson. Headshot gained at the stairs. PR and ZTR moving together to try and find where these players are at, but they just can't quite seem to get the damage output and the kills necessary. They're coming in from jungle. Look at the SMG for ZTR. He's body blocking the T side. He's somewhere past them. Got a kill or two. Even from range will look for the triple. And it's the captain's turn to step up with a massive moment again.
That's so risky to be sitting in the smoke like that, because if there is a body block, you just start spamming straight away. But it's a play that had to be made. Travis had the A-bomb site completely opened up. He did excellent on the lurk to create a pathway to split up from Con. And it's another X-Factor moment. It's another huge multi-frag position where GamerLegion hold off. PARIVISION will be kicking themselves. That should have been their round.
will get involved so quickly. The AWPs and the M4s are standard. Res the opening pick for the CT side. Belchi down. A broken investment from PARIVISION, of course. The AK out for Nota that could still be a threat, but down a player in a position where things do look favourable for GamerLegion.
It's definitely been a good resurgence from just a scoreline point of view. It looked as if at one point it was going to be 7-3 and maybe even 9 odd rounds being gained in the first half. PARIVISION grouping, ZTR putting down more util. Out here from the van, he's got Slend on a contact from shore.
HG's up, damage done, but Nota and Travis get away with the kills. ZTR took one out in the exchange. It's a 3v3, slightly favourable towards the CT side as Rez turns a definitive man advantage. Nota has fallen. Travis is trying to push forward. Kicker also in a similar stance, but already more abreast up towards the market doorway. Will he get detected? Will he get checked? He doesn't. That could spell disaster. He does look towards Torsten, who gets that kill, and PR with a very fast follow-up. GamerLegion will retake the site and close the gap pretty much all the way.
And you might look at that round, Jay, and say, oh, why doesn't Kicker play a little bit off of his teammate? Maybe sit behind bench, play a bit more of a passive angle. He picks up the AK, but he's one of the only players that doesn't have armor. So the aim punch is just going to hurt him massively. So what he needs to do is get himself into a position in the hope and the expectation that you're not being cleared. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite come out. They deal with him quite easily. I'd say that was a pretty good round from PARIVISION. You get, what, handful of kills, you get the bomb down. You only had a hero AK. You didn't have much investment going into it.
All squared up. Still with rifles available here on the PARIVISION side. Orbs in for both teams on Jame and Slend. The adjustment set back towards the ramp control. Now lean forward into the A play.
Very slow. No contact at all. James setting up more util out there from Spawn. Now you've got a late lurk that can come in from top mid. And pretty much just a set play. It might even be a dive out from Palace. Travis has got a single flash to get them out.
A is the call, A is the lean. Torsten smokes to the ready as Belchinok starts leaning forward, looks for a very fast engagement, doesn't quite work out at Firebox. You've got PR still set in. Belchinok will get taken down. Travis will look for a kill, but PR's doubled up. Torsten will trade back on the aggressive player of the T side. PARIVISION have been shut down as GamerLegion have truly sprung back into life once again in the second half of their own map pick. Seems to work pretty well. 2 backs to turn. PR does turn in towards Jame and drop that bomb in the end. Bit comical. A little bit of comic relief given the dire circumstances that GamerLegion are in right now, but hopefully a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. They have taken the lead back from PARIVISION.
And PR had some sick Mirage performances at Katowice. The one in particular that stands out the most was how he was performing against Astralis and just ripping, just giving basically no chance to the opposition at all. And from PARIVISION's point of view, it was a pretty good walkout. They put pressure towards the top of stairs and out there at Con. They got the trade against Slend, but just couldn't deal with PR. Constant fighting and more upgraded AKs to be used. GamerLegion take the lead, and then this is where more comfortability starts coming into the conversation. And for PARIVISION, that threat that was building so early on into the map is slowly starting to disappear.
Is this GamerLegion's way back into this series? Lost all manners of control on Ancient. And felt like they were going to lose complete control here on Mirage, but now narrative has shifted. PARIVISION can only afford the hero weapon on Jame. Plus a Galil as well for Nota, a slightly heavier investment than his half-buying compadres. PR is hungry to shut this guy down. He's been so proficient with the kills as of late. Top fragger of the board for his side. Rez getting caught with his back turn, might have to rest on PR to recover the situation because they're down a man. It's actually Slen's AWP that strikes back elsewhere.
Yeah, all about the timing on when this Deagle faces and whether the AWP's looking into Palace.
PR does get his revenge. Kicker has fallen. And Slen still playing point, domed in by Travis. Now it rests on Torsen, back behind the danger box, hearing the footsteps of two players. Who's going to focus first? The Deagle up close. He's just seen him. Don't think Travis registered exactly where he was. Swing out towards contact, gets the kill, and sprays back to the double. And James, now he's in a clutch once again. 25 seconds to make it happen. It looks like it's GamerLegion's 10th.
Good timing with the flashbang from ZTR and uncomfortable timing for the two PARIVISION players. One trying to get the bomb down, the other one caught without the weapon drawn. And James knows that a bit of damage has been done already, but one more kill would be proficient. Hold on to the AK save, hope that you don't get hunted. Shouldn't happen. And GamerLegion up to 10. PARIVISION, again, can be satisfied with the damage that's being done.
So far, so flawless on the CT side. 6 in a row. PARIVISION back on their guns, but this next rifle buy may be their last chance to try and steal a 2-0 away from GamerLegion. It's very slow for our favourites to start things off. The second half has proven to be their domain. Slen down into underpass. James crippled in an instant. Advantage taken by GamerLegion. Nota checked himself beyond the fire, but was heard tagged there.
GamerLegion have easily looked so much more comfortable on their CT side than their T side if we're comparing both Ancient and Mirage now. Kicker, re-smoke off towards window. The T's are just desperate for a return. They'll be able to take Con, but where is the next fight coming from? It's very passive CT lines being held.
Rez expecting there to be Con control. Doesn't know where to look though, suspecting there might be a sniper's nest play. Is going to allow them to walk up towards the site. His gun barrel not registered by Kicker. It could have been seen. Note is going to check it. PR's fallen, now Torsen and Sandwich being walked in by two different angles. Will he get checked all the way here? He might have to do it all on his lonesome because his teammates at jungle have fallen permanently. ZTR, the latest on the hit list. 40 seconds. Travis does get fought upon. Torsen with a kill. Now he's going to worry about the vertical angles that the T-side can take. Lean forward for Kicker. Oh, the adjustment is fantastic for the Great Dane. And now it leaves Slend alone in a very winnable clutch against Noto. 1v1.
I've got to expect Slend to be on rotation, either jungle, CT, or Con. It's all about info.
Nota's giving a ton of it away. The AWP now moving up. HE towards Con will dish out quite a fair amount of damage. Slend is going to lean forward anyway. AK thinking he might come from that exact angle. Footsteps heard again, knowing that that man is moving, but where to? Slend is tunnel visioned, needs to pick his angles perfectly. Seen, quick face, quick shot. AK pops back in and gets his head connected. Very good effort for Torsen, but even better for Nota as PARIVISION break GamerLegion streaks.
I just feel for Torsen there. That is probably the best solo hold you're going to see all day. For him to get away with as much as he did from Sandwich when you've got Travis that was coming out from A main, when you've got mass players coming up from stairs and from underneath, this is an incredible sequence from Torsen.
One round separates the two teams once again. Nota's leaning up quick. Belchnok in the mid position as well, leaning down from the entrance in the stack. PARIVISION. Playing this slow. You might expect, given the circumstances, GamerLegion happy to oblige.
It seems as if it's going to be a B split. Few players with the bomb out to the apartments, two that can work in from short. And PR and the in-game leader to defend B.
Giving a lot of mid-control for PARIVISION. Will GamerLegion live to regret that? PR about to get Molotov out of the corner here. Checked by Travis, who dives in to get the kill. ZTR can't hold the back for long. Torsen with one trade, but that's as far as it will go to a lurk play out towards the short angle and the connector face and the CT forces. They haven't got money. They can't afford to throw these weapons back in on a very unlikely retake, so they'll hold on to them. PARIVISION are going to even the board again.
And maybe just too much respect being given up there. PARIVISION have 2 players in from short where the first contact that's being made isn't until the abs players even come out. So they've passed connector, they've passed window room, they've passed the cinder blocks at short, and still there's no CTs fighting against them. That's just freedom, isn't it? That's just map control being taken with ease.
A little bit too much given up there in mid. Split allowed in full and executed to perfection on the part of PARIVISION.
Do we now start thinking about what these 2 teams are going to be like when pressure's high? I mean, if we're talking about a 12-5 half being butchered, I'm now looking at 10-10 thinking this is high stakes. This is where pressure really starts to build. Both teams trying to reset each other's economy. If we're taking map 1 by anything, then surely PARIVISION are in prime position for the 2-0 right now.
It does feel like it. GamerLegion had a few surprises up their sleeve. Had one even in this round. Torsen with the triple. You mentioned that both teams are trying to break each other's economy, so the counter reset not quite as prevalent as it would be if PARIVISION just knocked GamerLegion back on their backsides. It might just be enough to force out the advantage, most certainly. The map point, perhaps. The match point, most certainly, in the case of PARIVISION. AWP on Slend, posted up in mid, waiting for first face of Nota. The AK, flash in, AWP sticks around, misses a flick.
Slend's been punished quite consistently over Mirage and Ancient. A lot of missed shots and a lot of baits coming out. And Travis has been rocking a lot of the crap weaponry over the last couple of rounds. He was on the Glue in the last, and now he's on the M4.
Slowing this majorly up here for the T's. Silent defaults in the first minute. They get here at the minute marker for the A commit. There's 3 CTs total to deal with this. Torsen is waiting for first face. Will put that smoke down as soon as he sees kicker. They'll force to try and take the fight before it blooms. Torsen wins it out, doubles up in fact. Travis, meanwhile, out of Palace, dives in. Still got players close. Slend can't deal with him. And the P250 of Jame catches Torsen inside that smoke. A stellar start for GamerLegion's defensive, but PARIVISION have turned it all around. Man advantage held. PR's trying to swing in, trying to get a trade, and he does, but he burns while doing so. ZTR, a 1v2 with a FAMAS in hand.
Such a tough retake. And Jame and Travis are just going to play time on this too.
Can't see the firebox man until he jumps up. Jame gives himself away, but where's the last? Half HP for Travis. The HE sent up towards Palace will not catch him all the way. He's just back behind that wall enough on the site to tap and hold the full stick. Travis making noise. ZTR tapping it again, calling a bluff for a second time. He's got it all the way. The balls of steel on the captain. Trying to go for a better weapon, can't get to the AWP. But GamerLegion got what they came for, the round.
Travis has been so clinical in late round 1vx's, and that's one of the few times that he actually doesn't play it correctly. He expects another tap. He expects to be baited, to draw that fight out in the open. And Torsen, again, he's doing everything on A. He is just putting up monster holds, and he only just gets rewarded with a 1v2.
Quick swing of Nota, deals with Res. The Swede can't keep pace with the Dane. No opening picks found in mid-control. Lost to GamerLegion. They're going to try and fight to get it back, particularly on these short players, but that leaves nobody on the B-side defense, which is where PARIVISION are going to via apartments.
You're having an info play out from mid. The CTs are trying to get a bit active and search. But the walk contact come in, and ZTR at this sort of range with the FAMAS is going to struggle to hold.
HE's up. Does get a kill in on Nota. Needs to put that smoke down. Molotov's turning his direction. Slend comes up from the back of market. PR's finally overwhelmed. and Slen needs to get another kill out of this. Indeed he does. His backup's low HP now. He's been legged through the benches, and Kicker can come up towards short. Look for Torsen on the transfer. Torsen turns it into a 1v1. Jane misses his bullet. The Glock is pulled out because the man is low, and Jane will turn up 11 for PARIVISION as well, keeping pace with GamerLegion, but the better economy is sat with the T side for basically this entire best of 3, and for GamerLegion it's crippled them. Double eco status here.
They've got to make a tough choice. Because they're double eco, do you want to force and hope that you can win it, or do you just treat round 24 as a buy round? Well, it seems as if they want to try and buy it up. This is a proper call to make in round 23.
Be a very rough buy, even if they did save into the next. On those damned if you do, damned if you don't moments, and damned at the worst possible moment here in this series. GamerLegion teetering on the edge of elimination from just the first best of 3. Wouldn't even push us to a third map. James leans in, sees one, pass connector, doesn't connect it on res.
How heavy is the stack towards A2? And this is looking like a B split, isn't it? Everyone can come in from short, late lurk into the apartments. The only way GamerLegion can win this round is if PARIVISION get the wrong read. If they come up con and they start putting pressure towards A. If this bomb goes B, the round's done.
Minute to go, flash in, ZTR still can't get the kills against him. Kicker mows through res. And the advantage shall stay with PARIVISION once again.
Not even rotating, are they? ZTR knows it's B, but they're still keeping so many players towards A.
PT50 trying to fight back from range, but there's just no hope for him. None whatsoever. The weapon advantage will get the kill easy on Travis. Very little output by ZTR in that exchange. PR can at least get a pick back on Kicker, but what does it give them? A Mac 10 plus recovering that MP9 that was dropped earlier by Rez. No retake potential. No money to buy in the next. It's best to hold on to their weapons and try for that overtime. There's map and match point for PARIVISION. We've talked so much about stakes. We've talked so much about pressure. We talked about how much GamerLegion stand to lose in this best of 3. And they may well be about to concede it.
And there is a very good reason why PARIVISION have been taking names consistently over the last couple of weeks. Why teams have been getting trumped and sometimes even exploded out of best of 3s. And this is another level. I'm thinking back to the last few teams that they've played, and I've thought, who's the toughest competition that PARIVISION have had to play? Bait, maybe? Nemega? Those are the two teams that come to my mind straight away. Maybe Sinners too, but even that, they've made recent roster changes. This is a huge jump of an opposition, and they are one round away and one good chance away from closing in 2-0.
1xBet have had GamerLegion as favourites for the entire matchup, but now they have tipped away a PARIVISION to give them that 2-0. Just like Heroic of 2-0 Passion UA as well in the other matchup, forced to overtime on the map too. A better showing from the Ukrainians, but not enough to keep them in the match and keep them in the tournament. So that's who awaits the victor of this best of 3 in the semi-finals, and PARIVISION may well look to meet them soon. The bye is broken for GamerLegion. They're going to need miracles. They took the tactical. What can Ash and ZTR come up with here?
Well, they've got a boost up of PR to get the FAMAS in a high impact area of ladder. Now noticing no swing, no pressure towards mid at the moment.
Very slow to the uptake. Torsen hoping to provide support for his teammates in that connector position. Short control as well for Slend and PR. They're moving together. PR's going to get nodes at player down here at the bench, unawares of the push that comes in from Con. Will take down Slend, but Rez will trade him. Advantage has been taken by the CT side, but Beltranot looks for it back. Travis will gain ZTR. It's a 3 versus 3. Make it 2 as PR drops and the odds flip back the favour of PARIVISION with bomb control, access to the B site, an AK picked up for Rez. Torsen might want to look for the other one as well because they're going to need it on this 2v3 retake.
A decent util for the post plant James got a smoke, and there's a few flashes for Travis to work with.
Both coming in from short. AWP of James expecting there to be an underpass position, but it's not. It's a boost up for Rez to look through the window, see nothing. Look to the bomb site, see nothing. The taps of the AKs now reveal where they're both at. All three T-side players turn their attention to the big threats. GamerLegion need these two to step up big time. Travis hiding with the AWP in the back lines. Shot misses out. Belchanov gets overwhelmed. Travis will trade it back. The AWP going to hide. Torsen close, but not close enough as James shuts it down. It's a 13-11 result on map 2, a 2-0 for PARIVISION. It's heartbreak for GamerLegion. All the pressure, all the circumstance, but not good enough on this day.
Not good enough, and for PARIVISION, they deserve the victory. You might look at the scoreline, Jay, and say, 16-13, 13-11, a few rounds made the difference. Yeah, that's true, but PARIVISION were the better team today, and that comes to a conversation of 12-5 up and not closing. You're meant to be a tier 1 team, or at least in the conversation for tier 1.5. You cannot allow a brand new squad to push you the distance to end up winning the map, and then the T sides across the board on Ancient and Mirage, disappointing. I would even say embarrassing to an extent.
I would concur to a certain extent, most certainly, because the 12-5 is the key example of where it's like, right, if you got that one more round, and even if Mirage played out the same way that it did, at least you'd have that buffer room, at least you'd still be in the series by this point, but you allowed it to get out of control. You choked out what was 7 map points to go to overtime and then to concede on your opponent's map pick. And for them, I feel like that they got in their own heads to a certain capacity. They were very public about their grievances with the VRS rankings. I feel like that might have had some sort of impact. I don't have, I'm not a psychic. I can't tell exactly what their brains were thinking today, but I can't help but feel that was a major factor in terms of the pressure that was applied to this matchup, because this was their only chance. This tournament was their only chance to make it into Blast Open. And now not only are they not going to do that, they're going to lose some vital ranking points to a team that have just surged ahead.
Indeed they have, and there's no denying that PARIVISION are in good form. This is now 11 wins out of their past 12 best of 3s. But if you are GamerLegion, this is a huge embarrassment. To not even take a map against a brand new team that I wouldn't even say is top end of tier 2, at least yet. We've had the conversation in the pre-show to say, give it a few more tournaments, PARIVISION can be in this conversation. GamerLegion should be stomping PARIVISION. They should come into this series and they should comfortably win. That's not the outcome that's come today, and this is a confidence builder for Jame and Kickit to say, hey, we can beat some of the best teams in the comp. Let's go and win this whole thing. I actually think Heroic is an easier draw than GamerLegion is. So because of that, I can imagine that James' perspective now is we're going for the whole thing. We're going for the title.
Well, from a ranking perspective, I mean, GamerLegion were the highest ranked team in the whole tournament, so you've taken down what theoretically should be our tournament frontrunners, and that obviously puts you in very good stead for the PARIVISION side. If nothing else, they will gain some vital ranking positions over the rest of the opposition. But you are right, Heroic, of course, are in the semi-finals. They beat out Passion UA earlier on the B stream, and of course that leads the end of Passion UA. I'm not too shocked in that particular regard, but yeah, GamerLegion probably will be feeling very aggrieved by today. They'll be feeling very disappointed by today. It's back to the drawing board. They've got Pro League coming up, so at least they've got some tier 1 competitions, but this is a major setback for them.
It is, and I would say that you get hit so much harder as a top team if you're not performing against weakened competition, especially with these new Valve system with the points. You just can't afford to take these kind of losses. And if I'm 9 and if I'm 500 and I know how good in the past tier 2 teams have been of upsetting, I'm looking at this bracket and I'm saying Passion UA gave Heroic a decent run for their money, at least on one map, and PARIVISION have just 2-0'd GamerLegion. We can do it. Astralis have looked shaky. Big have always looked shaky against tier 2. I'm not convinced that both of those favorites are going to win the matches.
Honestly, I'm kind of with you. I had the most faith in the Heroic matchup. I had the second most faith in the GamerLegion matchup. So let that sort of put pace as to where Big and Astralis will stand. Of course, those are our second 2 best of 3s for today. Here on the mainstream, we're focusing on Astralis versus 9 in a short few moments time, Dwayne. So that's one to be excited about, because Astralis had a very similar boat. They need to sort of make up some pressure points because they were once a great team. They're not so much anymore.
Yeah, and they've expectations now with where they are sitting in the ranking. They're going to have to grind a lot of these qualifiers. If they want to get in Blast Open, if they want to get into IEM Dallas, they know that we're probably going to have to frequently play these tier 2 teams. And we can't afford to get upset. We can't afford to let what happened to GamerLegion happen to us.
Well, that match is right around the corner, so do stay with us after this very short break as Astralis will take on 9 in our second match of the day here in the RES Showdown.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Got to phase me. I'm seeing dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. I ain't got nothing to phase me. I'm 10 dope like I'm back in the 80s. So catch me, call me, and I'm gon' see.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
And welcome back to the RES Showdown. We're into our second match of the day, our third of 4 quarter-final matches in our single Elium bracket. Of course, we have just seen on the mainstream GamerLegion getting eliminated by PARIVISION. Over on the B stream, Heroic beat out Passion UA. Now we look towards Denmark once again as Astralis take on 9 in our second match of today's proceedings, Blake. And I guess you could say similar boats in both cases, except like slightly different in the case of Astralis. I think GamerLegion was certainly a team that were thriving given the circumstances. Astralis have not been thriving for a while.
No, it's true, but if Leyton Orient can go 1 goal up against Man City, then perhaps it is a day of upsets.
Hang on. Are you actually watching that game on the side?
Oh, while we're on the break, we're at least keeping eyes on, and keeping eyes
Lord.
on exactly Astralis, because I think you're bang on, right? I think with looking at how the last few tournaments have been for them, they're one of the only squads that we look at today that haven't made changes. You look at someone like 9, they've made more changes. PARIVISION, new core. When I look at Astralis, I think this has been a lineup that's gone together for, what, nearly 6 months now? They've got to be pushing for results, especially in a competition like this.
And the circumstances surrounding the roster's formation obviously is well documented, and you would expect that on paper it would do extremely well. I mean, you've got the core of the Heroic side, who obviously were doing great things in the Tier 1 space, very much like a level above what I would consider GamerLegion to be at today. And I would have thought that Canadian, now backed by Devices AWP, is going to be a powerhouse IGL with all those other elements behind them that you should expect Astralis to do extremely well in, but that's just not really been the case at all.
And Astralis dipping their toes into the den of Tier 2, right? Teams at this level aren't easy to beat, and everyone is super motivated and hungry to not only hang with some of the best teams in the world, but to actually beat them. And I think we've just seen that with what PARIVISION have done. So Astralis need to come in here with the Dallas qualifiers that they've got to play coming up in a few days' time and say that we're probably going to be playing teams like a PARIVISION, like a Passion UA, like a 9 on a more consistent basis, and that we just cannot afford to get upset. We need to show a real reason of why we're a Tier 1 team, because of the tactical depth and the team play that we can show.
And they have lost out to teams of this caliber in the past. I'm thinking back to the Shanghai RMR, which Astralis did not make it out of, and you see that they're losing out to teams like 9 Pandas and Sashi and Passion UA, of course, beat them in the best of 3. I know some of those were best of 1s, of course, but it's just a very similar thing where I'm just thinking about the nature of Astralis and how they compose against Tier 2 teams, like, for example, a 9, who actually are in a much more similar boat to PARIVISION than Astralis are towards GamerLegion, because it's once again a case where they swapped out their entire core. They last 9 roster I had a lot of faith in. It didn't quite work out, didn't go as far as they wanted it to, so start again. For the most part, they've still got a couple of elements left over in roles of Mantu, but it's another completely new core.
It's actually an exciting roster. You've got Kragen, who's a very consistent rifler, proved that on Ecstatic and Gaming Gladiators. You've got Bobek, who is a disciplined anchor, showed a lot of promise on 0-0 Prospects and Godsent, and then most recently on Johnny Speeds. And then for Farfan, I think it's just nice to see him back in Tier 2, because I remember before he got the call up to Big, he was farming in Tier 2 on Sprout. Him and Keto just looked unbelievable. So to actually see him drop down in the divisions and regroup with an ex-teammate of Mantu, there's a lot of experienced players, and I'd say there's a lot of successful players at the top end of Tier 2 and a couple of stints in Tier 1. So on paper, it's a very fun-looking lineup, and it's one that can look quite threatening. My issue is that they haven't really looked that threatening in tournaments. They've had back-to-back CCTs where they've gone out in last place, losing to PARIVISION, Cybershock, Iberian Soul, 500, Fireflux. It's only that they were able to upset Ents in the final of the closed qualifier that they're here and playing today.
Yeah, and even that match I was expecting to go the way of Ents. It stretched out to all 3 maps. I thought that the Glaive was going to have the one up over the 9 side, but that didn't quite end up working out in that particular group. 9 they're able to usurp them, even despite the loss that they had taken in the upper final. So credit to them for making it this far, but yeah, PARIVISION, they are not. They are not a team on a massive winning streak with a lot of great results in the 11 out of however many matches it was that they were playing up until this point. Like, they are a team that are struggling a little bit in terms of getting their cohesion, but you are right when you're talking about the on-paper roster itself being potentially a very good thing, which is why I'm sort of looking back at that last roster and saying, how many circumstances are going to repeat from the 9 of old to the 9 of new?
It's true. I mean, even looking at the closed qualifier, they had some struggles. Their opening game against Nexus, who, let's be honest, their ranking is completely overinflated. They are a lot higher in the rankings than they should be, and they got taken to OT on the 3rd map decider. Even the game against Eklot in the lower final, I think Eklot quite weak since they brought in the Elive and Mikey for both Kriaz and Blitz. And then that game against Ents, they picked Anubis, they lost their map pick, they came out on Dust 2, and they had to win map 2 in overtime. So there were so many matches and so many maps that came down to a couple of rounds, regulation, overtimes, and that's not even the best teams in Tier 2. So now going up against an Astralis, I would say that it's a Danish derby for Rules, Kruggen, and Berry. So from their point of view, they'll look at this and say, look, it's a winnable game from us, right? We're going up and against an Astralis side that's looked shaky. They probably should have gone out in last place at the RMR 0-3. They even gave Bait series points to close out that series. And they should have gone out last place in Katowice. They had a game, against FlyQuest in that lower bracket round 1 of the play-in. Map number 3 went 11-13. If that goes slightly differently, then perhaps we don't see any result to at least the group stage alone.
Yeah, well, Astralis obviously coming into this one as the favourites on the ranking basis, but will that end up reflecting in the maps themselves? Veto's on the 3 and Dwayne, talk me through them.
Yeah, Train might actually get picked here by the side of 9. They actually like quite a bit of their Train. Inferno's always been a good map for Astralis. They've picked it quite a lot in the higher levels of the pedigree. And then no surprise with the Instabans either. Mirage is always a perma for 9, and Anubis is always a perma for Astralis.
Indeed. So we will have Train as our first map in the series. And I have to say that I am very excited about that because I'm a big Train fan. I've only gotten to cast 1 Train match so far since his introduction into the pool. And it wasn't all that great, Dweck. So I want to see a little bit more of this map up, especially for a team like 9 who have picked into it, and I hope they're going to have a decent idea as to how they're going to approach this matchup and how they're going to try and pull an upset out of that map in particular on Astralis, because we're still in this period where it's like if you're an underdog team and you have the opportunity to pick into a new map and try and exploit some mistakes, then now's the time to do it because Train is still so new. It won't be the case forever. In fact, I don't think that's going to be the case for much longer still. So I want to see that being a sort of the key map up where I think we should see the most competition. Is that a correct assessment to make?
It's a risky pick for 9 because they didn't play Train at all in the closed qualifier. They picked Inferno, they picked Nuke, they picked Anubis, which is kind of the maps that they've been picking the most. They picked Train a lot in the last couple of CCTs, and the results look shaky. Astralis even had faith to pick it against FlyQuest, so I'm looking at Train as the first map of this best of 3, and I'm probably backing Astralis 2-0.
Well, that being said, how did that FlyQuest map up go for Astralis?
Yeah, but look, it's true. They had a very tough T-side. They went down 2-10 at the half, pretty much got bodied over, but there's time to reflect and there's time to change.
Well, Astralis on the CT side, quick predictions, Blake.
2-0.
2-0 for
Astralis.
I'm going to go 2-1 towards Astralis. I think 9 will still have at least a chance to try and get 1 map out of this series, but let's find out how far that's going to go. Stown picking up Farben will kick things off on the right foot for them on this Train. Stairs going to try and hold the trades that Truggen and Bollock are going to be able to respond to. So it is a 3 versus 3 with Goosh down on device. Not allowed much back in the back lines and will get pushed away by Bobak even more so. Him and a teammate do engage, do find that pick and turn the man advantage towards 9. On the inner bomb site, the bomb will look to try and still commit from here. And they've only got 2 defenders. Yabi also considering the prospect of a B lean, and that's not going to be the case. Have to account for this.
It's a good position from Cadian because it allows Yabi to watch deep in CT. It allows him to watch that wrap because Cadian can keep eyes on whether that bomb's coming back to A or not.
Yabi set up pretty nicely to deal with this wrap from 9, actually. They continue to make their way forward, and this can get very, very dicey indeed. It leans up, the shadow scene. Oh, this is wonderful information that these 3 players would have known about with no information given back. Yabi will connect on Krug and turn it into 2, but Bobek combining with Rolls will take down the last player, or last player on that B-bomb. So now it's all up to Cadian to rotate up the captain with a USP in hand. Can he get the kills necessary, though? He's without Kevlar in this context. He's going to sneak past into the base. Bobek, look towards Rules on the site, get the kill. Dane on Dane action. Now it's up to the last. 1v1, 53 HP for Bobek. Kanian knows where he is, and Bobek's got a few angles to play from. No kit in play either.
Bobek's one of the best clutches out on 9. Watch out to see how strong he can be in this 1v1.
Tap the bomb once. Cadian's going to try and force a little bit closer. Bobek's called his bluff. USP to lean forward, check position, jump face, gives up the ghost. Cadian working against the inaccuracy, and the patience will pay off with just enough time for the defuse. Astralis will take the pistol.
It's an excellent effort from Bobek, and maybe that's a tell for the viewers at home that if you want to try and walk your way through Ivy into the back lines and rotate out to B, the shadow is seen. Perfect position from Yabi, easy information, gets unlucky to not find more impact out of those Julies overall. But from 9, it's decent damage, it's a bomb down, of course you're going to go and buy it up.
Galil's in for 3, AK for Bobek. Rules taking a bit more of a lighter investment, although I say that, and he does end up dropping some more pistols. Utility as well for Mantu, in fact. So it is lightened, most certainly. Smoke already being used to sell the default. A couple of flashes in the Molotov in the mid and late rounds, so utility basis is not ideal. At least they're going to be able to match Astralis on firepower.
Now, with this train pick coming in from 9, it actually now makes it the highest picked map in the pool for 2025 for the organization.
Another sign of things to come. Very slow is what we're going to see coming up here in round 2. 9. A couple of prods here and there. A lot of emphasis on Ivy in this round. Kragan forced to fight out of main. Device is going to take back the quick trade. The 4-on-4 ensues.
Now, almost no util left from 9. Rules is desperate to make a play.
Cadian blank. D. Gould does get the connections he's looking for. Cadian can get the pickup, but Bobek very fast to trade. Device almost caught on the reload. Eventually, the two players will face around, sacrifice one to get one on the 2 versus 2. Mantu and Faven still backed up behind the trains themselves, the red train in particular for Mantu on the bomb carrier. Stound's caught an angle. Backed up, but will not see them. Mantu's going to dip away towards Pop Dog, and they're both going to move up to the B play.
And this is a great pause from Yabi. Astralis are reading the rounds very nicely at the moment.
Faven leaning in. Burst to the M4, unable to connect. Now it's telegraph what's going on. Mantu catches the pixel angle against Dane and lands the frag as well with the Galil. Down now for Master, clutch this up. Looking to the back lines of the site and will not find an angle to attack the bomb planter with the back lines of the train rather than a default position. He's trying to focus on one of these two players, but looked the wrong way at the wrong time, giving 9 the quick turnaround and the return of the pistol to go 1-on-1.
Right there for Astralis. Looked as if the setup was correct, but struggling with Yabi, not quite repositioning in time. And if we're going to look at this best of 3 and say, okay, what's the best chance of an upset from 9? It's going to be X Factor, and it's going to be individuals making plays. We know the team play and the overall structure is going to be so much more solid from Astralis, not just because they play at a tier 1 level, but because of how long the team's been together in comparison to 9.
We expect to see some sort of early teething from the 9 side, but so far, Kragan bearing his teeth in general. 2 picks into the MAC-10. It's only the basics of the pistols. There was a 4-fight, however, so it's a lot of cash being gained, a lot of value gained out of the SMGs. All 4 of the kills on MAC-10s. Even one more for Bobek to make it the full 5 stack, and that's $3,000 of kill gain. Considering Cadian doesn't get away with this, and he does not. So yes, money flowing for 9. Maximum value established. Astralis forced into it, so it's eco for the next.
And this is a moment for Bobek to prove that he can work on a European and international speaking team. I remember way ago the Aura team that made that run at IM4 RMR back in 2021, and that was just a complete mix. That was Franson, Zen was playing there, Bobek too, and it then transpired into that core, going into Little Mix, going into 0-0 Prospects. He made his career only on Swedish teams. This is the first time that he's playing on a European roster.
Similar story for Kragan as well, only on the Danish teams of Masonic and Ecstatic. So 2 different Scandinavian nationalities, but 2 very similar parts of scorers here. 2 international players that will mow through the eco in this round. 9 will get up to 3. Astralis out with another bye. Their next one in this matchup to truly close the gap to the 9 side. Streak that's not fully out of control just yet, but it's well on its way to doing so.
And maybe another reason why Berry was primed to come into the coaching role, to lead this team by example, is that him and the in-game leader Rules used to play together. You think all the way back in the day to that Opa team, it might be a few years ago, but there's already a developed relationship.
Stairs pushing up, flashed in towards main. Going to see nothing of the T side, who are careful to consider the smokes. Hide behind them with the CT forces, but aware that there's probably a position that's now been taken by Astralis. Cadian able to block. But just for now, that's all they're doing. Blocking contact from 9, not giving away any kills or fights. A little bit of damage done towards Cadian, but that's about as far as it goes for now.
Previously, we've seen some prods towards Ivy, but this time around, util out from T-Con, majority of players in the brown holes. Bobek just jiggling to wait for a bit of an overextension. A stare when he sees util coming out, or even any kind of contact he can re-smoke off. And Rules putting some util down towards the A-lane, but it does seem as if it's going to be a B here.
.45 seconds for the set piece. Smokes inbound to connector, Molotov's back, flashes go over, blinding's down completely off, but does have crazy time. He does turn back in towards Rolls, getting caught with his potential of a flank. Yabin gets one kill out of the exchange, as both him and Stout have fallen. Low HP on Rolls, might be some potential trade available there for the Astralis camp, but you are seeing further pushes from Bobek into the back of CT Spawn, so Device may be in trouble later. Got to get an engagement sooner as a result. Eventually he will fall victim to the Swede. And the last two players of Astralis have to save.
And perspective has changed with a lot of these Tier 1 teams that previously used to dip their toes into Tier 2. I would say an organization like Astralis, we've seen them previously in years gone by participate in these kind of tournaments. And a lot of the time it was always the excuse of, oh yeah, we're just using it for practice, right? We're getting ready for LAN. You can't do that anymore with how the ranking is. And I look at Astralis, in the last 12 months, they have played just 14 maps online on HLT, playing just 6 best of 3s. They were able to beat Big, Bet Boom, Aurora, and Wildcard most recently, and have lost out to Liquid and Na'Vi. That's not many officials in this environment. And it's going to test them. It's going to show, can we... I don't want to say replicate performances because the results certainly have been shaky, but can we level up and make sure that we're not being upset online against these Tier 2 demons?
A little different environment to what they're used to playing in Astralis, obviously synonymous with the Tier 1 LAN environment. Being number 15 in the world might lead to some circumstances like, for example, Blast Bounty, where you won't get invited. Top 12 only go to the main event. The victor of this tournament will also join them alongside the other 4 regional Blast Rising events. Heroic and PARIVISION already well on their way to establishing that position in the semi-final on the other side of the bracket. Astralis trailing behind 9 in the opening map of this best of 3. I've just taken a tactical pause as well. A little bit of an investment of a small amount with Cadian's saved M4. The upgrade pistols won't be enough to mount up to the full set of guns that 9 have to play with, although Cadian does win that opening fight. Instead, playing in point-blank range against Bobek. Yes, he can almost turn on damage to kill off Rolls. He's on 8 HP to that exchange.
But this looks promising because now you've even got an Ivy flank. Have a look at Device and how much space he's taking away with his aggressive walk.
Flank is on. The 5-7 could finish off the job. Catches him, looks back into main, turns up a tiny amount of damage on Kragan, but not able to get the kill for it. Still maintaining the man advantage for Astralis.
Gabby and Stown are now trying to clear out as much info as possible because they don't exactly know where Mantu is. They're expecting perhaps them to be grouped up together, especially when Rules was seen backtracking in the brown halls going out to T-Con. This round looks pretty much over from 9. They have got no map control. They're sandwiched out to A main. The one thing they've got going for them is time. And 50 seconds left on the clock. They can still slow.
Especially as Astralis are continuing to push down to get the kill. Indeed, he does. Kragan, a second to his name. Now got to deal with the pop dog presence of Yabi. Deagle at range. Kragan's got to protect the bomb carrier as well. Mantu cannot afford to fall in these circumstances. Smoke up. Yabi's going to respect it. Let it bloom, push forward in the utility. Their backs are completely turned, so Yabi's pushed forward. Could be the smoke criminal of ages. Deagle down on Mantu, and damage to Kragan should finish off the job. Astralis will steal one.
It's actually a bit of a tier 2 play right there from what Yabi does. Don't try and peek before that smoke goes down. Catch them with the element of surprise. And 9 not pre-aiming the edge of the smoke, and a bit of a gimmick works out for Astralis to get the steal.
Getting one back in 9's lead.
Try and get some consistency in the gun rounds.
Yeah.
And maybe it will come now that they've got an AK in the hands of Yabi and the AWP out for Device.
They're going to need consistency to break the economy game from 9. They've still got another buy in the next round after this.
And these are the spams coming in from the brown halls towards the A-bomb site.
Mortar fire out there. Nice, interesting, cheeky wall bang, or, well, actually window bang position there in the apartments. They're unable to connect anything in the initial portion of this matchup, of this round. It's just tiny amounts of damage done towards Cadian and Kragan. Nothing that will make a difference here, and 9 happy to play the slow game once again.
We saw when Train first got introduced, especially in the pro scene, a lot of aggression. And T-sides just running out of the T-con area, putting the smoke down towards that gap Ivy entrance, the molly towards back bomb. But as officials have gone on, it's started to get a bit slower. And teams have been better with the anti-rush util, from the rotator in con with the incendiary and the HE. 2 on B and the AWP here. A good setup for Astralis against the B lane.
Right, Bobek. Seems the kill for Yabi. Double found. Mantu can trade him. Now Device is here to trade him back. If he can find the angle, then he'll be able to do so. He's looking back behind blue. Finds the bomb planter. Gets the pick for it. Evades Mantu's ire. Evades the crosshair of the AWP side. Finally finds a position, but only hits the shoulder. Wall bang! And Device can connect with a kill in return. Cadian brings the cavalry to close out the round.
Astralis have just given us a glimpse of that quality, haven't they? The off angle being held out from the heaven entrance, getting 2 kills, and then patience with the AWP. Deny the bomb, multi-frag up. And 9, they'll be able to get another rebuy back, but this is confident rounds now being applied from Astralis' point of view. 9 need to stop it quickly, otherwise this could start steamrolling into a large round streak.
So it's time to call their first tacticals. They recognise that danger the same. Again, they've got money to burn, and they'll burn it into another rifle buy. But the lack of casualties that Astralis just took means that their own economy can start to flourish. Cadian's already on $7,000. We've still got some discrepancy in wealth distribution. Drop weapons should equalise the buy here for Astralis. Save weapons will definitely ensure that be the case. 9 would really like to answer back here because they have no such luxuries. Next round will be eco if they concede this.
Kragan just trying to put some util down to stop CT aggression out from the Pop Dog and Electric area. Stown is playing anti-flash with the AWP further behind him. This is more aggressive from Stair than what we've seen previously, though.
Smoke was in his hands for a moment, was thinking of putting that position down against Kragan. Hearing those footsteps, got a flashbang in hand. Forcing them to retreat here for Astralis. Not going to be too aggressive, not going to be allowed to be too aggressive here. Popping out ahead of Pop Dog past Electric. Stairs going to try and get 1 kill out of it, and he's successful in that regard. Device following up on Kragan's trade, but Bobek gets a double on the AWP that misses. 3 on 3. Stown's going to wrap in the backlines. You can see him creeping up towards main right now, as well as Acadian push into the halls. Will start to get back towards Pop Dog, but Stown could be the difference maker right here. No one is watching the main entrance. Yabi is going to get picked up at Con. Stown will turn on Mantu. It's 2 versus 2 as a result.
Stown's got to take some of the attention away to allow Cadian's flanking from Pop.
Starts to make his move. Bobek is hidden back behind the harder cover. Farben peeks out into the open, runs right into Cadian's position. Now Bobek behind the train. Needs to get these both kills here. Revealed towards the CT side. Seeing Cadian's shoulder. Just trying to get a headshot against him. Peeks into Stown, and Stown will get him. Astralis will even the board.
It's a bloody good effort coming in from Bobek, because that round didn't have a lot going for it. A consistent entries and a threat right now towards this A-bomb side, but just not getting the support around him from anyone on the post plant. Astralis make that look comfortable, and maybe that's the scary factor. Bobek's performing well. Who's the second backup dancer? Now, for rules and for 9 overall, they've got to find a system of how this lineup works. When you've got Farfen that hasn't played on an international team for years, when Bobek and Kragan have never played on international teams, it could take months to find a right system, and already we've seen some struggles. I mean, look 2 weeks ago, 6 best of 3s lost in a row from 9.
Bobek and Rawls going to get mowed down by Katie and Quick. The bomb plant bonus enabling a buy here, but been smacked down by Astralis as they went charging in, hoping that flashbang was going to affect things. It did not.
Is this now reality, Jay? Is this the wake-up call?
Perhaps it would be. 9 tried to pick into this train to hopefully catch Astralis off guard, hoping that that FlyQuest result was more of the norm than a simple anomaly. Hoping that their own records could prove to be enough to pull off an upset in this map-up, but right now, Astralis are all over them here. 2-man advantage, the only that's extended here. Kragan actually manages to stagger the top there. Kill comes in for the T side and double up for Stown in a very similarly awkward fight. A 3-on-3 has been gained.
Just some over-aggression towards PopDog unnecessarily. Could have just held the man up and played some strong crossfires. Astralis getting tested for patience. And now Cadia makes another info play to try and clear out the brown halls. It will give him a pretty good tell that it's going to be an A lane.
Cadian leans forward, Farben, the bomb on his back, catches him with his knife in his hand, and just like that, the advantage is turned the way completely of 9.
Yeah, Device is still not over-rotating. They're going to split the bomb sites evenly, so this AWP should be able to get first contact against the Pop players coming out.
Man 2, eye set. Sticking away, Kragan runs into him, bomb carrier, needs to pop the bomb now. The AWP unable to connect towards the main entrance player. Stairs coming in from Con. Device can't seem to register any vision, but Farven gives him what he wants as he tries to dissipate behind the smoke. Gets picked up as a result. Mantu all alone now. Stair is close, Device is far. No information given up by the CT player, no footsteps heard, no tags found, but Mantu connects a stellar shot. Can he find the same onto Device as well? AWP backed off, as is Mantu, trying to draw him all the way into Con. There's no kit on Device either, so 10-second stick has to ensue. He's tapped it once to try to draw Mantu out into the open. The flashbang should send Device away. There is no defuse coming in anymore. Mantu can recognize that. He can run to evade the bomb blast, and 9 will just about edge back ahead of the lead.
And that's probably going to humble Astralis quite a bit in that last round, to just realize that if we would have had a strong crossfire on A and B, we just can't lose that round. Instead, we go aggressive into Pop, we lose both of those fights. Cadian then tries to make yet another info play into the brown halls, and instead he gets caught on a timing where he's trying to get his knife out. Now, that is a complete crumble, and 9 have recovered a round that should not be possible.
Indeed they have. We're talking about the humbling, not the humbling, the reality check for 9 off the back of those 2 kills of Cadian, and then suddenly it's like, oh, now we're down to a 1 versus 1. I would have thought that Astralis would want to take the tactical timeout with this one, but 9 opting to take their second here. Just before we begin round 10. And despite the victory they just gained, despite the recovery in that round, it was still a 4 casualty round for them, so money's not great. Mac 10's going to come in for rules. The weakened element, the bottom fragger of the side as of right now. Bobek leads the charge.
Astralis have at least got Device, who's performing extremely well with the AWP. Yabby going against quite a bit of util down there in the brown halls, and Cadian's making an aggressive move with a teammate in PopDog.
So CT overfighting was a key issue towards their previous round, not the case in this one as of yet. Bobek, as of yet unrevealed. Farven is going to get picked up by Device at Ivy. Looking for Mantu next, but not seeing him. A bit of a crack angle to ensure that the T-side player will not get away with anything smart here. Sees him as he walks right into the man. Bobek can get one trade back at the halls. Yabby's going to respond towards him, and once again, it's only 2 players left for 9.
A Device is going to be the consistent threat in this series on how do you neutralize such an experienced and talented AWPer. Every round, we are seeing a pick from him, whether it be an Ivy, back green, out there in the gap and Ivy position. He likes this angle too, out in hell to sort of cross out of any of the walkability from the PopDog and T-Con towards the front bomb.
Kragan takes the point with Rules right behind him. M4 on the bomb train will get the kill on the first player. Rules trades in. Device able to respond in kind. Triple for the AWP. Triple for the 4-time major champion on the Astralis squad. We're going to equalize once again.
5-5, Astralis will be very satisfied if they can turn this into a 7-5 half, because it was a slow start, right? You win pistol, but then you get reset, and then your money's just constantly in shambles. It's difficult to get rifle rounds together. So I would say that they are in a prime position to completely recover this half.
I'm encouraged as well that round went the way that the round before should have gone, in that you get the man advantage and you keep it.
Sure.
Adjustments on the fly, Astralis recognizing some of those mistakes and some of those concerns, addressing them before they metastasize into a much bigger issue here. And Device going to continue to frag away against the eco pistols. Frag on the first, leg shot on the second. Now the SMG of Caden can come in with the back lines, and from range with the HP damage being done, can get a couple of high value kills out of the SMG, farm some money. The only player lost, so nothing major value conceded by the Astralis side. Instead, they hit minimum 6 near the very end of the half. One more round for 9 to try and equalize. Astralis would love to have the advantage going into T.
Yeah, Astralis' new assistant coach, Alex Sumfan, actually played with both Berry and Rules on Jordan's Money Crew back in 2019. So while there's a disparity between a Tier 1 squad and a Tier 2 squad, there's definitely some history, and there's going to be some rivalry between the two squads today.
As you say, Dane's in the mix on the 9 side. Astralis, biggest Danish team in Counter-Strike history, I want to say.
3 players on B, and 9 need to make a decision. 3 players on B, and 9 need to make a decision whether they completely cancel and start putting pressure elsewhere. It's going to take them some time, though, because they've got a single lurk of Kragan out there in T-Con, and once again, Ivy's been completely taken. This time it's Cadian.
I'm sure that that will not be an option. There's not going to be any extensions as of yet. Astralis hunker down, wait for 9 to go for the hit. Seems like one's coming in soon enough. Rules has got utility set for Pop Dog. Go through the skylight. So the rest of them coming down towards Connector and Co. Device lands on Bobek at Heaven. But it's all of Ruse, they're rotating.
Easy shot from Cadian, and things are just getting out of order. That smoke even missed out there to try and come through from Rules.
You see it there on the left side of your screens. Nothing that will impact down at any point. Mantu will still get the pick against him, but he's losing teammates. Instead, with to turn up a double. Farm with a couple of decent picks out of this. Kanian next up on the chopping block, 15 seconds and low HP for the last man of the team side. He needs to get his pick, and he gets it. One more player left. Bombs on the train. Needs to get picked up and planted directly here. Yabi coming in from Pop Dog. He's looking for the hunt. Varvin needs to get the kill right now. Has no idea where the player is. The Incendiary will force him out anyway, and the Astralis will win the round on time. 7-5 at the turn. They've won the CT half.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Things looking positive for Astralis, but only by a margin of 2 rounds. Not the most stomping game that we've seen in history. And 9 have done well to try and keep pace, and they actually gained an initial lead at the start of the matchup. But they are down going into the CT half, Dweg. Is that a major concern?
No, not at all. 9 need to be positive, though, and we need to see a bit more out of some of their star players. I've been maybe a bit disappointed to say that Bobek is the only one providing real and true round impact. I've got to start seeing who that second or third player is going to be.
Astralis are onto their T side. Were a major harasser of 9 when they were on the T half of things. 9 trying to return the favour here with the push up towards Ivy, which Device is giving a lot of HP over towards. Bobek once again taking point as a major importance factor in these defaults, but nothing that will lead to a kill or a start. Astralis considering their move down Pop Dog.
A decent amount of util here from Astralis. They can put 2 smokes down on A, and they can get a molly towards the back of Bomb. Stare, waiting for a contact. Bobek has not been seen getting aggressive into Olaf.
Tucked behind the boxes. I'm hearing footsteps of rotators here. Going to call it out towards main that there's something going on. It might end up being an A play or some sort of split. Stare now moving on. Look at the position that Bobek's taking, but Stare read him like a book. Rules good to trade it. Well, 9 against Astralis. Pistol success. Conversions have gone well. The Danes will have their buy against the bonus weapon set of the 9 camp. The CT-sided nature now hopefully to come up to full fruition as 9 to try and take the lead away from Astralis most permanently.
And I wanted to ask you, Jay, would you say that it's a decent result if 9 can even take a map in this series? Or do you just think with the new changes they've made, the upgrades to the roster, that a victory is warranted? How do you look at it?
It's hard to say because it is one of those cases where I don't think 9 are like they're not like a PARIVISION, right? They're not like a team that I'm looking at thinking, damn, they're going far, they're going to do decent things. I think that getting a map over Astralis will be a very good start for 9 to work their way up the tier 2 environment. I think it's doable given the state that Astralis have been in at times. Whether it remains so, however, is of course another question entirely. But it is going to be a very good angle to work into, a very good position for 9 to be. And I think it is possible that they could do it. I think they've got the pieces there. I look at elements like Farven, for example, and his position coming back off from a bleed project. We had a lot of potential as well, hoping that he can come into this roster and fulfill that potential once again. I mentioned, of course, the new additions of Bobek and Kragen, of course, having their first international stint, have certainly made their names on their respective national scenes. They get back underway here to see whether they can continue to make impressiveness happen against Astralis. Again, the T's have the better buy here.
A fast util to come out of A, and an early molly to stop any Brownhall's aggression. A lot of flashes. Kragen, though, are going to tuck himself behind the red train and just pin himself for that first aggressive fight towards T-Con.
Smoke down at Ivy that will eventually land for the T-side line. Rolls around the end of the red box, hoping that he can expect some aggression, which he won't receive yet. Astralis were revealing that aggression to him. They know that he pushed up towards Ivy. Should be aware of their falling back position because they're not going to move any further here.
That's an intriguing smoke. Try and take map control away from the CTs and limit vision towards that area. Farfen, similar pos that we saw Bobek try and play on the pistol. Not a huge amount of util left. Not a single flash to get them out of T-Con towards A.
Well, there a minute left to go, and the CT is getting proactive, being watched by Cadian from range. Bomb on his back to engage the SMG, also from range. Of course, the AK is going to win it out. They've seen that bomb back there at spawn, so they can get a decent inkling as to where it might end up going. In a bomb site seems like the most likely call here.
Yeah, still 2 towards B, so 9 are second guessing whether it's actually going to be a maneuver out towards B. Incendiary, good util here from the CTs, but a cracking entry from Stair.
The smoke's coming down to telegraph where the hit's going to come down fully. Kragen trying to get behind the red train and peek ahead of the main position. Device, close contact, Kragen wins it out, trying to hide himself at low HP. Stout trying to get involved himself as Kragen does find an angle of flank and lurks it for another pick as well. Farman and Mantu also come up close, and Bobek can close out from the pop dog flank as 9 hold their nerve, gain a ton of value from what was a bonus weapon by 3 free AKs for the CT side.
Just proper quality being established there from Kragen. So not only from the back of red does he do damage, but notice how he's stalling time and it's just shaving seconds off of the clock. It's setting up those players on the bomb train directly to deal with all of that late round pressure. 2 kills from the Dane made that look easy.
Astralis unable to mount up to it despite having the firepower, despite having the entries. In fact, they had them out advantage for a period of time. There's quick in from these Deagle players. Going to go rushing into the base offsite, it looks like. Mantu's caught a slight angle device and will be able to take the frag. It's down, similar story ahead of the smoke. Yabi got 1 trade in his Deagle in the back. Stair going to burn, damage done. Farven picks up kill on Yabi. And the flames will kill off the last of Mantu. At least the bomb's made its way away from the to the B bomb site. Plant will be secured, so money will be gained by Astralis. Number 9 for 9, however, as they are going to get closer and closer to the map win, up on nearly to double digits here.
I just want to see what the triple AKs on the CT perspective are going to be able to do in the next gun round, because keeping that alive for as long as possible generates more of a threat than what you'd be able to do with just M4s. And 9 need to continue this streak and disallow Astralis much of an opportunity to get comfortable on their T side, get a bit of a sound understanding. One aspect you're always going to kind of consider is that when you don't have a huge sample size of results, it's difficult to know where the weaknesses lie in the map pool. With only 1 train result under the belt for Astralis, and this being the second, 9 can look right now and say, we're being a threat.
Two to the good on the CT side, and you start to look back on that T-half concern that you brought up in the FlyQuest matchup. Astralis fought upon by Bobek, seeing players into the halls, put the nade down to try and stop them from rushing his position. Like a slight HP disadvantage, but only slight. Leaving all 5 players alive in that one. Astralis going to have to continue to work the default.
Yeah, Bobek's not really blocking though. Didn't put the smoke down towards Heaven or the Brownhall's ramp entrance. And flash around the corner, Pop being watched. All about timing, because they're going to pin some Brownhalls here.
4 players in total on the CT basis. The peek in from Bobek is well timed, but the only player has been seen out of that position. Now Cadian popping open the windows of Popdog, and it indicates that this might end up being an A play, and they are correct to assume so on the 9 side. Rotations are thick and fast. The second player joins the defensive. The back lines, of course, being watched out by one individual. Rules is also up here. Farven is backed up, looking for a chance to move forward and strike. Stare, similar story on the part of Astralis, getting above at the red train. 40 seconds, room to work on the kill. Farven nailed it down. Rules with a decent picks down. Going to pick him up. Farven not able to deny anything, but Mantu takes Yabi back from range alongside Bobek. Supports down, is going to get found, and Acadian is the last player that remains. Bomb now in no man's land, but contested more closely by the CT forces. I don't see a way out for the captain. And 9 will continue the CT streak up to 10.
And this has been an excellent showing from a CT point of view. 9 haven't been afraid to make info plays, and that can sometimes be the struggle and the downfall for these tier 2 squads when they go up against the big boys, is they get nervous, right? They don't want to make the plays that they do when you face off against Eklot and against Ents and Nexus, because you feel as if you're going to get punished a lot more for overextending and making high-risk moves. But the info plays, the movement we're seeing, Bobek double facing and putting more emphasis out towards the Brown Halls, they're playing with confidence. And for 9 to be completely undefeated in the second half, to be limiting the amount of bomb plants that are coming through from Astralis, that's going to limit how many gun rounds are really coming in. And this is looking as if they could get Train tied up pretty quickly.
No rounds scored for Astralis in the second half. Saw the 1xBet odds on screen a moment ago as well. They were heavily, not heavily, but they were pretty decently in favour of Astralis coming into this best of 3. Now they've gone with the direction of 9. This map, their pick, showing decent signs of a victory for the international team. Flashes incoming. Yabi leaning out of heaven. Sprayed just about comes up against Bobek, the only player on the B-side defensive alongside Rules. It seems like 9 have been beaten by pace this time. Astralis well and truly in the bomb site, deep in the bomb site at that. Yabi catch off the player and connect to the AWP, better watch for him now. Mantu doesn't quite register, so the AWP will even drop these last 2 players. I mean, there's no choice but to save for Kragan and Faven. So Astralis will finally break that streak. It's 5 in a row for 9, but 1 more back for Astralis to close the gap to 2.
While Bobek has been pretty exceptional for the 9 squad on Train, he was caught napping out there on B. He didn't drop any util. There was no smoke towards ramp. There was no incendiary. He really didn't throw anything other than a single flash. And when you're a B-site anchor and you're being pressured, you've got to start dropping util. You've got to try and waste as much of the T's economy and especially time to getting into the bomb site to allow rotations to get there. And Barton's trying his best to hold on to the AK, but it's not going to happen. Astralis, like you mentioned, beat him by pace and allow themselves to get their first T rounds.
Well, 9 shouldn't be taking this one lying down. Reinvestments into the next, although this could be an opportunity for Astralis with no money in reserve for the C2 side. It means that this is a reset opportunity. Go 10 all. Potentially even further with a follow-up after that. Kragan's going to try and be proactive in this environment. And same the story for Bobek as well, opting not to go back behind the train and actually push on towards heaven with the support of Rawls. The Molotov burning Kragan very heavily down to less than 30 points of health. Evades the HG. Someone gets away with a kill. Almost a double on towards Device as well. Stare comes in to bail out his AWPer. The 4-on-4 with a HP advantage ensues for 9.
A right idea there for Astralis. They know that Kragan was going to be low on HP, so you do everything in your power to make sure that he fights. They won't be too happy with how much damage has been lost. Cadian to drop, Device down to 30. Now, Bobek previously has enjoyed with teammates to get aggressive out here in the Brown Halls, and this is what Yabi's trying to hope for.
2 players to receive past this smoke. It's not cleared up yet. Yabi and Stare will move together. What will Rules do? What will Bobek do? The forward players, those from Popdog. The M4's a bit awkward in that exchange. Now Rules has got to strike. They're moving in towards Stairs very quickly. The HE will do very good damage. No, it bounces away. Yabi strikes on Rules down, closing in the pincers of Farben, having his back turned towards one angle. Finally, Bobek gets a kill away, but now he's got to do it all on his lonesome because Mantu fell in the interim. And the AWP is watching the Device going exactly where his contact is. Bobek still gets away with the kill and upgrades to an AK. Yabby instead, there's only 2 possible angles of entry, heaven and ramp. He's moving up heaven. Smoke in the way. Bobek, see it clear. Yabby sees the same. Headshot not quite gained, although Bobek's close towards it. Desperate to pick up the man, not sure where Stair is, and in the end deciding it's best to fall back and hold onto the rifle. They're going to go hunting for him though. Stair close position, does lose his life, but Bobek has not got time for a retake. It will be a ninth for Astralis.
Just a position where Astralis looks so comfortable. You've got Bobek, who's putting a lot of emphasis down out there in heaven. He's in a position where he's sort of trying to fight, but also trying to waste time. Astralis just have everything red. They're cutting rotations. They're making the CTs look like absolute fools there. And Bobek holds onto a rifle, but a rebuy. Farvan's got money. Kragen's got money. We're going to start seeing limitations, and there it is. You've got Kragen on an MP9 and Rules down on a pistol.
Quick out from Stan, the SMG of his own accord. Pressing so far forward towards that smoke. The back lines, which will not be covered off too much. Only Rules here with the 5-7. Cadian is in. Gets caught off guard. Second kill for the Dane as Farvan lands. Device finally picking up some presence here. The MAC-10 still undetected, but it's a 4 versus 2 for 9.
It's just crumbled. Astown is going to get flashed, tries to turn away, can't get the kill against Farvan, and it's a surprising call. They know the buy isn't great, and they go in for something extremely pacey. And the in-game leader of Rules just puts up so much of that first damage, doesn't he? 5-7, close range, getting 2 kills, and then as soon as that comes in, it's just it's a collapse of basically the entire team.
I'm surprised that of all the weapons to do that, it's the pistol. Not the SMG, not the rifles, the pistol. Brilliant stuff from the captain. It might be bottom fragger, but that might be a most impactful set of frags that may tip the odds and the scales truly in favour of 9. The pistols are back out for Astralis on Device and Kanian. Can't afford the AWP. Can't even afford an AK for Yabby, having a Galil in this round. How quickly the turns can table. Two-round deficit for Astralis to make up, and they're playing as slow as ever.
Yabby just trying to clear out all of these tucked cubby corners that Bobek could have worked around. And 9 have got a pretty good read on a B lane. This is the first time that we've seen 3 on B in an early round.
Bobek. Demise, still gets a kill out of it. Stair trading him. AK lost towards the CT side. Farvan is to incendiary off that heaven positioning. Backup is on the way. A third player now joining them. I want to know where to look though. Distracted by the shadows. Mantu has got the trade against him. Now known towards the back. Kragen's now with him. But an SMG at this kind of range, it doesn't really work out towards their favour. They've lost the bomb on the bomb train though. They have to commit out here and they're stalled. No major pushes from Rules. He's considering the idea of a rotate that may be in effect. I don't think they realise they've dropped the bomb there on the site. Mantu trying to spot, didn't quite seize down. Now he has a Device of support that can combine to the kill. It's down to 2 men on 9.
Now, Kragen's hoping for some over-aggression from the back of Oil, but it's just not coming. They've even tapped the bomb. They're trying to draw fights.
Tap it a second time, but hold the stick for the permanency. Device now up close. Kragen from range will try and fight Rules. Doesn't know who to engage against and give himself up all the same. Now last player, Kragen. Can't even get an exit frag out of this one. Astralis have answered back once again.
And if you are 9, that's actually quite a tilting round, because that setup cannot be any better. What round do we see in a rifle investment where you've got 3 B and you don't win? It just doesn't happen. You've got so many players on B with a crossfire, but they can't quite link up. They can't quite work it together. Astralis were in a lot of trouble going into that B bomb site, but they've relieved the pressure because they were able to convert.
9. Quick. Against Astralis, Device is going to pick up Kragen first and foremost. Rules taking a Molotov tank damage, and that'll cost him his life. Didn't realise the flashbang still in effect. Mantu now the only rifle left in play, and really in the thick of it here. So many players that could fight him. He loses his teammate Bobek. The 1 versus 5 most well and true. Cadian will find him, and no man will fall on Astralis as they equalise against 9. Have the CT side just blown it. Last opportunity for Astralis to get into the map point, because this will not be a bye.
And perhaps we look at 9 and say, were they just gunning too much from the start of the halves? Let's think about what happened in the first half. They lost pistol, but then converted on the force buy, got off to a 4-1 lead. What have they done in the second half? They've gone 5-0 up. It's shown that they don't have the depth and the quality as gun rounds continue on in this map.
And the basic pistols will at least combine to catch the Vice off guard. Aiden's going to try and protect that AK and let his teammates know that, you know, you can go in towards the B bomb site pretty safely. Now main is a concern. Crash is going to grab that AK again, but Bobek takes the second one. So actually, as far as ecos go, this is very, very good firepower. Very good weapon to take into the last round of the half with, in the last round of regulation as well. Astralis will go hunting to try to take those weapons out of the CT hands if possible. Mantu, he gets another kill instead of a third AK, and suddenly you'd be very worried if you're Astralis.
And not the outcome that you would have hoped. It's quite easy to say, oh, well, why didn't Cadian back off? The issue is he doesn't exactly know where everyone is on that CT side. So even if he commits back out to TCOD, he could be running into a trap. At least if he holds there, he's got the best chance of trying to clean up everyone. Map point for Astralis. 9 will be crossing their fingers, begging that they've got the right call. And it might just have to be relying on Berry. Do you use a tactical in such a key round?
None called yet. Doesn't seem like they're going to get called at all. No, last second tactical out from the 9 side. Last one of regulation for them. A hell of a time to call it in at round 24. Astralis still have one available to them. They could extend this if they wanted to. Of course, both teams get one overtime timeout the same. Nine have got about as much as they could ask for. Full automatic weapons. 2 AKs for Faven and Bobek. The only thing they're missing is the AWP. Single rounder send us into OT. Astralis, one to close down 9's map pick.
And you're sure that you trust Berry in this kind of round to come up with something with what he was able to produce with the players that he had on both Sprout and Saw. He's got the pedigree for upsets and calm moments. Fast, out towards the brown holes.
HG's a Bobek. Now he's bringing Incendiary down. They're charging in real thick and fast here. Cadian going to run through the fire. Bobek can take the first killing and down, and Cadian can trade it with device support as well. M4 in the back will take out Stare from Heaven. Cadian still so low, but so is Mantu here. A HG put in the right place at the right time to turn the tides in both different directions. 3-on-3 for the retake, though. The bomb has been planted.
I love this late lurk, but it comes down to Cadian and device to stall. They need to run the clock to get Yabby set up from the backstab.
It's closing in ever so slowly. Rawls and Kragen are at least set up to deal with him if they approach, but they're not accounting for his man's position. The smoke will start to fade. They're going to start to make their way in closer. Cadian looks to strike. And Kragen will give away the ghost with his gun barrel. Device with a kill on the AWP. Tech9's pulled out. Yabby slowly closes in. The pincers of Rawls will get the kill. Mantu, 8 points of health, will not last against the pistol. Astralis will just cinch it. 9's map pick. Their one Hail Mary into the series is lost as Astralis will start things off.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm seeing dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. They haven't got nothing to phase me. I'm seeing Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Astralis lead the charge. 9 tried to pocket pick train. It didn't work. Now it's Inferno, and the 2-0 chances now look extremely likely for Astralis to win. It seems like your prediction may well have been bang on.
Even Nine's record on Inferno looks good with this new roster. Wins against Eyeballers, Fluffy Gangsters, Eyeballers, and Ecstatic back-to-back. But it's just not even top tier 2 teams, and that's my main problem. Whereas Astralis, they're beating Furia, Pain, Wildcard, FlyQuest. This should be a 2-0 for Astralis now.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. This is a team that obviously came into this one as heavy favourites, and we had some faith in 9, or at least I had some faith in 9 in picking up that first map, and I gave it 2-1 to Astralis on the basis that Train would get taken by the 9 side. It's been lost, so that's my prediction completely out the window at this point. Pistols live, 9 on the CT side, and they're heavy-handed in this A press. It's Bobek alone on the B defensive with the entire Astralis force back defensive. They're going to go ahead of the smoke before it blooms. He does find a kill on Stair first, and the Stound's going to overwhelm, and now the back lines and the backstab can close in. They'll lose device, but the bomb's going to make its way all the way towards A bomb site. They'll leave one player in Yabi there to cut them off. They think that the bomb may end up going down on the B bomb site. It's all a ruse at this stage, but Yabi gets nothing for his trouble. Now Cadian's going to break away, and Stound has got to hold off the entire CT force, closed in upon from all angles. Will isolate Farv and take him down, but Rules combines with his teammates. It's Cadian alone in the post plant.
Yeah, this is such a tough 1v3. He's trying to fight them straight away, though.
Headshot on Rules is gained. He backs off a little bit further. Guerrilla-style tactics in this one. Second player out towards Wine Jensen. Sees Mansu as well. Kragan, however, gets ahead of the game, evades all the headshots, and will get the kill that gets the defuse and the pistol for 9.
It's a bit of a strange round there from Astralis, because they're just trying to cut rotations a bit too much. They do extremely well to deal with Bobek. Anytime a Julie's is behind a smoke, you're anticipating 2, maybe even 3 kills. It's only a 1-for-1 trade, but then Device is bottom banana to cut rotations, and then you've got Yabi out there in first oranges to cut, and then Stown kind of doing the same thing out in construction. So it probably would have just been a lot more comfortable if they took the bomb site, got the bomb down, played out the post plant. A little bit too much going on there for Astralis.
You see it in the first round of the Danish side. 9 losing Bobek first up. Stown through the smoke to connect down at Banana. Was forced by Status in for the T side. Astralis at least in the advantage from the man advantage, but firepower is still something to consider with them on a CT basis.
Well, this is where 9 need to get a bit gimmicky. They need to correctly stack a bomb site or just completely gamble. At the moment, Farfan is being pushed further back because of this util. Missed Molly out towards Porch, makes the button.
Spray through, gets nothing. Device lands on Farvan instead. Advantage extended. Mansu will be able to trade back. Finally reinstated with 3 versus 3, but he's overwhelmed by the flank involved from Long. Rolls and Kragan, man down on the retake. Very difficult retake to work.
It's quite entertaining to think that the last best of 3 had, for the most part, the pistols and the conversions being won. And now we've come out here and look at the start of Train. Pistol was won, and then the round 2 was broken. It was lost. And it's the exact same thing that's transpiring out here on Inferno. And when it's MR12, when you're map 2 in a series, the last thing you want from 9's point of view is to give away freebies, right? To give away those resets, because now you're double eco, you're buying around the M4s, but it could leave Astralis to that 3-1 beginning where they can start getting quite comfortable on the T side.
Terrorists win.
All squared up. Very early days to this matchup. Astralis will do everything they can to maintain over the 9 side. course, a clapback that will do no favors for the CT economy either. No chance to build lost bonuses, so those saved weapons will be the basis of a forced buy. The Eagles, 5.7s, SMGs around those M4s. Not ideal for 9, and Astralis really answer back to HG from Kragan, having so well at the top of the banana. Running right to the Molotov as well. That should get him. Down kicks things off officially.
There's just so much util. Can't see a thing. He's being bombarded. And now for 9, there's a bit of an over-rotation. Bobek starting to move away, separate 2 on a bomb site each. Astralis have just got so much time to start toying with rotations now.
Smokes up, HG's down. Mantu at least able to respond with a little bit of damage down, but it's still a loss of a player. And the second one as well, falling in the apartments. The Abbey, quick pickup, diving out into the open space, trying to find that player on the corner. Smoke away, Rules blind spray does connect damage onto the man, but down still alive with 5 points of health. Stare and Yabi will combine together onto that player on the center of the bomb site. Mantu fallen next, and once again another 2 versus X for Rules and Bobek that they just can't seem to win here. Backing away with that M4. Bobek probably gets hunted down by Yabi here, and indeed that's the case. Triple in for the Dane, and Rules looking for exits at best, but most certainly will not gain this round.
Astralis, since the start of the year, have been picking quite a lot of Inferno and Nuke in their best of 3s, and I think it's adapt to the playstyle that they offer. Inferno can be quite boring in the pro scene, especially from a T-side point of view, because it's all about pressure points and it's about taking space and working the right time to take banana, to put pressure into brackets. And something that Astralis are going to be able to do quite consistently is just put pressure on opening duels. And I think we've seen that out towards banana, haven't we? With the heavy amount of util that's going past the half wall, out there towards the sandbag, we're getting 5v4s instantly, and then they just reset. Then they go out for what even looked like an apps pop, but they got the kill before they even needed to fly out of the apartment. So it was just a sitter of a round for Astralis.
Well, those 1xBet odds on screen a moment ago have flip-flopped more than a sandy day on the beach. Astralis, heavy favourites at the back of that map win when 9 at one point had them edged out. That is no longer the case. Train victory now leading to this Inferno, where Astralis look to try and take a pretty decent lead to start things off, try and make it commanding with the rifles in the follow-up. This is an eco for 9. They're stacking towards the B bomb site, which the bomb carrier is leaning to initially. Imagine that after Cadian sees what's going on, they're just calling the quick hit of the A site.
And the flash timing needs to be on point for Rules, and it's looking pretty good at the moment, actually.
Smokes are up to extinguish those flames. Cadian walking his way forward. There goes the flash, there goes the peak. They get away with a couple of kills out of it. Struggling is Device. That bomb now in a very dangerous position. Brown's going to leave that to Lil forward and try and take him. It's awkward. Spray's USP comes out against him. As the clock gets drawn out by Device, but Mantu finally provides that support. Kragan has fallen, but the other rifle is still out here. The flank of Rules going to be useless as Mantu takes a lot of damage. He's sitting on the bomb, and maybe this time scoring might provide something, but it's a USP in the hands of Rules here. Their backs are turned. He's hoping that they pick up that bomb and try and counter-rotate into the A bomb site. Mantu was known to be here. Do they know that he's low as well?
Yabi is just trying to calm the round down. All about timing. Rules, a USP. He's going to need a double dink, but he should just get traded straight away.
Stare checks in. Decent dink onto the first at least. But not enough for the kill on Rules' part. As you mentioned, needed a double. Mantu, Kevlarless, 30 HP. Stare is low HP, so he himself can also fall pretty quickly. There's no HE towards the center of the bomb site, so it's the hard clear way, and it won't happen for him. Stare with a triple. Very good damage done by 9 to Astralis with no investment really in that previous round. It does leave the economy in a bit of a deficited state. There's still a lot of cash coming into this round to buy down with. Shocking steal has been evaded by Astralis.
That was a beautiful eco, because you are right, normally, as soon as Cadian sees that flash, you try and cancel, but they'd already committed quite far up, and Device had the bomb trapped on that right-hand side, so couldn't escape back past the half wall. A testing eco, but now the pressure starts building on the gun round fast, into brackets for a few.
Orb swings, shot does ring out, but doesn't connect. Down and Cadian moving up with their Mac 10 device. AK close to the half wall. Rules will trade him back immediately with Bobek's casualty. Now leaving a HP advantage for CT side. But look at where the Mac 10s are leaning into here. Rules another good kill, but Yabi trades. Cadian comes back onto Mantu all the same. 3-on-2 established. Both of the CT players isolated from each other as well per bomb site. And Astralis hold the man advantage. Will that change against Cadian's position though? Farben leading into Yabi instead gets him, transfers back, and Mayo just made the play that saved 9 the round.
And there we go from Farfen. Someone finally stepping up, but Stown's got the read on the rotation from B.
To find a spray perfect, he's unable to do so. Kragan will take him, and 9 will get up to number 2.
That was actually a very lazy rotation there from Nines. They were just sold on the idea that that's a quick brackets take. They started running down to Banana. That was Astralis reading the round extremely nice. They were over-rotating players. They got a pretty good setup out there, but Farfen just gets the transfer onto 2. I spoke about it a little bit, especially when Bobek was playing well on train. X Factor is required for 9. If they want to put rounds up on the board, we need to see individuals creating moments.
Orbs are set on both sides. Astralis dipping into the savings once again. Breaking open that piggy bank to enable the rifles again, probably for the last time here. There's no cash in reserve. Back of what 9 have just done in the previous 2. They themselves are struggling with cash. This is a swing round in number 6. Whose direction will it swing towards? Astralis initially just outside of bracket. There's a bit of contact coming in towards Banana as well. Bobek looking to swing in against Down and gets some decent ding damage. Returning on towards Mantu and Bobek, and eventually Rules will take some damage as well, but will swing forward towards getting that opening kill.
And now they start accelerating towards A because they've lost Banana. And emphasis comes down towards the Orpa Mantu and Farfen to defend.
Yabi caught in the reload. Farben gets a kill. Still a player back at pit as well. That's the AWP of Mantu landing on Stead. Device and Cadian, the 2 players that remain. The 2 veterans previously at war with each other in their respective squads, but now united and now divided with Bobek's kill on Cadian. Leaving Device captainless. The AWP in a 1 versus 5. Jump round the corner for the SMG will close against even him as 9 equalize.
That was an insane risk from Rules. So there's been a bit of contact out towards top Banana. There's a lot of util going back and forth. The T's molly off the car and half-wall area, and Rules decides to peek. Rather than backing off and playing it safe, he gets on the front side of it. Now, if he loses that fight, you don't see a heavy rotation out towards A. And maybe those are the kind of plays that we need to be keeping an eye out for 9 to say, okay, do they have the guts to do that consistently? We'll see it again. Instantly ready to fight. Just giving pressure over towards Astralis.
The advantage has been negated on the Astralis part. 9. Try and surge ahead with control again. Money was not great for either team, so this will be an eco for the T side. 9 finding their reset, finding their swing, finding all sorts of firepower as well. The best thing that Astralis would really want to do in this kind of round is try and take at least one of these AKs away. The concern is the amount of firepower they have to do that with. 1 demon is all I see on the T side.
And so if we're anticipating a light investment, then we're anticipating an easy round. And 9 should not lose many bodies at all. You want to keep as many of those AKs up in the next key gun round. A jump spot from Bobek and a deeper smoke towards Banana is limiting map control. And 9, for the most part, you want to be pushing the lead, don't you? You always want to be on front. You always want to make sure that you're ahead on the scoreline, because as soon as Astralis have got that lead and they hold on to it, that's when pressure goes back onto the underdogs.
Rules finds Yabi. Bobek takes a lot of damage to his initial fight out towards the B bomb site in Banana, however, so Astralis is still hunting for some sort of exit. Again, an AK out of the hands of the CT side will be positive towards them. Mantle was getting caught off guard with it. He's going to pass that AWP off to the low HP individual. Still hold his nerve against the pistol player in the Glock. That 1 casualty loss will be better to hold on to the AKs for the most part, though. Astralis Showing no signs of, I was going to say, showing no signs of picking up a kill in this one, but Mantu does fall, so they do lose one of those AKs, but certainly no signs of getting anything in the round here. They have to go down in trying to get the bomb on out. Cadian will fall, and so will Device. So, that's actually 2 lost AKs, not bad for an eco.
And they'll be very happy with that one. Now, moving into the next gun round, without Device being on the AWP, it's going to be a test to see where the pressure points come from. Is it the back and forth towards Banana? Is there more emphasis on trying to take brackets, trying to move Mantu to be very defensive out there in the arch and out to Library? Only 5 picks with the AWP so far, but this is where Mantu can do the best of work.
No AWPs on the T side, meanwhile. Nade sent sailing past Device in a Banana. Cadian making the damage. The blind sprays on Bobek doing work. The player Farman steps down towards the top one button in the middle, taking stare down. Down with the tray back onto the German. Rules hiding inside that smoke. Behind there somewhere, but he's got backups down. Turns the advantage in for Astralis.
Yeah, Bobek's low on HP, so that's why he's asked for some help there from Kragan. And there is a walk attempt into both apartments and towards brackets. Mantu is completely alone. This is going to be a tough bomb site to hold by yourself.
A backup is slowly making its way up here, but it seems like he'll take first contact before they can provide their support. Smokes up. And now they're going to join him, but even the Moto smoke comes down, so no access to Bobek. Mantu flash blinded, not checked all the way in the back lines. They're going to have Bobek distracting. Mantu pulls the trigger, but does nothing with it. Kragan in a lonely clutcher, 1v4, running right past the AWP. He's stuck in position at the very least, hearing footsteps all around him, but where does he go with this? They're spread out for the hunt. At least 2 players will need to fall before he can take the defuse. Stound's making his way away here, so actually, yeah, that footstep rotating into the bracket's position. Is this possible for Kragan? He's got a smoke with him, but no kit, unfortunately, so Ninja's a little bit whiffed on the spray there for Yabi. I think there should be just enough time stalled out by him. Does recover a kit, actually. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Have Astralis bottled this round? I believe they have! Oh, Kragan! The sneakiest of men, sneaking in number 5 for 9.
It's just a lazy clearance out there from Astralis. You've got the AWP coming out towards short, not clearing all of the positions. It's a great timing, and Kragan knows if I play Trigger Discipline here, the comm is there's already a kit on the bomb site, so get the kill against the apps player and just get on it straight away. And with the plant being where it is, you can't even spam out from short. Excellent play from Kragan. Astralis are going to be kicking themselves right there. That's a 4v1.
Such great spatial awareness as well to recognize where that kit was, because without it, he wouldn't have won that round. That is excellent. Absolutely excellent. Let's score 1 for the Danes of the 9 side, score 3 for Astralis, and down by 2. 9 against the odds in that round, able to maintain and extend their lead. They'll have the rifles across the entire board as well, so economical situations will not come back to bite them. Astralis kind of on even kilter actually with the money in reserve. Huge opportunities opening up for 9 if they can follow it up with a fantastic round and in terms of dropping all those weapons to make it expensive, and actually there's quite a lot available for the CT side.
And the one positive in that last round was how good the site exec was from Astralis. The util was perfect. And that's something that 9 are going to have to be wary of about how they set themselves up. Kragan getting spammed up through the bottom of the mid-smoke. Bobek getting aggressive. There's a flash from the Coffins player. In-game leader flashes him off, but actually doesn't peek around the corner with it.
Chunky damage on Mansu and Kragan. Kragan especially. Lean in towards the A-bomb site, now joined by 3rd CT. It's Farman that takes point over in the apartments. Flashed in to check the corridors, but no one has been seen. Is Yabi going to be ready for him? Will Farman expect this to be a quick pop-up forward to the AK? M4, quick headshot against Kragan's going to have to adjust.
They try and get that incendiary down, but pressure's building out towards long. Players are here en masse.
Raw's not pressing the smoke. Aware that there's players behind them that can't provide support to the site directly, trying to back up towards the archers because smokes are coming down from the T side as well, indicating they might end up trying with some sort of wrap play into the B side, but it's all a ruse. A is the target, and from range, Rules can turn it into a 4-on-4. Now it's all Kragen to try and hold off from beyond that smoke, but Stown will catch him with the clearance, the bullets. Man advantage that 9 don't really want to fight against, probably shouldn't fight against. Money's not great. Likelihood is low. Astralis will be given a 4th.
And you can look at the scoreline at the moment and say that 9's in a good position. I actually think they are getting outclassed. The only way that Kraken won that round is, what, a 1v4 basically ninja defuse. The actual site hits are looking quite comfortable. 9 look a bit out of place at time. I think they're struggling against the util. And they're struggling to get the read on the rounds in the mid portion. I'd like to see a little bit more activity, whether that's retaking top banana, maybe having a bit of an apps walk. I think more information needs to be gathered because the late round is very tough for them at the moment.
Have to concur. Astralis on the upward trajectory. 9 need more confidence in these rounds. It's one thing to sneak one into the ninja. Another thing to maintain their confidence. 1xBet certainly agree. Odds well and truly favouring Astralis. A little bit more evened out by comparison to the start of the map up. But still heavily towards Denmark today. Stown tagged early. Rules also receiving some damage as Cadian that moves ahead of the banana presence and flashes. He turned away from the HE's damage evaded. Similar story with the Molotovs as well. 3rd player on the way into the defensive line.
And they're struggling to contest banana. It's being taken quite easily by Astralis. The Mantu comes back out. Aggressive flash play for Bobek perhaps.
Shot doesn't ring out. Bobek does spray. Transfer into 2 more as well. Stare and Stown line themselves up for him. And just like that, the triple has made the difference. A quadra, in fact, for Bobek as he dips back in for Yabi. Device can take him. But now he's all alone to clutch the rest of it. An ace required in this round for the big green gun.
Fair play to Bobek. He's in an off angle. He's by himself. The only thing that he can do is stall for time and look for damage. And he's got 4 kills. That is a phenomenal hold on B, and I think without a doubt he's been 9's best player across the 2 maps in the series so far.
A round like that, you can't really deny it. Farvan and Rules might lead the charge on the kill count, but the impact has certainly been with their Swedish compadre. Wonderful stuff for them, and that's minimum 6 for 9. So even though Astralis might be on paper outclassing 9 as a whole, they're still keeping the advantage on the scoreboard. And the Danish squad will have to struggle a little bit longer before they can take full control of this matchup. See once again how Bobek did it from his perspective. At least there's money available for Astralis to buy back into the rifles. AKs across the entire team board in the penultimate round of the half.
And this is where 9 need to capitalize on a big play in the last and make it an 8-4 half. We've got a single player on B of Rules. Everyone else has started towards A, which means that Mantu can be a bit of a shifting rotator. Rules has got to be careful. He can't afford to go down here on B when he's playing alone.
Four-man setup from 9 over on the A-bomb site with the quad boost involved. They should start to consider rotations with the noise being made out here by Astralis, but the suppression of utility is there for now for Rules' part. He's out of it. So we'll need that support sooner rather than later.
And Mantu under quad. Kragen making a little bit of an info. He's going to try and clear out the majority of the apartments.
We'll start to recognize what's really going on here. To pop out of the balcony, C2, take them. Oh, just about missed the mark on Stown, but 16 HP for him. He'll be a goner soon enough with a decent rifle basis. Mantu to back away, still got Farvan on top of quad. Finds Stown real quick, dives back into the fire, happens to tank the damage, try and maintain position of the site itself. Yabi strikes out of the apartment with device support on Mantu as well. And Yabi getting Bobek and a headshot behind the boxes. Somehow, Astralis have bailed themselves out of a very awkward defensive. 9 scrambled on shore, scattered in that position. Now it's up to Rules to clutch.
Man, if I'm Rules, I'm so tilted. I'm just fuming. How have we bottled that site hold? The info played, the man up, everything was perfect, and now clearance towards Boiler doesn't even come in. That is a disastrous looking A-hold. Players are out of position, players are running into one another, comms are just hectic. And that was a perfect opportunity to not only win the round, but disallow a bomb plant, allow yourself to go up 7-4, push for that 8-4. That is a key missed opportunity towards the end of the first half.
Definitely. 9 had been in a position to get an 8-4 half over Astralis.
And it reminds me back to that triple B setup that they had on Train, where they had the setup, they had the players in the position, but they're not converting the round. And yeah, you can easily blame teething issues with a new roster, but you have to be realistic and say, if we're not converting those opportunities, we just cannot beat Astralis. Those are the kind of rounds that need to be taken and need to be won.
Look at the investment for the CT side. For Mars on Farven, rules a pistol. 3 M4s can come through, but that's contrasting to Astralis' full buy, including the AWP on device. They needed something extra here for 9. They've not found it. And the CT side may only go so far as evens. One last chance to make a slight difference at a 7-5, which would return the favour that Astralis had gained over on the first map. It was a 7-5 CT advantage for them on Train. But 9 could have been in a position to gain so much more. Farven, 2 players, Yabi and Stare, moving up to the apartments. Found frag for the Famar Stare quick trade.
Yeah, Stare's going to look for more, though. These short players are just stuck right now. Where do they look? Do they look to brackets, or do they look to Stare? More impact is coming from the rifler now.
Meanwhile, Bobek goes right back towards brackets. Device going to get picked up. Bobek just evaded their Stare's position to hold down the angles. Bobek's going to make his way in towards the mid position, try and backstab against Kanan. They have no idea this is coming in for them. Bomb carrier just evaded the contact, just evaded the casualty. Now Stan will provide that extra support. Meanwhile, Stare's continuing to try and find angles against the apartments players wrapped around against him. He looks down towards mid to try to provide support. Bobek is isolating Kanan, taking him down. Quick swing for the kill. So a 3-on-2 right now for 9 here. And Bobek, Mantu, the lone player, into the apartments, holding for contact, holding for the T side to give him a fight.
They're going to go into the B bomb site, or are they? No, back towards A. Now, they'll know that there's a low player. They'll know that at least there's damage being done towards Mantu. It's all about seeing if he can get bomb plants and Isle here.
They'll tap it once. Stare will isolate the fight on Mantu. And 9 will now leave Rules once again alone to clutch it, running into the last player with his knife pulled out. Astralis will even up. It's all squared in the turn of the half.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Don't phase me. I'm seeing dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Missed opportunities may be the headline for 9 coming out of this best of 3. Because when they could have had such a major advantage over Astralis here on Inferno, they've allowed them to get it to evens instead. And it was the T side of Inferno in a situation where we have a lot less faith in the 9 side as we did coming into this game, for me at least. Astralis now, and they could have run away with the CT half.
Even that last round, Jay. Less than 20 seconds on the clock and you're happy to tap the bomb to draw the fight. The quality is there in mass for Astralis. I don't think there's any chance at all that 9 can recover this second half. Astralis are here and already tapping away. Mantu drops early on.
Simple, basic headshot for device. They look towards Stan, who has no idea they're walking in from mid. Spatial awareness, all sorts of whack there for Astralis. Device try and adjust against them, not aware of Bobek sneak forward. So maybe this could be an insertion point around towards the B bomb site that could provide the opportunity the Nine are looking for.
It's tough, though. Long range with a Glock against the B players. Not going to be easy for Bobek.
Finds the fight from range. Cadian ducks out of the way now. They must be aware of the execution. Inbound, the utility certainly telegraphs it. One player on the boost, going to fight back. Cadian's going to get baited out for Yabi to hold him. The back line's even more so. We get only one kill out for it. Bobek will trade him. 2v3 for Astralis' retake.
A Device needs this kill. Bobek's getting aggressive.
Good kill. Man down. Kragan's low. Rules has also been tagged up. And Kragan taking first point of contact. Device needs a couple of good tags, and the man is falling so low now. Rules is dead. Kragan trades it. Stair must be aware of this player's position. Bomb tapped once though, kit on him. USP looking for the fight. Kragan close range. Doesn't quite lose it. I honestly thought it was going to fall. And now he's back up past the church here at the steeple. USP doesn't even get the pick for it. Kragan peeks up to a headshot. And Nine find an all-important pistol.
It's a massive clutch to win, and it didn't look as if there was much of a chance there. Tap the bomb, draw the fight. Kragan hits an absolute blinder. And this is what Nine are going to need, is not only the pistol win, but can we convert? Can we make sure that that round 2 conversion is won and not broken by Astralis? And the buy-up looks promising. You've got an M4 in the hands of Cadian. You've got the scout out for Device. Nine know that this round may actually dictate whether they can win Inferno or whether they're going to go out 0-2.
It may all rest in the force buy. Astralis have won for their Deagle basis. The scout, the M4 in for Cadian, just enough money for him to afford the best weapon that they can feasibly get as a rifler. Only one separates. Astralis still rather easily make up the difference. Nine, as you say, all important times ahead for them.
Oh, good spam. Right against Device. That's everything they need. Stair can pick it up, but they're hoping that they can drive them into this B stack.
Stairs lean. Try and spot, but unsuccessful. Scout in play for him, of course, picked up off Device, the dead man at the start of the round for Mantu's blind shot. And Nine, just this line of engagement goes super passive now. Taking some common T-side positions, starting to work up into the apartments. Not a lot of banana control. Astralis not responding with any of their own. Only Stair on the A-side defense.
This is going to be a B play. It depends on how much map control is being gained by the lurkers out in brackets. It's looking like a B set. You've got Kragan and Rules that are taking top banana, which is only an indication that it is going to be a maneuver towards that side.
Getting his eyes on, but unable to find the picks here. Nine are right around that corner. The M4's also revealed. Caden going to try and provide support for his teammates. Walk of Rules. Seen past that HE, the Deegan is down in the back lines. Perfectly timed headshot, but now comes the real hit in towards that A-bomb site. Stair with his blind shots of the scout, doing very little with it. It's a 4v4, but Astralis, so little weaponry. It feels like they want to hold into the next round. Yeah, no chance.
No, none at all. And it's a good read there from Rules. Without seeing that M4, it looked as if there was going to be either a full site execution towards B or even a split through spawn. But once they see that boosted M4, you think, okay, and 2 players at least towards CT, maybe another one in the bomb site, already killed the scout out in brackets. It makes sense to go for the A call. Now that is very unfortunate for Device. Didn't even show himself and just get straight spammed. But sometimes that happens, doesn't it? Doesn't matter which map you're talking about. Doesn't matter which area you're in. Spam kills can make all the difference in such a key round, and it's given Nine a chance. Now you have to look at it. Even though it's not another force buy, it's still another heavy investment. So this could still be weaponry brought forward that can do damage come the next.
And that's the thing that Astralis are most focused on, I want to say. The damage that can be done in the follow-up. This would have been a harsh eco had all players fallen down. At least they've got something to work with here in round 15. 9. Just another better weaponry for the most part. Mac 10 on rolls being an arguable exception. Astralis pressing players into Banana. Damage being done across the board here, but a lot more done towards the CT side than it is to the T. And Kragan and Rolls are going to capitalize upon that. Molotov burning KD and Mac 10 finding Yabi all the same. So 5-on-3 for 9.
The unfortunate nature is that M4's lost towards top Banana and going to be very difficult to recover again. Let's say that instead, just walked far enough. Rules is still selling it as much on B as possible. There's a gamble stack. Let's see if it pays off.
3 players here total. Smokes inbound as well. Stare. Back up behind the pillar here at the fountain. We'll see Kragan pop his header past the position. HG just down. Trying to open up an angle to work with past the smoke, and indeed he'll be successful in that endeavor. They have lost Stare in the meantime, so 2v3, make it 1 now. Device with his Deagle. That one is back, yes, but Rolls is ready to receive, and Device will drop, so 9 can get to 9 once again, pulling ahead of Astralis, but will this be the first roadblock? The rifles are back in for the Danish squad.
Esther needed to get that flash out straight away, didn't he? He was a bit hesitant, whether he thought that he threw it and tried to get back to the rifle too quickly. It was delayed, and it meant that you're in a position where you're just in the open. The pillar is so thin that you're going to get overwhelmed quickly. AWP in the hands of Device, they'll be looking for him to provide that consistency that he had on the city side of Train of just constant impact.
Quick forward up here for the CT side. Yabi burning 71 points of health on Molotov past the smokes. The HGs are trying to dish out even more damage. There's quite a bit return onto 9. Yabi will find his moment, pick up Kragan. Rules trades it. Cadian still sat inside the smoke, and Stown is right behind him. 4-on-4. 9 back off for a moment. They start to reaggress.
Now, Cadian's got some assistance now. They do not know that he's tucked on this half wall, and Stare's going to take first contact.
M4 to fight, wins it. Secondary kill not so as likely. Cadian's going to try and capitalize upon the confusion as Rules can trade him. Aware that Stown's right around that corner. This could be the bomb getting dropped, but Rules bails himself out. He's lost all his teammates though. Farther fell elsewhere. That smoke's awkward. He's lucky that no one else has passed that position, but he's going to stall a little bit longer. The CTs get a little bit more time to position themselves on a retake.
Now, Rules needs to fight against CT. When you've got no util and you're alone on a clutch, you kind of need to isolate at least one of the duels early on.
All Danes in this 1v2. Rules backed up at dark. Best position you could feasibly ask for him in the circumstances. The Incendiary's going to try and drive him out though. Forced to fight, doesn't get either of the 2 players. Astralis retakes success, they're up to 7.
It's a good effort from Rules. He does some heavy lifting out there towards Banana. He continues to try and get the trade frags. He gets the bomb down. He does decent economical damage that Yabi, Stown, and Cadian fall. So the economy is going to keep getting limited here from Astralis if they keep losing heavy players. Astralis know, though, that in terms of the setup, things were very successful. Picks were coming all across the map.
Second tactical used by Astralis. 9 have burned through all 3 here. 1 step closer to closing the gap, and 1 step closer to trying to usurp 9 here in this map up. 9 taking a while to get control over Astralis here on Inferno. As quickly as they gain it, they may lose it. And rifles are there to try and stop that for the 9 camp. AKs across the board. Astralis have the AWP back on Device once again. Money is very much not there for both sides, so this will be a swing round.
Indeed it will. Bottom of mid-smoke coming in to start. And Kragan with the molly out to Carl. Just trying to stop any CT aggression that can come in. Work behind the smoke. Stare with some aggressive nades out here to the apartments.
Smoke involved. Public's going to be concealed, as will the CT player. Yabi's going to strike on towards Kragan. First up towards Banana in the meantime. Look for a second and he gets it. Farven with a responsive. Stown now backed up. Keep your eyes on that minimap though. That apartments player could well find himself a flank of ages because no one's expecting this to come through here for the CT side. He's got something to make noise. He checks on Device, who's caught tunnel vision as a 3-on-3 brought out by Bobek. The bomb going to consider its rotations, though they're still staring the apartments.
Stair can be a huge playmaker, either dealing with Bobek or denying the bomb from going down, because they won't expect him to be here.
CTs are here. Bobek gets Stair, though. The two lone players, Stown and Cadian. Cadian, in particular, breaking away to watch past the smoke here at Moto. They're taking their time with the bomb committing. They're so worried about another player in apps. They're going to make their way out into the balcony. Cadian's going to try and play Overwatch, but Bobek just domes him. And 9 are about to make it to double digits.
Yeah, Bobek's had a huge round again. And this is what you're wanting. Pressure's building. You've just given Astralis a good round. And instantly it's your sharp lurker. It's a good timing to deal with the AWP, get into pit, be ready for the frag against Stair. And then as attention's being drawn away from apps, you can then strike up again from Graveyard. That is a pivotal, massive round being won from one individual alone.
And that gap that closed is going to reopen again for the 9 side. And I said before, money's not great, so Astralis, some potential buying problems inbound for them here. It looks like they want to go in with it anyway. Another AK, or M4 rather, I should say, being brought out for Yabby and Device. Stare down to the pistol, the SMG and Cadian. It's certainly not perfect, and they're looking for quite a lot out of this. 9 to win this round, could be up on map point. And that will extend this series. Final opportunities to close out and take us to a third in this best of 3. That's what 9 are looking for.
Yeah, that 1v1 in the pistol has set up everything from Kragen's success to now the team's success. Retaking nades out towards Banana. Both players are trying to work together. Yabby gets away with 1, and Cadian's got a deeper HE.
Kragen with a hell of a response to Yabby's initial start. Maintains a 4 versus 4 for now. Cadian's grabbed that M4. Now a second rifle is on the scene. They're going to start prodding the apartments, meanwhile, over on the A-bomb site to realize that nobody's out here, so that means Stair can start his rotation. A little bit late to the party, though, because Kragen's entering already. Device and Cadian have to defend.
The Device has got a single flashbang to try and set up Cadian.
Molly is just ahead of the nude box. Great flashbang support. The HE should land pretty wonderfully onto the T side as well. Damage done, and Kragen's fallen, as is Fav, and as is Bobek. Mansu can trade, but Stair comes in just in time with a Deagle in hand, and with a round to the favor of Astralis. 9 are knocked back a peg once again.
And that was clinical from Astralis. Not only did they make the info play, but the time stalling with the util is on point. You've got a HE from the in-game leader out there sort of from the first oranges of Cadian. That does decent tag damage. And then you've got Device at the back of Coffins who just lobs another juicy HE in there with the incendiary. 9 have got a buyback, but oh, it's rough. And I don't know about not having an AK in Bobek's hands. I think with what he's creating, right, with the moments that he's had, I'd love to have seen an AK in his hands right here.
Deagle and Tech 9 for him and Far, but instead 9. The buy is just broken as it was for Astralis in the previous round. Only the 3 rifles, of course, 2 main staple ones, versus the 3 of the previous that Astralis had gained, and the SMG as well is also missing. In up past the half wall is Cadian ready for rules. It might have to be. Molly's sent, driving into the open. Will they check it? Not quite, and both will fall.
Do they know about the third player on B? Device has not given any indication that there's another player.
He's going to have to do this in his lonesome, though. There's nobody else for Astralis. Rotations will be slow. Kragen going to check it, but not all the way. Rules can deal with him. And Crisis is averted. No plus potential in Device right here. Farland's also going to find Stown. And 9 able to respond in kind, not allowing a small derailment to keep them off track. Only a couple more to go before Inferno is taken.
And it's a frustrating second half from Astralis, because you lose the pistol out to a clutch, you've lost to a big Bobek moment, you win a round, and then you're just not getting that comfortability of conversions, are you? You're not getting the round streaks And Stare is going to find it quite tough to actually hold on to this AK. You've got a lot of players on A. They're going to try and charge him down.
The hunt is on. The first man on the scene, trying to isolate the apartments, but will not be able to find his man. For 9, the bottom line is the scoreline, and they are going to be in the lead on that scoreline, despite the casualties and the exits not going towards them. Astralis, the scrape together a buy. Again, it's broken. SMGs at least keep all weapons automatics, but that's 3 of them in play. It is a gruesome slog at the very end of the matchup. Blow for blow, we continue to go. Can Astralis edge out 9? Can they try and recover the 3-round deficit that's been stuck in with them for a while? Bobek certainly has other machinations. His device gets taken down, but the HE scent is already going to leave Mantu for dead.
It's turning into a bit of a heavy gamble. You've rotated a player off of B away, which means that Cadian can just recycle util and try and keep blocking and drive 9 into an A-site take. And this is all about the next kill. A very defensive A-lean too from the CTs. Kind of stuck in the bomb site, off angle being held from Mini-Pet. So much patience. I love how 9 are running the clock here and being very calm, not being frazzled.
Regroup all 4 players. Cadian, smoke in hand at the 48-second marker to suppress for a little bit longer. Also has an incendiary at the ready. Utility coming down. And the incendiaries will come back immediately, try and block them away from the site. He'll burn quite significantly in the center of that bomb site, though. Bobek swings in for the kill. Him and Rules will get tagged. Rules especially down to just 19 points of health. Astralis beaten to the punch. 9 will have the site, and it looks like they'll have the concession as well. The last SMG to rotate away, a save called in by the CT forces, and 9 are on map point of Inferno.
It just looks so uncomfortable from Cadian. He's just a sitting duck out in the open. Once he drops that smoke and drops that incendiary, he needs to try and get to cover, whether that be behind coffins, out there towards dark. Obviously, there's only so many places you can go on the bomb site because of the util that's come in with the double mollies. But just to be stuck there in the fountain, just completely blinded, he was just caught napping. And 9 have worked hard in this second half. I thought in the first half they could have pushed it a bit further. I think they lost out at a few key rounds, but in the second they've really restricted Astralis. They've certainly limited the buys, haven't they? How many rounds have we seen from the CT point of view where, oh, there's a FAMAS, oh, there's an MP9, there's not full util. We haven't seen many clean gun round investments from Astralis at all in the second.
With no choice but to buy back and force the issue on towards overtime. Astralis may not get another clean buy until we hit OT. (12-8). 4 in a row required out of the Danes. And no more rounds required out of 500. Just beat big over on the secondary stream.
Beat them in a map or beat them 2-0?
2-0.
Come on! There we go. 500 have done it again.
It was 13-6 on map 2 and 13-9 on map 1.
He's not even double digits.
That has been a 500 awaiting in the wings for the winner of this series to face them in tomorrow's semi-final. The question is, who's it going to be? 9 still have to make up another map after this one. Astralis to go to overtime and trying to beat them in 2-0. That's their main aim. Initial damage done to the Abian device, some done onto Kragan as well on the 9 return. It's still a HP advantage for 9. They'll take every advantage they can get right here. It might be enough to tip this matchup well and truly past the finish line. No kills early, they stop and stall.
And 9 have been very disciplined on their T side. They're happy to run the clock. They're happy to use lurkers out in the apartments and Banana to just catch timings. And Cadian gets flashed back in, doesn't see anything. It's a re-molly from the T side. Cadian will see quite a bit on this jump spot, sees at least 2.
Falls back. Centralize on the B-bomb site. Device the SMG over towards Brackets, swings out to catch Rules, continue the spray on towards Kragan as well. Mantu able to respond, now it's Down and Stare. 2 versus 3 basically on this zone defensive. They've got many more backup players to come in, but they might not need him. Stare's transfer is fantastic and Stown can finish the job. Astralis hanging in there just about.
Very clean. Now, Device here's util being, at least the pin being pulled, so that's when you swing close quarters with an MP9, you're going to catch players off, ends up getting a couple of kills, but it's the setup on the apps and truck angle. Right there when you're isolating apartments because you've smoked it off and you're just prioritizing Jules out there in short. And that was so clean with the multi of the transfer that Stare was able to find. Spray control was on point.
It's 1 out of 4 gained by Astralis. Money still good enough for 9 to afford the majority of the buyback. Still a couple of Ganils for Rules and Farming, so it's not perfect. AWP is in for Mantu though.
And you mentioned it earlier, Jay, no more tax from 9. They're in a position now where they need to close and they can't get guidance from their coach.
Astralis burn their final tack in an effort to make this happen. Steps away. Money being limited on 9 as well. Astralis an opportunity to truly swing this matchup back in their favor. A round win that could lead them to 12-11. Mantu will strike on Kanian first though. Kragan's creeping through that smoke over on the B-bomb site. Devices on the way as Yabi tries to hold the edge of the smoke here on top of the boost. Kragan's not going to check flower pots. 2 players defined. Transfer's fantastic for the Dane. And Device is still on site. We're not accounting for that Coffin's position. The bomb's dropped. The CTs are in control. Bobek and Farven tried to go for a flank, but it's useless at this stage. 2v4 to clutch up 30 seconds to make it happen. It seems like Astralis are going to get to 10.
It's a lazy clearance, isn't it? While they get the kill against the AWPer, no one is checking the boost. And you'll be kicking yourself if you're Rules, because you know if just one player checks, that's a completely different round. You've taken the B-bomb site, you get yourself into a post. Astralis, I tell ya, these last 2 rounds have looked extremely promising from a threat perspective, where they haven't given much of a chance over to 9. They've kept mass players alive. They're holding on to AKs, and that starts playing into the mental game if you're 9, because now you're looking at the economy. Do you buy? Do you not buy? Oh, it's a tough call to make.
They had lost those 2 players, I would have said to Eco and then go for the buy in round 24. But the fact you have those 2 rifles, is there an opportunity to steal one back here? If you do, it'll be forced play into the next round as well. And yeah, they are going to force the issue. Tech 9s though, that's all they can afford for those 3 players. Bobek and Farben have a lot of emphasis towards them. Bobek is top fragging, so at least that's enough effort enough for him. Orb Device, shot missed, down there in the cubby corner to maintain long presence with a triple mode down, looking for the quadra on the taps. He's got a backup player in that short position though. Rules will fall, Mantu alone. 9 tried something fast and losing, it hasn't worked out. It seems like Astralis are very nearly there towards overtime.
Pressure's getting to them massively. And right there, it's probably the right call. They tried the nade stack out to Banana, which should hopefully force an over-rotation from the Brackets players anticipating a B-rush. The problem is, no one's really moving in Brackets, are they? Everyone is maintaining long, maintaining short, and you just get minced. Easy spray down in from Stown. Stare gets a freebie. And Mantu, well, even holding onto a Tech 9 armor is basically nothing. And this has been the worst outcome possible.
Situation dire. Because again, they forced into the buy. Meaning that they've got nothing in reserve to buy into the last round of regulation.
And it's similar vibes and flashbacks to the PARIVISION series about just not quite closing when you had the chances to do so, and how much you can get punished in overtime because of it.
Relatively reverse though this time. It's the underdogs that tried their plucky hands at this series with a pick that almost went towards the 24th round. But weren't able to edge out Astralis, and here had the massive one up over them. 4 map points. A chance to take us to nuke and play survival. Might be the second upsetters of the day. Yavi to spray, to find Bobek, brawls, trades it, Orphan device gets back in on Kragan real quick to the man advantage on Astralis' part. Pistol players worn down, the rifle still in play, but it's a 4v3 for Astralis right now.
And Device is staying. He has not rotated away. This is going to be a double pump into B for 9.
Slowly leans forward as well. Big lean done with big backs turn. Mantu next to drop. Farman didn't see that coming. He'll try and work the edge of the smoke to get the trade in. The Molotov that will try to drive Device back, but it lands just barely inside of that smoke. And Tech 9 still available, seeing the head. Farman can trade him, but needs a follow-up, and Canadian says no. Rules all left to do. 1 versus 3. A desperate clutch to keep 9 in for map number 3. Astralis teetering on the edge of overtime right now. 30 seconds for Rules to make his final moves. His time is short on 9. It seems like time is up in regulation and time will begin in overtime.
And no one's giving him a fight. No one's giving him much outside of just a single jiggle. Rules out towards CT, will get one, but get traded straight away. 12-12, and this has proper been a valiant effort from 9. This is a squad that have come into today winning just 6 out of the past 14 best of 3s on HLTV so far this year. They've got a new core, they've got a new roster, they've got a new coach, and they have taken Astralis to all rounds in regulation on map 1 and map 2. I think that in itself is a huge achievement. The disappointing aspect is that they haven't been able to convert at least a map win. As of yet, I think going into overtime, all pressure is going to be on to 9 now. And Astralis, they don't have to be working with rubbish buys. For the most part, in the second half in regulation, they didn't have perfect gun rounds.
That's why 9 were able to get ahead of the curb here. The pistols start swing the economy in your direction and just try and punish as many times as possible. That's pretty much how it went down over Astralis in this later portion of the T side. Now, as you say, it's all rifles, all day, all across the board for the rest of Inferno. What will be the rest of this series, though, is the next key question on my mind. 9 again, fighting for map 3. Astralis fighting for the 2-0 series. Maybe looking lackluster at periods, but overall, they've competed extremely well. And even a point where you said, Dweg, that even though 9 had the advantage, even though 9 had gained themselves a scoreline differential over Astralis, it still felt like Astralis were the better team. It may start to reflect that in the scoreline now.
It definitely feels as if they deserve the spot here over Ents. People might look at that game and say, oh, well, 9 were on the borderline of getting 0-2'd. They've held weight. They've competed today. But it's all about the result and the map victory. Astralis with the NWP out from Device. You've got fairly heavy util to start off towards brackets and towards banana. Out towards mid, not much of a contact is being made.
And playing away for Astralis' part. Under a couple of players spread out in towards the mid brackets, and one player as well in the apartments trying to take a fight. Unsuccessful for the time being. It's just a little prod here and there, a little bit of damage done. Nothing that, again, makes a major difference in the matchup or the round. The defaults continue to play out for 9, who are starting to creep closer and closer to banana control.
Kragan are just eating that HE, down to 62 now. And watch out for where the AWP is. Device played the last round in regulation out on B, and he's going to keep it actually very defended towards dark. And Cadian can be that quick rotator to keep 3 on B if necessary. And 9 have got a single lurk in top banana of Kragan, whereas everybody else is kind of grouped out elsewhere.
Another nade onto Kragan. 15 HP for him right now. Damage sponge of the round for 9. Now his teammates will take point. 30 seconds to go for the execution. Try and win this first round in overtime. Stare from a crack angle at the broken wall. He's trying to tap burst onto the players coming on from long. He'll get a kill eventually alongside Stown, supporting Bobek. Mansu throwing about one of Stair in the apartments. Farman's going to make his way out. Quick pop back to the headshot as well towards Stown, and the bomb will somehow get planted.
Really well done here. Good trades from Nine. Get themselves into a post, and Mansu's holding the library sight line to get the kill against Yabi.
How they've turned this around in an instant is something to behold for Nine. And Device knows that there is no sense in throwing the weapon away, even though it is overtime. Not a clutch you can win, not a retake that is possible. And so 9 will edge ahead of Astralis. And I feel like there's a certain law that you're about to invoke in a moment's time.
No, not this one, because it didn't happen earlier in the PARIVISION series. It's a set for 9 where things were very uncomfortable. With the contact being made from Big Pit and on the backside, it seemed as if it was going to be a man advantage being held and maybe not even a bomb going down. Instead, Farfan was the difference maker. His move out of the apartments is what won the round for them.
Nine edge ahead. Tactical still called in by them, though. Bet they would have liked this during regulation.
I'm sure. It's just to keep composure, probably. Just make sure the players are mentally ready for the challenge that's ahead. Because it has to be noted that you get fewer chances in OT than you do in regulation with just how the rounds play out, with how you have much less. So you need to maximize potential, and you need to get as much out of this lead of 1 as possible.
We're facing off against a double orb setup from Astralis. Device saved 1, Cadian's bought another.
I saw that for a couple of rounds on train, but wasn't frequent across it.
Not a prevalent setup anymore in Counter-Strike in general, I want to say. The riflers in for both sides. Of course, the 4 AKs for 9, the 3 M4s for Astralis. The nade damage, heavy-handed over there in Banana. A very little bit mounting towards an opening kill. Device is leaning closer. The orb in his hands. Nades continue to pour in against guys like Kragen. Truly has been the damage sponge right now. Bobek is also close and heard there by Device. Smoke's coming in and block off 1 entryway towards Bracket. There's 4 players here to deal with in total.
This is a good looking stack for Astralis, because there's a lot of influence here from 9 that they want to try and take Brackets.
The Device's orb just got baited there. Well placed. Smokes are ups, down. Moving closer, just seeing the foot of Bobek peeking out. Bobek was able to escape. And finally find him leaning out of the apartments and boiler entrance. You still have to get the next 2 players. The Stair leans right into them. Rules can take the casualty. Stown just dropped off. Oh, and Device just spotted Farvan. His head poking through the smoke in the apartment. The bomb's going to start to rotate as Kragen starts making his way into the B-bomb site. He's not aware of Yabi and is pushed forward of the smoke. He'll get his kill. It's a 4v2 now in 30 seconds for Mantu and Rules to clutch it up. The orb is ready. Kalian lands on Rules, and Mantu, now he's all alone.
Just the lurk's not finding anything. You've got the lurk of the walkout of the apartments being cancelled pretty much straight away by the 5-7 Device getting the kill, and then that walk and pressure building towards Cadian out on B. They can't get him to drop. They can't force that duel. And Mantu has to hold on to the big green. Astralis make it 13-13.
Well, Mantu might not even make it out alive in this round. Just that does. Felt like it matters, he had money. The scoreline remains evened. Astralis backed up against 9. Swap out the double orbs for the single orb with an AK in boost on Cadian's part. The battle to edge the other out now. Number 14 up to play for. Turn of the first half of this first overtime, and that one of the major advantages to consider right now. Not quite a 3-0. Where you want to be. Aids on Kragen again. Such low HP to start these rounds. Device missing a shot in the apartments, meanwhile has to dive out of the way and rely on Stair to try and defend.
5-7 gets HG. Actually doesn't lose a lot of damage there. A good work for Device to start moving away, but you could just feel that 9 are pressurizing against the Star Orb up. And Bobek couldn't get anything going in that last round, could he? Got caught out from Boiler, out from the boost at Porch. You want the Swede to find impact in this kind of round.
He's waiting for players to feed him, but no one's offering that up on Astralis. Nades inbound. Kalian continues to watch on the B site lean alongside Yabby the same. No casualties taken on either side just yet. That may be about to change though. 45 seconds left for 9 to make a move.
It's still a lot of util, and it's still a fake opportunity. They don't have to commit A with this.
Device is waiting. Less than 30 seconds on the clock for them to make their moves. Very, very last second moment for Device and Co. As Down gets overwhelmed by Kragan. One pick found. Device can take Mantu out in the back. Bomb carrier still making his way into the side. Stairs been only partially checked. He will get dealt with by Kragan, and Rolls will find Device on long. Staggered and down at the last moment, but 9 are going to come out on top in this next round. Kalian doesn't know where to shoot. Bullets flying all over the place, hoping he can land a lucky stray. But nothing comes of it, and him and Yabby to try some sort of miracle 2v4.
Yabby's just not being presented much of a fight. This is patient in the 4v2. No one's overfacing.
Taps of the AK, not connecting the headshots and the kills. Yabby will lean closer, player on site, and also back lines here for Bobek and Co. Bobek traded back by Yabby, can't transition into the second. Farven takes him, and 9 have the lead at 14-13.
Oh, well done there from 9. That was a well-played round where Astralis just got caught making an info play slightly too late in the round. You've got the AWP that was transitioning a bit of a rotation from long to arch, and then Kragan just hits that one key moment, that one fight out from brackets, and it just exploits the A bomb site. And they won the first in OT, and they'll win the third, giving themselves a lead of 1 going into the second half.
There's only a lead of 1, though. Does not get any easier from here. 9 will be aware of that, but they also recognize the position that they may find themselves in, and the position that they do find themselves in right now. 14-13 differences are all to play for Astralis. Have to make up some difference, however, on their T side.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Let's have a look at what we got then. Astralis on the T side switch, the AWPs in on Device. Mantu going to respond in kind for 9. Single AWP setups for either team. Astralis trail by 1. 9 once again back in a leading position, and once again back in an angle in which they can try and work into map number 3. But it's all about the international squad, survival in the best of 3 series.
Now, I want to see where the first contact comes from and who's going to win the 5v4. You've got quite a bit of emphasis on playing defensively on B for 9. Bobek just jiggling down from CT. Rules, who's also back in spawn. Cadian to pick up some extra flashes to help the Banana players take further space. Going closer towards the minute marker, and we're yet to see a duel.
Damage is still pretty ripe against both sides. Rawls tanked some heavy HEs. Down tank 2 to 1 point of health. Pretty much a goner. The other players to try and force the issue. Stare in particular, working his way up long in brackets, seeing where Mantu's AWP is, but unable to get the kill against him. Mantu's waiting for more presence. He's got back up there as well in Kragan. Swing forward to the AK, trying to check that cubby corner, aware that there must be some sort of crossfire, but Neither player's going to move. Neither player's going to give it up. Stare, swung upon. Kragan with a kill. AWP and Mantu can't get into the flashbang. Will keep both sides blinded. Device will continue his spray, and last bullet accuracy will just get Kragan there. The Orb starts peeking though. He could line him up. No, he misses everybody. Farvan inside the smoke now. Waiting to defend the site more directly as Yami overwhelms Mantu. And Farvan trying to pick his moments correctly, but Device catches him all the same. Astralis will get the bomb down. A 4v2 can ensue, but 2 are so low HP in this one. It's a viable retake for Rawls and Bobek, but it's still extremely difficult.
Man, that is a sitter. That is a big whiff from Mantu. I don't know how he hasn't just got one there. With the position that he's in, with no one holding long, that's a massive mistake, and it's come back to hurt them. It was a decent effort on the site from Farvan to be a bit cheeky, right, to play around the util, but he needed more assistance from the Orb. Astralis crumble the A defense.
Maybe it comes back to that conversation of pressure. 9 having a major opportunity here against Astralis.
Terrorists win.
Had the chance to close in regulation, couldn't do it. Have a lead here in overtime, now been negated. AWP missing some crucial bullets on Mantu's part, and at this stage of the game, everything counts. Every mistake will come back to bite you. Every underperformer will be a cause for concern. Astralis. Well, that more than anybody else for the players that they have in this roster. HE sent in their direction will dish out a small amount of damage per the 3 players that the HEs have gone towards, and Banana. 9 hunker down.
And 9 and Astralis battling heads with the 3 on B. Now, Banana's been taken a lot quicker this time for Astralis than it had previously. HE out there towards CT. No one in the position, so no damage being done.
All of Astralis grouped up to look towards B. Another smoke comes down for Rawls. Utility is sent in, but the T side indicating there is an execution on the table as HEs will come back to the CT forces in the hopes that they can try and stall them, but they're going to push on. Flashes blinding off both sides. So much damage is done towards Stare and Yavi. Yavi, the forward player, Bobek with a couple of kills into the back lines of the site. Finally overwhelmed by one of the dangers. You still have a second player that has to back off. The plant could be secured again. Low HP for Astralis here.
Resmo goes down towards spawn, but it's going to be Device and Stare that have to be playmakers. With Yabi so low, they have to use him as a bait.
Yabi turning away, fragged on by Rawls. Stare also being hurt. Farvan going to check out the Shire. The player gets closed down. Device can't get anything past the smoke. No vision, no access, and 9 are back on map points.
This is now the 5th map point that they had. They've got to use this to close. This is the moment right here. Don't drag it out to another overtime. A calm retake. A good smoke out towards Banana. Separates both Stare from the coffin sightline, and Device is playing back in Banana. One chance. Right here. Take it now.
Will live to fight against Astralis once again in another fashion, another overtime. And even then, to fight against Astralis in the 3rd map of the series as well. And they've got so much to do before they can gain control of this best of 3. Astralis are still just a few feet behind them. Send us to nuke or to send us to overtime. That's what this round is all about. Astralis spread out on their defaults, hunting for the first mistake that will cost 9 the round.
Yeah, Stare has been here previously. We saw the pressure that he was able to apply towards Kragan in the cubby corner last time. No AWP on the corner posted, and Mantu actually overextends the angle, makes it 2 kills.
Trying to make it a triple as well. He's got backup in Kragan as well. Rolls will drop, but Kragan maintains his 9. Mantu gets picked up on a quick peek from Stown. The flashbangs will keep the T-side players suppressed, so they have to back off. Kragan also dips out of the way. A 2 versus 3 now for Device and Stown. Closer. Kragan caught with util. He had Bobek as well. Oh, he's got the headshot and everything. It's Farman all alone now. Smoke coming up into his position. He's going to try and get towards the bomb site. The 5-7 comes out against Device, but Device wins it, and Stown becomes the hero for Astralis. 15 all. It's OT2 time.
Now, if they're not tilt, they will be now. I can't believe they've fumbled that one. Mantu has had a sick multi-frag sequence. Probably the best AWP moment we've seen from him all series, to get 2 kills in a high-pressure round, close range. Oh, everything is going right. And then it just starts collapsing. The lurk. You expect Bobek to get the 1-for-1 trade. He's been so on the money with impact across both maps. Stown to walk and fade the smoke with Kragan's attention drawn out there to short. Ah, just perfect. Look at this second kill. The crosshair placement was just immaculate.
Bobek hadn't made that noise, then maybe that could have been information concealed. They had no idea that he was there, but that was the giveaway. That was the tell. There was a rotation in play. Stown dealt with it so well.
When do Astralis get on map point? That's what I'm wondering, because it's constantly been 9 in these closing positions where they haven't got the job done. I'm under the expectation that as soon as Astralis get to 1 map point, they just close instantly. With the experience they have, for the depth of the team, they're not going to choke in those high-pressure rounds, in those moments to get the job done.
And I can't disagree with you. It's a valid assessment to make. 9 have had 5 chances now to close down Inferno. Astralis have yet to gain any. Look at this P90s out from the Astralis setup. This is fast and loose. Bobek, is he ready for this? Perhaps he is. 2 kills found. Stair can transition back with the AK in his hands. Looking to charge down the player on the back lines of the site as well. 9 about to get Volosov away. AK support not quite with it, but Stair will take Rules, who did find Device in the interim. Bomb is now on site and can get planted, but Cadian's the only man on 100 HP for the T side.
Kragan's making noise out here from construction. Mantu rotating in from spawn. A late player coming through from Banana 2 from Farfen.
Steps getting all the utility dropped off his dead teammates. From range, will need to get this pick on Farfen real quick. Headshots to gain, nothing seen for now. Playing double duty as they start pushing those smokes, which they're about to do so now.
All about timing and whether Stair's actually watching this backstab at all.
Gap in that smoke. Back and sent. M4 to strike. Stairs down. Cadian's on his lonesome. And only 9 kills in this matchup. It's unlikely he's going to hold a 1 versus 3 clutch. He certainly won't get past Kragan. 9 have the lead again.
Well, that's a Cadian heroic call if I've ever seen one. We know that when that team was going, they actually enjoyed a P90 rush. Is that BM? Is it the call? Astralis haven't done anything aggressive, I would say, for all of Regulation and all of Inferno. So maybe you do look at it and say, okay, let's try and beat them with pace. Let's try and get those P90s up close and personal. It was Bobek at the sandbags that just ripped them, that just destroyed so much on first contact.
Pro 90s, they're not. Nice, only 2 picks out of that previous round as well, so not like he got down to the wire. Gabby now. Farben swings right into the man. AK headshot comes out with the CT side. Meanwhile, Astralis make their moves in around towards long. The blind sprays of Kragan are going to get Stair next up. Back past the arches. It's down, burning. The incendiary posted out there by Farben leans forward towards Mantu. Very good adjustment, but unable to get a kill for it. And now they're being surrounded and caught off on timings. 9 deal with the pace of Astralis so well. Connect 2 in a row and want 1 more to get back to map point again. And
it is questionable that we have seen 2 quicker rounds back to back when we just never saw it previously. From a calling perspective, it certainly is a bit of a head-scratcher. 9 have been able to deal with these last couple of rounds nicely. You had a good insertion from Farfen towards Boiler. And an AWP and 4 AKs are being saved. This is the perfect round to go 3-0.
Astralis back to something slower. Stairs trying to lean in against Farvan. Device is going to catch Bobek through the smoke out there at the banana position. Stairs not going to push all the way up towards Farvan's angle. Both players holding the doorway from two very different opposite positions. Stair drops off and Farvan knows that the bedroom is clear. How many is he going to gain out of this push in the second mid? He's going to miss the mark on Stair. Can he get the Abbey though? Utility sent. It's going to telegraph his position. He's not expecting the bedroom window to be a threat. Now he is, but it's far too late. Farvan and Rules combine to pick up players in at the A site entrance and back at Banana. 2-for-1s overall. Advantage sits with 9.
Now Rules is getting more assistance with the util from Kragan, and this is just a collapse. A missed AWP shot means that Rules can survive for a bit longer.
Force 4 by a counter Molotov. He still gets down. Stair to trade him. Device is low. Both players that are T-side tagged. It looks like 9 are on course for another map point. 3 map points. 40 seconds. They lean their way back over towards mid. And the rotation into Mantu, whose shot does miss out. Offering up a bit of a lifeline, a bit of breathing room towards Astralis, but not a lot of time in general. 25 seconds. They have to make the commitment now.
Yeah, trying to get that bomb across. Now they will be able to get it down quickly. Device needs to deal with Mantu though.
Burst, AK doesn't get anything. They're right up against each other. Mantu, I think he knows, but Device knows better. Tap to the head, 2 versus 2. Astralis back in a winnable stance, but only by so much. Again, 200 HP players for the 9 side, and 1 wrapping into the backstab as well.
AWP, Device, see the Veto player.
Doesn't hit the shot though. Kragan closes in, Stair, knife pulled out. Both players knife pulled out. Stair had no idea. He gets checked, and Kragan lands on Device as well. 1 position, 1 angle of attack unaccounted for will cost Astralis the post plant. 18-15, 9, 3 more map points.
I don't really know what's going on in that round. First off, Mantu just misses an absolute sitter again, which basically just closes the round down. And I thought it was going to come back to bite them. That's what, a 2v5 that becomes a 2v2 that looks quite winnable. And 9 can count their lucky stars right at the end that Kragan had the perfect timed lurk. And now with a total of 8 map points to work with, surely it happens now.
Stair didn't even do a double take in that exchange. That was mental. 3 rounds to make up. Astralis got to go back to another overtime to hold contention here on Inferno.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm still dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Three more chances to close. That is what 9 have going into the T side of this overtime on Inferno. And again, it's all about survival in the best of 3 for them. It's not about taking this series and sending themselves into the semi-finals. It's all about map 3. Astralis had their number, for the most part, on that train. A 13-11 result that took away 9's own map pick. 9 trying to do the same on Astralis' pick, but just not able to go past that final finish line. Doesn't have that last little piece of the puzzle. Astralis kept them within the touching distance. Now this might be their chance to finally break them.
And Cadian's had a tough time in regulation and overtime, being the supportive B-side anchor. But at times he is delivered with the double AWPs. Will he be a difference to just try and get 3 rounds back? Rules aggressively working out from Banana, but being driven away by counter util.
Plays those HEs, the nades land so well! And Cadian can read Kragan so well as well! Wall bang, straight through the half ball. Damage compounding, an easy pick. A little bit of luck, yes, might have gotten him through it, but that's a starting advantage for Astralis here.
Indeed it is, and you consider that there's still a HE in play, there's still incendiaries to work with. Rules might not have much of a life left when it comes to an exec. Into B, it's got to be the call. No lurk in mid, no lurk towards apartments. Everyone regroup towards top banana.
Minute to play with. Or ringing out for Kadian, teammate backed up. M4 of Yabi to fight back towards Bobek. 5 on 3 now. Gain trying to make it 2 as Farmers is barely seen beyond that smoke. And Rolls are going to get caught with low HP. 5-7 out even against Mantu. And that is all 5 players alive for Astralis. 3 kills for Yabi in that defensive. And 1 out of 3 gain for Astralis.
And 9 just need to keep their composure. They need to realize that they've got another 2 chances, but they've wasted 6. You have to stay strong mentally. You have to make sure the comms are on point. That everyone knows exactly what's going on the default, how you can play off of one another. They deserve this win on Inferno. They've worked hard for it, but the job is not finished.
Device posted for first contact in at short, expecting there to be boiler presence, which there is, but none revealed towards him. A stare, crack angle over at the apartment. Barman may be first revealed. Damage will be done significantly towards the man. Incendiary is backed up. Molotov sent. Device going to start to get flashed off position, but still will start to peek forward. Bobek spotted. Kill gained. Advantage found for Astralis again.
You just expect Device to fall back there. With all of that util and just the flashes, you expect him to retreat into the bomb site. You don't expect him to pre-aim the angle again. And Farfan's hoping for Stairs' aggression out to the apartments. Kadian turns away from the flash. Doesn't quite get the shot off. Does get baited and drops even more blocking util.
Had to do so, knowing he let that shot ring out. Had to fall away before he got punished for it. 9 is still worse for wear despite the loss of positions on the CT side. Still a man down, still with half HP or less than that even on Farvan. 3 players on this A defensive. Down. Just seeing a player start to fade through that smoke. Swings back towards him. The flashbang's a little bit late, but Rawls will get that kill with lots of damage being done. Stair will turn on Kragan. Device close to the 5-7 gets his kill. Stair continues to provide support with his Deagle and 5-7, Deagle and M4 rather in play. Device and his pistol will turn up a triple. AK recovered. Astralis. It seems like we're going to go again, Dweg.
Indeed it does, and this is where you start considering the idea of which bomb site do we hit. We've got Kadian with an AWP on B, and we've got Device with an AWP on A. They've got to try and find a way in the mid-round to drop at least one of those AWPs before they can try and end to an exec, because these AWPs are ripping them in the last couple of rounds.
Need to deal with them. Kadian's posted again, none able to hit the shot this time, but the AK of Yabi held back in a corner, naded a Molotov to his demise, down there to pick up his casualties, turning a triple. Farman finally takes him down, but the fast plays of 9 have been shut down by Astralis. Farman needs an absolute miracle to make this clutch happen. He's at least forced Kadian off kilter, and will get the bomb down in the open, but a 1v3 on the retake. This is tough.
Indeed it is. You have to fight against the banana player first from Device, who's waiting for a fight.
Smokes out to indicate his position. Start to dip back away from main. Device will still know about this. Is he going to push the smoke? He's considering it. Right inside. Oh, Device has read him like a book. Spray through, Farvan down, Astralis, 18 apiece. Triple OT, we go again.
And if I'm going to say that GamerLegion choked at 12-5, then I have to say that 9 have choked Inferno. Now, the map's not done, but 8 map points and we're still playing on. Yes, it's a new team, but you've got experienced players on this roster. You've got guys that have competed at Tier 1 and guys that have been very successful at the top end of Tier 2. You cannot continue to play on like this. These are just too many opportunities. Astralis to go flawless on the CT side, and flawless in which we have seen impressive moments. Look at this from Stown.
I've very rarely seen X Factor like that from 9. They have got some great performers. But very few highlights that look quite as good as Astralis's do. And as you say, 8 map points wasted by 9. There were 7 map points for GamerLegion in that Ancient from earlier on today. Really highlight the point that you make. If you're going to criticise that, you have to criticise this. Orb of Cadian missed. Kragan going to punish it. 9 going to try and bounce back off of one big mistake from an Astralis player. Happy to back off and wait for backup to arrive.
No, backup's not coming. Not for the meanwhile, at least. Yabi is up against a crossfire setup. You've got a duel set up in the apartments. Farfan will get info off of this, but should drop quickly.
Gets away with a kill, actually, so that's very fantastic stuff. Man advantage maintained, and also forcing that apartments player to retreat, regroup, and consider the options of that 2-player stack that now sets up towards that B bomb site.
Could just be an Apps walk here.
And Device is starting to rotate. He's not going to get... Actually, he should get here in time if they continue to walk of their own right here, 9. Just missed the mark towards the apartment play, though. See what's going on. See those heads dive out of position. Stair now to adjust, but Device, what a flick that is. Stairs, that's to deal with the player in a bracket. He'll get Kragan nice and quick. Now back behind the truck. They get the man advantage and reclaim the even stance for 9. 2v2 with Mantu shooting down Stair. Bombs on site and will get planted.
A Device getting rid of the AWP and going out to the AK. Moving into the apartments while Yabi's probably going to come in from brackets.
Device is looking for an early challenge on his lonesome, though. Up to the site, gain nothing. Mantu's got an AWP of his own, looking down towards shore. No one's got their eyes on the apartments, but both players are also hidden from that position. Now it's the famous information to gain. A Molotov to force Mantu out in the open, but now where's Bobek? Don't know. Now they do. Device picked up, swing in for Yabi that falls to pieces, and 9 have a lead again.
Well done from Bobek, isolating both of those duels, keeping his head up high and then looking down on the ground level towards short. Astralis played that 2v2 perfectly. You've got Yabi that has an incendiary, bait the AWP, put the incendiary down from pit and feed the kill into the player out of Device. But can't get the job done against Bobek. And that hurts, right? When you have 3 map points back to back and then Bobek wins a clutch like that, you just think, oh, why couldn't you do that in a previous round?
Device shot down Mantu, starting advantage again for the CT forces. AWP battle that goes well and truly the way of the veteran. 35 kills deep for Device. Top fragger in the server at the moment. He's waiting for a whole lot more and more than coming his way. They're going for a split play in from the apartments and boiler, although smoking apartments is going to cancel that. Still, Device is going to lean forward, expect more presence, see a shoulder, get a man. I think he spotted Kragan as well on the transition out of there. Another player in boiler, perhaps triple available. Doesn't quite see him past that smoke. Bobek meanwhile revealed to Yabi's position in the arches and speedway. He'll have to dive out of the way and be chased down. Stoun's there to back him up. Device finally gets overwhelmed. A-site continuing to be the target, but it's a 2-man advantage for Astralis here.
A good crossfire being set up. Good off angle there from Stair. Easy kill. Kragan's got no chance now.
1-on-4, ace clutch. 1 pick found. That's as far as he'll go. Astralis answer back to evens. No 3-0s in this half. Confident round shown up by Astralis in response to 9's initial start. 1xBet odds having Astralis pinned as the favourite still by quite a fair margin, I guess probably because of the map advantage. But man, this has been a brawl. Neither 9 nor Astralis have shown true signs of breaking at this stage. Last T-side round for 9 here. Down, pushed up so aggressive. The HGs and incendiaries in support. He'll try and swing forward and get a kill, but will not be successful.
And this is the first time in a long time that Banana's properly been taken by Astralis. Now Stown is not being mollied out in the open to that logs molly, and a re-smoke down from Yabi maintains the position.
Nice walk. Rules have no idea. Stown turned in the right moment. Blind sprays, hoping to catch another stray bullet as well. Another good headshot kill, but not quite landing.
Well, that molly missed, Jay. That molly should go out towards logs and broom, so that's why he tries to fade the edge of the smoke, because he expects that it would have been mollied out in the corner, and it wasn't.
And the kill found unreturned. The T's now setting themselves up for an A play. Smokes down towards the long position. Device has a bit of space to work with. Bobek to lean in and Device to shut him out. Stare now to hold the apartment's entrance. Incendiaries from a player on the center of the bomb site to stop out that short presence of Mantu, who will try and put some utility out anyway. Flash is turned away. Stare leaning in. Farben has been caught. Adjustments right there for Kragan, and Device will run down Mantu, and Astralis will have the advantage at the turn.
Astralis and Device, he's just been an animal, hasn't he, Jay? I mean, the way that he's playing towards long and short right now with the orb, I actually think that he's the MVP of Inferno. These last 10 rounds or so, he's easily been the best player in the server.
Maybe he's had enough of playing this matchup out. Certainly,
Yeah.
I couldn't feel like there'd be any other reason why you play like this. Astralis at the moment are in the lead. Can they maintain that lead? Can they hold presence over 9? Can they finally close out this series? Magic number is 22. 2 rounds to get there.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. I got to phase me. I'm seeing dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
1 round separates Astralis and 9. 2 rounds for Astralis to secure this series. 9 need 3 to extend us to a third map. CT side for the international squad. Astralis, however, playing arguably their best CS of the day thus far. No mercy, no prisoners taken. Everybody's going to go down if Astralis get their way. And so far in this overtime leg, they've got their way.
The biggest surprise, though, is that we're going into the 40th round of Inferno, and we are still yet to see a map point for Astralis. We've seen so many for 9, and when you're the favorite team, when it's your map pick, you would expect, at least at some point, right, whether it be regulation, whether it be OT1, number 2, that there may have been 1, maybe 2 map points for Astralis. There's just been none. They've always been on the back foot. They've always been climbing back that scoreline. So to now see them winning 2 rounds in a half of OT, that does give me hope and promise, perhaps, that Astralis might finally been able to get to that map point first.
And so far, 9 have had the better of the map points again. 8 map points thus far in on Inferno.
Just the level that Device has brought with the AWP 2 has been exceptional to watch at this level of Counter-Strike. Whether you're going up against a Tier 1 squad or you're going up against Tier 2, we've seen some really competitive maps today and some really competitive performances. And Bobek has won a huge amount of rounds in clutches and late round situations, but the consistency of Device outshines anyone that we've seen today on the A stream.
You shouldn't be surprised for a multi-time recipient of Top 20 Players of the Year awards. 2014 all the way up to 2023 for the man. And he's leading the charge on the frag counts. Only player even within his orbit is down at 30 frags. Compared to the 38 the Big Green has generated for this T side. Astralis have him on lock to support Stown in his push and his point taken in a banana. The HGs of the CT side a lot better though. Sprays on Bobek to kill off Stown. Rules has fallen first towards Device. A wallbang through the half wall in that context. Yabby meanwhile finding Kragan running with his knife out right into Farben. Did not expect a 2-man play.
And the space is being taken from Stare, or at least he's trying to act like it. Putting that util's potentially going to drive a rotation. Mantu's wary about an arch wrap and a split in play, an insertion towards spawn.
Slowing it down, and 9 don't know where to commit this third player. Bobek will sit on towards that B site. Mantu's going to have to join him very, very soon. Canadian's got utility in hand. Device will play entry.
At least Mantu's got a flash. Try and set Bobek up to go for an aggressive duel after this molly, I reckon.
That's out of the way. Mantu, flash forward, smokes in the way. Kill found for the one, not for the second. Stare, trading 2 versus 2 now. Mantu in position. Second player also making his way into Banana, and Cadian has absolutely no idea the timing's going to keep his head turned to the side. It's all Stare now. 3 kills available for him in this round. They swing together to check that dark angle, and he will fall. 9 back to even again.
And that whole post part is just pure timing. If Cadian's able to slip the net and get himself out towards CT, then Mantu pretty much goes down for free, and Farfan has a tough time trying to rekindle whatever he can on B. Astralis looked as if they got themselves in good positions, even in the mid-round with some of those trades. Back and forth we go, and it's 20-20. It's tied up again.
A marathon matchup. Yeah, it might not even be the last of this best of 3, by the way. Both sides within 2 of the win. Mantu. Orp leaning up against them. They are also into the bedroom that may well find where Yabi's at. There's a lot of utility being thrown down with Banana in the meantime. The same apartment's crossfire that 9 have used time and again there. Astralis going to back away from Banana. Yabi going to have to break this somehow.
The last round, it was just patience out there on the apartment's lurk. And more util being collected out from spawn. Of course, you can always buy an extra piece. So you buy 4, you drop 1, and then you buy the 5th. Now just gets a spam kill. And now Bobek's wary of a quicker B commit.
It's not going to happen right now with the bomb store being out in mid, but I have to consider those options, have to consider those positions. Farvan leaning up the stairs, gets that turn, engaged to just barely be missed out. Yabi can't quite swing forward and capitalize upon that punish. Stare is still low HP, a 5-on-4 that's going to leave at least one player like a glass. 30 seconds for Astralis to commit.
Well, you think it's going to be the A-lean, but I wonder if it's an A fake and back to B.
They're running out of time. Don't overcomplicate this in the last few seconds, boys. Flash is in against Mantu. The AWP is going to get forced back. Yabi's going to hear him rotating away. He's looking for Farvan, though. He knows there's a second player that was out there in the apartment. Mantu can strike on Katie instead. Moto by Farvan. Yabi and Sound can combine. They've still got a player back here with the Moto smoke. Device gets Bobek, and the plant can just be secured. Kragan is all alone. Down to the last second. Kragan's still going to try to retake. He has no choice in this matter. He'll get the first, damn near the second, but by a margin of 2 points of health. Yabi will get Astralis to their first map and series points.
And let's just see if the veterans can close. Let's see if the tier 1 squad of Astralis can get the job over the line when it comes to crunch time. And 9 had a very good setup. Farfan was doing a lot of damage to those long players. Load time on the clock, you're anticipating a lot of chaos in the comms. And then within, what, 1 second? It's just 3 quick kills from Astralis.
And the tactical used by 9 here to adjust themselves, to realign. Are so close, so proficient in these casualties. Astralis just went 1 better. And their 1 chance to close, to match up and usurp the 8 chances that 9 have had to claim Inferno. Astralis into the defaults, the AWP and Mantu trying to get ahead of the mid-curve, but the Molotov sent up towards brackets to disallow him access. He'll take some damage as a result. We're all similar story. HG sent his general direction. Tags in Banana, tags in brackets. No casualties yet.
You could just feel that both teams are prodding a fight early, which is something that we hadn't seen in the last few rounds. Intent towards brackets, but the util's driving Mantu away. Clearing out bedroom, making sure that Bobek's not out there or Farfan in that cheeky position. Not a lot of map controls being held by the CTs at all, actually. You've got Stair that's taken all of brackets, and Banana's being held from down too.
A lot of players grouped up there in brackets, and the nades going to chunk them all down, so the HP markers suddenly get a lot more even than they were before. 9 just continuing to suppress these players, continuing to hold Astralis at bay. Kragen's looking for a press. Divisive Orb is ready for him, but he moves a little bit too quick for that Orb to ring out and connect. Mantu, on the contrary, flick onto Stair. There's smokes in the way. Mantu at 21 points of health has taken a lot of damage in that exchange, and the blind sprays from Kragen will dish out the killing blows on Divisive's down. Farthen checked in at the balcony, but that's 1 kill out of many that Astralis need at the moment. Cadian's on site, will get the plant down. Kragen known about towards shore. 9 is setting up for a very good retake.
Now, Cadian's just so out in the open, has to try and reposition.
Yeah, we need to take a fight as well. Swing in. The spray's not going well for him. And now the bottom fragger needs to get a quadra in this post plant. Spray on Kragen doing damage, but not to get the kill, not to get the second either. It's 4 overtimes between 9 and Astralis as we go again.
Indeed we do, Jay. We take it around 1 more time, or perhaps even 2. 9 in that one, you've got to praise the defense on Kragen especially. 2 spam kills through that long smoke. Those short players couldn't even get into A.
Every time you think they're done, every time you think there's something, there's always something else. Device 40 bombing now here on Astralis. Best player on the CT side is Farthen. At what point do you take a look at those kind of frag counts and think, when's Device going to finally get the, I don't even know what the word is, just getting the praise that he's been getting for making all the impact happen for Astralis. Because this level of impact, surely by any other stretch, would have been enough to give the victory to his team.
Well, it doesn't help when your in-game leaders dropped 11 kills in 42 rounds.
That's true.
That's definitely an impactful to make a comparison between the two. I think Cadian's been on 11 for so many rounds now.
Yeah.
I'm sure he ended regulation, like actual round 24 regulation, on 9 kills.
That's correct. And then he got 2 AWP picks in the overtime with that 1 round in the banana defense.
And that's it. Haven't seen a kill yet.
Which I think was 2 overtimes ago. Down, tagged, sprays, blinded from beyond this smoke here at Banana. Both sides trying to trade blows and do a lot of damage towards down and Cadian, more so than Bobek. The HE landing right at Yabi's feet is also going to keep him chunked down to 54. 25 seconds. Astralis have run this an extremely low, slow round. Now they've got to pick up the pace and try to go for the execute in towards the A-bomb site. Yabi is looking for presence. He's looking for CTs around the site. He taps up Kragen as he's barely revealed. The open Mantu can get away with a couple of frags back. Stormfind, he dropped the bomb. Looks at the triple. Doesn't quite connect it, but he's stalling. He's continuing to keep the Bison Cadian pressured. There's no no-scope shots, and there's no more kills coming in for the CT side. Mantu's picked up elsewhere. Bobek dropped in wine. And Astralis take the lead again.
Only Astralis could win a round like that. I actually think from the majority of teams in the world. To be able to keep that level of composure when the time is so low is so difficult. You've got the bomb plant denial straight away from Mini Pit, 10 seconds on the clock, and it still goes down freely. It still doesn't get denied for a second time. Wow, it looked, from my point of view, that they'd run the clock too low. But not to be, a round being won by the Danes.
Astralis on the HP advantage. They're in the... in the 44th round of this matchup, which seems rather mental to say, but it is true.
Did we even get that many rounds in the 500 big series?
Wow, what a dick. Kragan and Vantu gonna both through stare at Cadian. Stown's gonna try and recover the situation. Back over at Banana, chasing down Bobek, who's dived out of the way. His M4's under re-aggressive with a smoke. It does get Stown in the end. Yabi can overwhelm, but there's 2 more CTs to receive. Device is fully blinded. The bomb can get planted. It's a 4 versus 2. Again, another retake situation that seems so favorable towards 9. Astralis need to work themselves out of a very difficult position, and they know it.
And they've heard Device getting aggressive, so they know that AWP's going to be posted at the back of coffins.
Just be aware of the player. Kragan moves up. Shot to connect. Kragan down. Other players backed up. Shot ringing out. AWP continues to lead. Close quarters against Rules. He's brought a chance now for Yabi to close out the position, but he completely whiffs his spray. And 9 can equalize.
I don't think there's much more that Device could have done there. You can't really even back off from coffins because then you just go straight into the CT line. So you try and keep fighting. You hope that you can set up your rifler. You get 2 kills in the post and it's still not good enough. And 22 to 22. One aspect that we haven't really seen outside of the 3-0 that 9 had responded by the 3-0 from Astralis is consecutive rounds. We are getting so many back and forth between these 2 sides in OT.
You know, we had 1 3-0 in the overtimes. Of course, responded to immediately by Astralis. Not see a 3-0 here in this overtime, so that streak, that record will not end up getting broken. AG's back and forth. Device shut down 11 points of health and dead to rights on Bobek's part, straight through on Stown as well, leaving with 36 points of health. Stown is going to try and aggressive, get some revenge back to the flashbang support his teammates, but he doesn't know exactly where the CT players are at. They're backed out of the way, maintaining their man advantage. Mantu may look to extend it here on long.
Yeah, these last few rounds, the level of CS has certainly dropped. It's starting to get very chaotic. It's starting to get quite puggy. It's really aggressive. It's reaction-based at best. Astralis are just losing everything on the default. They can start regrouping up to brackets, but this is a 9 round for sure.
Mantu down on stair, doesn't quite get down. Cadian's also involved towards long, eventually should get cleaned up. However, CT players inbound. Farben has caught the one carrier. Caden recognizing exactly where that threat had accounted and popped up to. Running right in towards the bomb itself. He's running out of time. Very difficult clutch to make happen. And again, the player that has to try and hold it is the bottom performer on the numbers game. He's at least got that bomb plant in, but the CTs are swarming him.
And they're just everywhere. They're coming in from short. Farfen's util's out. Katie gets 1, but traded instantly there from Farfen. And he makes it 2 in the round, and 9 give themselves a lead of 1 going into the next half.
Imagine what it would have been like had Cadian transferred that spray, though. Not to be in the end. 9 indeed lead over Astralis at the turn of the half once again. But still not.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, 9 do lead over Astralis, but still no signs of them truly breaking the stalemate that we have here in overtime. 23 to 22. Astralis take to the CT half of things, Blake. On the banana default from 3 players of their respective squads. Cadian's been tagged up very early here.
And Kragan just continuing to spam to put that emphasis out there towards top banana. Notice how we're not seeing the double AWPs for Astralis. We saw quite frequently in overtime CT hubs that they've been happy to get Cadian on the secondary big green, but opting against it this time.
Device's orb has been more than capable so far on his own. Incendiaries to block entry into Banana just at the minute marker. And forced to adjust and reposition and look towards the A-bomb site.
Yeah, Bobek clearing as many of these cubby corners out from Boiler. HG opens up, nearly wins that fight. There's a lot of players stacked up on A right now.
Down's dead to the HG farm and finally drawing first blood in the round. Staring Cadian and Device as well all together. 80 shots ring out, all can get picked up. Bobek can overwhelm the man Stare. Going back and forth with Farven. It's Cadian now all alone, seeing the player on site, and Mantu with a jumping AK just catches a stray bullet to the casualty. He's low. Mantu tagged Yabi. A 1 versus 3 with a couple of weakened individuals. You're going to have to take them down real quick. It's not going to happen. Caught looking the wrong way. 9. On their 9th and 10th map points here on Inferno. The double ops are back for Astralis.
Indeed they are. And that was what could have been a hero moment from Cadian. And maybe expecting a lazy clearance, prioritization of the bomb down. No, not to be. Weapons drawn and people are looking. 9 have had chances, and now they've got some more. Kragan anticipating a flash in case of an aggro move down from mid. 9 just need to compose themselves. They need to get it done here. They've got to try and drive for a third map.
Two rounds with opportunities for 9 to close and to take us to a third, as if this match hasn't gone long enough already. Tag shot from Cadian through the half wall. Kragan, the victim of. They try to push initially into Banana, but they do fall back on 9's part in the minute mark. Again, going to consider their options to go towards the A-bomb side, but Device is still working with a couple of players behind him.
Both of the lurkers have made noise, so they know that Farfan and Bobek are close by. You've got the AWP pinned towards this boiler site. Like, this is where Device has done the best of his work.
Stare watching the apartment's entrance. Device waiting for players to make moves. He's anticipating more utility at the 30-second marker. Smoke's coming down over at Long to block off the entrance over in that part of the map. It's a short play. Device going to reface. Coming his direction. Good shot onto Rules. 5-7 pulled out. Cannot get any more with it though. Mantu trading. Stare on site. Hiding behind the pillar. Needs to reface to get a kill. And he gets 1 and 2. Deagle's out for even more down. Providing extra damage from beyond that smoke. He will get Mantu leaving Farven alone to plant the bomb, but to fall quickly after the fact. Astralis hang in there once again. It is the 10th map point for 9.
And that was a misread from Astralis. They had 3 on B there. They didn't even have a player in a quick rotating position through Speedway. A Device just about gets enough done, but that tasty off angle that's being held on A. The jiggle from the left-hand side to back to the right to try and clear the flash. That is an impressive moment. Solo rifling on A.
A double orbs return. OT4 will conclude, but will it conclude in a victory for 9? Will Astralis push us even further? HG's down! And Cadian just landed a collateral! Bobek and Rolls have been removed. The play continues from the T side, but they are continuing to be suppressed. HG's down on Kragan. He's on 33 points of health. And Yabi almost revealed towards the T side. Back up, a third man's on the way. Yabi's waiting for them to make their moves. Burst through, Farven's down. Seeing the player. Kragan's getting caught by Cadian. A triple for the AWTIGO in this one. And Mantu will try strike back, but it's going to be impossible. We go again.
We aren't finished. We aren't done. I cannot believe that we have seen 9 win 24 rounds, and yet 10 of them could have closed out the map, and they still have not got it over the line. I can't even begin to imagine what their mentality must be like right now. Frustration's got to be there. Tilt's got to be there. But then you're also saying, we're still in the game. We're still here against Astralis. So maybe it's still positive. I don't know. This is such a rarity of a position to be in that we almost never see in CS2.
"28 is the new magic number. And doesn't feel like either of these two teams are going to end up taking it, to be honest, here, Dwayne.
Well, no, I disagree there. 10 map points for 9, but only 2 for Astralis. I would say Astralis haven't had as many times, so surely they've got the better likelihood of closing.
Well, they've got to get to those map points first, and that's the reason why they've only had 2. 9 are beaten to the punch. HG's dishing damage out and towards Kadian. 30 points remaining for the secondary AWP. Turned on towards 2 players of Rules and Kragan overall. 1 more damage dished out towards the T-Sun. Spread across them. Device, edge of the smoke stuff against Robek, who's found a perfect angle to work against. And Stown's going to catch Father next up. 5 on 3 as a result, and he's waiting for more.
Device. Oh, he's so good. Come on, give another. Manzu just about gets that trade frag against the Rifler. But Device is him. 47 kills, 3 away from the 50 bomb. And Kragan has no hope, no bomb control, no teammates in the 1v4.
Yeah, I think he's had about enough of playing this series, honestly, Twig. Push the smoke, get a triple. Yeah, sure, why not? Kragan has got no chance. No HP, no clutch. Sit down. 4 kills for Device in this round, up to 48 frags now. And Astralis take the lead.
And going back to my previous joke, Jay, 41 rounds were played between Big and 500. We are now going into round 50 between Astralis and 9 on a single map of Inferno. Destruction at short and long. A playmaker with full of confidence.
I didn't realise as well that the round counter actually does, on this HUD, actually expands with the overtime. So we can actually find out when we actually are going to break the record for the longest overtime.
Oh, don't say it! Why has he said it?
Because I want this match to end, damn it! Astralis currently lead. Will things stay that way? A lot of noise being made by Stair there in the apartments. You know, well aware of the fact that he's posted up in that position. You can imagine where Device is being given how well his AWP's been playing. This time moving from long towards short. Stair to watch out from the broken wall, expecting there to be presence there from 9. Smoke sent up. M4 Stown will strike first. Bobek cleaned up. Stair can follow suit on Farven. Yabi will get Kragan. And 9 are being decimated now by Astralis here. No damage done to the CT side. Rules and Mantu just have no way of peeking in.
I'm just wondering, are they mentally checked out now, Jay? Because these last 2 rounds have been sitters for Astralis. It hasn't even been competitive. Has it got to them now? Rules gets nothing. AKs everywhere. AWPs everywhere. This should be Astralis going 3-0. This should be them going flawless on this CT half.
Keyword there being should. In the same way that 9 should have closed in the 10 opportunities they had to do so. Astralis now biting to get 3 more opportunities for this series. Smokes up, HG's down, Molotov's forward, Kragan leaning in. Forward man is part of this banana offensive. 9 of many more spread out players though. Trying to find a way in, trying to find where Astralis are playing at, how they can exploit these guys, but it feels like they've just found the magic formula. Cadian's caught rolls to kick things off over on the B-bomb site defensive. Device is AWP now posted to receive and does run in towards Mantu, who takes him right back out. The rifle is in Stown and Stair. Now hold 4 versus 4.
And that's one of the rare chances they've actually had of trading device and actually dropping him, and they changed it with a slightly different setup. Previously, they've had util of the molly and the flash, and then Bobek to peek with the AK. This time they get the orb to peek the angle.
Quick rotations are there. Yabi defend on the B bomb site as the incendiaries go down against the T's. Now Stown comes in to try and provide support. Utility has been thrown up. Smokes involved. Molly sent towards both of the back line cover positions. Flash is trying to counteract. Yabi set up for a decent kill on Krug and double up. Just about missed out there. And Stown just goes charging through the smoke. A desperate and manic attempt to try and hold contention of a trade. It did not happen for him though.
And no util on the retake for Stare or Cadian, and the AWP is down low.
So's Bobek. Stare moves in. Father now known about. Fought upon, fragged out. 2v2 now. Is Stare going to be a difference maker? Mantu is watching for him. Going to provide the peak, so it's going to be a dry face. Bobek catching Katie. Now both players are known about here towards Stare's angle. HE's team going to continue to wear down his HP. See where Mantu is. Tap his head off his shoulders. 1v1. Knows exactly where Bobek is, but 3 points of health is more than enough to get a headshot. And 9 disallow Astralis' 3-0.
And that is an impressive performance from Bobek in the round. He gets 3 and he wins the clutch on low HP. Poor boy. That looked as if Astralis were certainly going to be able to push it over the line at the 3-0 there, Jay.
Not able to do so, though. We continue to play on. 1 round separates the 2 in the second half of overtime.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Got phase me. I'm still dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Still looking for 28 on Astralis. Still 2 rounds to get there. And then move towards the the T side, I should say. It's 9 that are on the defensive line now, Dwight. And on the back foot once again to the Danish squad.
And realistically, we just have to put it bluntly, 9 have to do what the other underdogs have been able to do today, and that's beat the favorites. All these invited teams have come down. Big got eliminated straight away. What happened to GamerLegion? Eliminated straight away. The only team invited via VRS that won out their opening game was Heroic with the 2-0 against Passion UA. 9 have to try their best to not only get this map over and done with, but actually be physically ready for the final map decider. And they've had many moments where they can press it towards Nuke, but it has not come yet. Astralis up by 1, and I don't think we've seen 9 run a double orb at all. We've only seen Astralis do it.
That's not in their playbook per se. The AWP they have is still more than capable. Device dropping 50 frags now. Continuing to lead the charge for his squad. Farven trying to lead an opening frag. He's going to challenge him, get the kill for it. Astralis ahead by a man by a sheer dry peak. Krager going to lean forward and try to catch him with the flashbangs timed so well. Stare can capitalize on a secondary peak and pick. 5-on-3 for Astralis.
Rules is going to need 3. He's got no support whatsoever. His aggressive move grants 1, but needs to get help because he's getting surrounded from apps and from brackets.
Spokes involved, flashes sent, incendiaries try and block that short presence. It's only really the apartments player to worry about that. Astralis hard rotate back in to the B bomb site. Mantu's AWP on Facebook against Device, who's just barely seen his pouch sticking out. Bobek stuck in first smoke. He's going to frag back and only get the 1 frag for it. Rolls now to lean in towards mid. Yabi hears him, capitalizes upon that casualty, and Astralis have now hit their next 2 map and match points.
So just to go back to the calculations, 10 map points had been warranted from 9, and Astralis now have 4. 2 more chances to get it over. And you could just feel that Stair was being a playmaker, wasn't he? He wanted to get on the front foot. He wanted to challenge towards short, doing everything to deny the CTs around.
And this time he did it. Perfect placement. 9 did not see it coming. Astralis. HG perfectly placed against Rules. He's going to burn short. He's going down right here. And now Kanian doing damage to Bobek. Flash out. Stown just pre-fires in past the smoke. And Rules in a very awkward stance. The only player of the B defense needs backup to get here. So a man is on the way.
And not only is Rules low, but he has no util, so he can't block against an exec. And that's what's forcing the over-rotation from not only one teammate, but Farfan as well.
Mantu and Yabi locked in contention. Smokes are up to suppress the rifle or the AK. Orc sits in position on short. Seems to be the only man to defend. They're setting something up over towards that B bomb site, so he's going to be without support for a little bit of time. Starting to swing in towards Banana, get the kill on Stown, and that's going to indicate what's really going on because Banana is completely clear outside of that. Stair will try to cut rotations, but Mantu still sits on the bomb site. Crag leaning in. Stair's ready to cut him off, and he'll get the kill he requires. 3 on 3. With the even man stance established, that bomb still stuck in wine.
And there's a backstab that Rules should be able to drop Yabi on timing.
Yabi has no idea. They suspect that they pushed. They keep themselves hidden. Swing in. Yabi caught. Rules with a triple in this round. Mantu's fallen, but Rules has caught a quadra at 31 points of health. Can he make it an ace? He might not do so, but he's got plenty of other opportunities. Stair nearly got caught on timing. He's been dinked down to 16 points of health. Rules is moving closer, as are his teammates as well. The AK desperate to fight back, but Farban is the man to clean house, denying the ace, but also denying Astralis their victory.
And right there from Astralis, they're just overcomplicating that round. There's just too much going on there. They've got everything right where they've been able to put emphasis down on brackets. They've, for the most part, got an open A bomb site completely. And Stairs cutting rotations in Speedway. There's a late lurk Banana. Yabi is coming out of the apartment so late. It was just biding time and giving respect to 9 out of all things.
And that's the 3rd match point lost for Astralis. 9 hanging in by a thread. Nade damage done significant to Kanian once again in the early portions of this matchup over at Banana. Rules is the backline defender over at the Coffins. Good smoke timing as well with the utility coming in on the T side. HG's up. Damage down on Stair.
And they're going to pop this. This has to be a full-on B exec from Astralis.
Bobek's got a counter incendiary. Flashbang to try and block out vision, but Rules is caught just as blinded. Yabi burns Stair. And one will get Rules, but it's a trade that does not lead to a man advantage. Swing in for Bobek. Cut down by Stown all the same. Trying to bail out Astralis. Man advantage here in the post-con. Has that been enough? No. Mantu has turned it into a 3v3.
HG placement's good. Damage coming down towards Mantu. Late player out towards Banana as well from Device.
Heard him getting tagged up with that Molotov. They know that he must be low with the HG combination. Boost up for Father, not seeing anybody. No one is in the back lines. It's all forward facing for Astralis. Flash forward. Yabi to check. Kruger to full. 2 players left standing. The blind sprays to Farban can get so close. He's got Yabi and the AWP's caught another. Where's the last man though? They don't know here. Smoke to come forward. They start to fade. And Device has landed it. Astralis have landed it. 28 to, what was it, 26? 26. I've lost track entirely. And a 2-0 series for Astralis. At last, they have beaten 9 and they are forward to the semi-finals.
Look, it's a result And you can put it that way. Astralis probably didn't assume for it to be
sorry,
as
that's
difficult
gotta be,
as that.
sorry, that's got to be one of the most like just anticlimactic things.
Well,
a result. It's just a result.
It is. For Astralis, they probably expected this to be a lot easier of a best of 3. 9 have put in a shift. And while they're going to be disappointed with not taking a map, with not being able to threaten the overall best of 3, this is a brand new core. This is a team that's been together for a handful of weeks, and they have legitimately held weight against a tier 1 squad. And not only held weight, but been in positions where they can take a map. So it'll be disheartening to not quite at least get Inferno, but they've shown that this roster is at least a lot better than what the previous one was.
I mean, look, it's certainly a good forward benchmark at the very most here, or the very least here, I should say. I have to say that for Astralis, it's got to be looked at as a disappointment, right? Like, we talk coming to this series talking about them being an underperforming squad, the fact that they have not been up to the same levels of standards as the past has set, and they've been trying to work back towards that with the various changes they've made over the years, and they've not quite hit that mark. And now you're coming in against, as you mentioned, a brand new core team, and you're still being pushed all the way to a 54 round matchup, right? Like,
yeah.
Is that looked as a bad thing there for Astralis?
Well, I'll put it this way. Probably not, because look at how all the other invited teams went down today. You've got to remember, Astralis don't often play online. They played a CCT Global Finals last year, and they've most recently played the Blast Bounty, and that's the only online tournaments they've played in the last year. So to see teams like Big not even take double digits, to see GamerLegion not even take a map when they were, what, 1 map away from making Kato playoffs, I don't think you can look at that as a disappointment. Now, if Astralis lost, absolutely. Even if Astralis lost a map, I still don't think that's a disappointment. That's coming into today and winning 2-0, and that is it.
And certainly they will avoid the notion of losing out to the upset positions. We talked about, obviously, earlier on during the day how losing out in such a vast ranking disparities could lead to you losing a massive number of ranking points. And so Astralis will avoid that potential snowball that GamerLegion may be facing in the very near future. So it is a very encouraging sign for them, of course, as an individual squad, the fact that they're going to maintain themselves in terms of that, but also in terms of the immediacy. They are, of course, forward towards the semi-finals. You mentioned some of those results earlier, so we've got our semi-final brackets now being set up. 500 beat out Big over on the B stream, so that's going to be Astralis' opponent, Bulgaria versus Denmark.
I actually think that's going to be a much easier game for Astralis. The one issue I have with Bulgarian teams, and 500 players in particular, is they struggle massively against the well-established Tier 1 teams. I know that they've been an upset team in the past. You take on an EG, you take on a Big, you take on, I would say, the lower-end Tier 1 squads, they can push for a win. But going up against a tactical depth team like Astralis, it's going to be tough for Spellin and the boys to push for a win there.
Yeah, I can sort of concur with that. I think the tactical style of Astralis might be a little bit too much to mount to. But look, we've seen crazier things happen in the past. And of course, 500 are the ultimate online upset team for Tier 1, as history has proven time and again. Big already suffered towards that many times in the past and here today as well. So that's one of the semi-finals. Of course, the other one we mentioned a little bit earlier on today, PARIVISION and Heroic. PARIVISION, of course, beating out GamerLegion on our first match on the mainstream. Heroic pretty handily decimating Passion UA. So that's the other semi-final matchup. And we talked about PARIVISION a little bit earlier on as well. I mean, look, they showed quite a lot of prowess against that GamerLegion side. And I think that once again, Heroic, even though they do look confident, have to consider their options and have to consider the threat that PARIVISION are going to throw up.
It's going to be a tough game. You probably wouldn't even say there's a favourite in that one, with the recent run of form that PARIVISION have had, with Heroic only being a complete fresh roster towards that tier 1.5 level. That's going to be a banger matchup, and that's going to be one where both teams are going to be striving, looking at 500 and Astralis and saying, oh, 500 struggled to win tournaments, they struggled to qualify to the bigger events, and with how shaky Astralis have looked recently, and especially against 9, maybe if we win that semi-final, that's it. That's the ticket to making it to Blast Open.
Well, perhaps that is going to be the case. Of course, our semi-finals and grand finals are played out in tomorrow's proceedings. We start things off with Heroic and PARIVISION, so that big match of the semi-finals will be played out first and foremost. A very nice way to get yourselves involved in the mornings because, well, it will be a bit of an early start at 11 a.m. CET. So lots to look forward to, of course, in tomorrow's proceedings. But for today, the showdown has concluded. Do I want to get some final thoughts and wrap-up positions for you? How do you feel about how things have worked out in the bracket so far?
It's been very competitive best of threes. We've seen a lot of maps that have gone to OT, that have gone to all rounds in regulation. So I'm anticipating a lot of close fought battles, not so much just from a scoreline point of view, but in server rounds, right? 2v2s, 3v3s. We're going to see a lot of close contention between all of these squads because striving for that one spot with 4 teams remaining, there's a lot on the line.
Indeed, there is. It's all to play for in tomorrow's matchups. We will decide who the European region is going to be at Blast Open in Lisbon. So do join us back here, 11 AM CET, same time, same place. For the time being, for the night, we bid you adieu. Make sure to look forward to all the action tomorrow.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.